nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I'm done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it.
make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. Godlike renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
Good-hearted, but I
this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends rising from the wreckage.
you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now what? The tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Is this my fate? To be trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now what? The tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's about time to let expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling this sense of ambition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, you play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer in your composition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, it's time I make my own rendition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer will I ask permission. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, you play me like a symphony. Born to be rising, woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now, know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Better not pit the other side beyond your short stops. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise to refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How to ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. Out of test water with the winners all dope. No, I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall, all those who ain't with me send away. But tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's
and welcome back to day two of coverage of the Canadian Regional Championship taking place in Ottawa, Canada. I am Carolyn Wang, and I am here with my co host, Niall Joan Rivers. We've got an exciting day two in store for us. What are you looking forward to today, Niall?
Well, Carolyn, we got to see so much really, really good Magic yesterday. We got to see a huge variety of decks. And I think what I'm just most excited to see is, even more skill and deck mastery from players who have performed well enough to end up at these day two top tables. So I'm just real excited to get into all that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at this metagame breakdown here on day two. We have an even higher percentage of Is It Prowess than we have had on day one. I believe it was in the low 20s today, but we have had a 30.6% of the metagame share for Is It Prowess today, as well as 12.5% for Is It Spell Elementals, 7% Mardu Aggro, as well as Zorius Blink, Demir Excruciator, and 4 Color Control, Landfall, Orobroid, and Elementals represented as well here in Ottawa.
Yeah, really impressed by this Mardu list and seeing how well it is performing. We saw it a few times yesterday, and I think we're going to see it here in a bit, but it's just done so well to, end up as this, tied for third highest percent of the day two meta. Really, really nice list.
Absolutely. We had the pleasure of seeing Mardu aggro in a couple of feature matches yesterday, and it's just like a really interesting deck that has sprung up onto the scene since the last Pro Tour with a bunch of, little tweaks and optimizations made since then.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really stoked to see the day two pilots of Mardu and how that sort of fares into the field today.
For sure. Moving on from here, uh, we have got our first feature match coming in here. So we are going to be looking at William Nowinski, who finished overnight at 8-1 on Mardu Discard versus Gavin Bennett on 4 Color Control, similarly on 8-1. As you may have seen from the standings, we only have one person who has survived yesterday undefeated, and that would be Bennett Rasmussen. But we're taking a look at some other top tables here. So this discard matchup versus 4 Color Control, which I believe is a matchup that we have not seen on coverage just yet as we get into round 10 of the Regional Championship 12.
Yeah, really, really stoked to see this one. I've really liked these four color control decks as well. And we've seen a little bit of them on coverage, but I feel like we haven't really gotten to see them pop off to their full potential. So, watching a player who ended day one at 8-1 is a great start for that. As we're going to start with William just playing a tap land and passing over, and Gavin doing much of the same. And I think that's going to be a cool but rude for William right away. And cool but rude is a card that we really got to see the power of in this deck yesterday, and just the amount of damage that it can pile on so quickly is absurd.
Absolutely. One nice little interaction that we got to see quite a few times yesterday is the kind of non-bow between your opponent's Cool But Rude and your Deceits, right? Taking additional damage when you go make your opponent discard cards, just punishing you for doing the thing that you're trying to do and trying to interact with your opponent. There's also been a ton of tricksy little tech that our players have been pulling off with the, for example, gamble mode of Cool But Rude when you level it up to level 3, getting something like a Carnage and discarding it while you have no other cards in hand to cast it for its mayhem cost immediately. Just a ton of nice little tricks that feel really good in this discard-centric deck.
Yeah, it's that what you were just talking about is what allows these players to run a single copy of Carnage, which I think basically all of them have done in the list that we've seen so far. Uh, Also, it looks like we had a Bloodgast that we attempted to play, but Gavin no more lies it, which is a really excellent no more lies target, getting it exiled, keeping it, you know, out of the graveyard forever. So really, really nicely done from Gavin there. But speaking of that gamble mechanic, it looks like William on turn 4 just going straight for level up Cool But Rude twice. And I really like this play. I really like this use of his mana. Really interested to see from this position what he is looking to include because we're all tapped out. So doing the sort of carnage line that you were just describing isn't available to us right now.
Yeah, I actually quite like this play from William. I believe that Gavin in his main deck has very few ways of interacting with a resolved Cool But Rude until he gets to about 4 mana for an inevitable defeat, of which there are 3 in the main deck, or 7 mana for Jeskai Revelation. So those can be decently hefty. So William has a chance here to just tutor for something unimpeded. It's basically a demonic tutor in this kind of deck, right? When you benefit from discarding.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we just discarded a Tersa Light Shatter, which I could totally see being the card that William tutored for. I mean, it'd be pretty nice to have a Tersa Light Shatter right now, so that stands to reason to me, but I'm not entirely possible. Didn't get a good look at his hand, didn't get a great look at what card he pulled. Just have to see how this turn goes.
We see a Tablet of Discovery, I believe, come out for Gavin's side, and that's a really interesting card that I have been really into lately. Just a fantastic mana rock for 3 mana, but it basically does double duty, tapping for 2 mana for instants and sorceries, of which you're obviously playing a ton of in 4 color control. And you even have a bunch of kicker costs or X spells as well to pump that extra mana into and just get great value from this 3 mana rock. 3 mana rock's usually not very great outside of Commander, but in Standard, this one has found a home in these control decks.
Yeah, really, really nice. And it looks like we went to play a Carnage, but got countered by, I think, a Swallowed by the Leviathan. So I'm not entirely sure, but did William get punished for playing the Carnage before making a land? Oh no, for each card in your graveyard. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, so Carnage just got hard countered there. I wonder if that means that is what he got from the Cool But Rude and
Yeah,
just took the actual gamble on Carnage not getting discarded.
yeah, and then also got Jeskai Revelations there. Looks like Gavin's got 2 monks on the board as well. Jeskai Revelation, I'm not gonna lie, Niall, is a card that I waver back and forth on whether or not I enjoy as a card. It is a control finisher, very popular in these Jeskai included in these decks that include Jeskai, right? Just doing a bunch of things for the mana. But I feel like it feels like sometimes a little bit of a slow control finisher, but sometimes maybe it is just what you need as a control player.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does everything you could possibly want a card to do, right? You get a little bit of everything. Like if you like to do anything at all in a control deck, you get to do it with Jeskai Rev. But William going to gamble and I think maybe getting hit with an inevitable defeat from Gavin there and just scooping up. So Gavin just putting on a clinic in 4 color control gameplay. I mean, winning so decisively and so quickly. You really love to see that from a control player.
For sure. It was probably a couple of more turns before William was dead on board, but probably just scooping it up, save your time, try to get more time in for rounds 2 and 3 or games 2 and 3 when the first game is effectively over already is a pretty nice choice for a seasoned player to be making.
Absolutely. Really, really smart decision from William managing his time nicely. Now, taking a look at this sideboard here, we've got a good number of options for William. Taking a look at this, I mean, we've got three copies of Voice of Victory here in the side. What are your thoughts on this board? What do you think you might want to bring in?
Yeah, absolute slam dunk voice of victory, right? I mean, it basically reads, you can't counter any of my sorcery speed spells that I cast on my turn, which is pretty much everything. There aren't too many things that William would be looking to cast on his opponent's turn, right? Maybe something like an erode, but just blanking all of your opponent's counter magic for all of your relevant spells is a no-brainer. I would probably also consider maybe something like a case of the Crimson Pulse to refill your hand there. uh, yeah, so those would be cards that I would be pretty especially interested in if I'm William.
Totally. And taking a look at Gavin's list over here, we're seeing a, a, a few different options here. I see the Rest in Peace Arcane Omens, a card we don't see very often, which has target player discard X cards, or X the number of colors spent to cast the spell. I don't think that one's getting brought in against Gavin's discard opponent, but Gavin's 8-1. I'm not, I don't want to be the judge of whether or not you make your opponent who loves to discard cards.
Yeah, personally, I am a huge fan of the existence of the card Arcane Omens. I just can't believe they printed Mind Twist into standard. What a
Hmm.
banger from recent Secrets of Strixhaven. I guess in this situation, I might be looking to maybe include like a Rest in Peace, perhaps. Personally, I'm not too familiar with the sideboarding of this control deck. Maybe something like a Stoic Sphinx that could be difficult for William to interact with could be a choice as well. Um, or mayhaps a high noon with a bunch of kind of little weenies that this Mardu deck has at its disposal could prevent double spelling or double creatures.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely seems
Oh,
a
Pyroclasm.
little, a
Duh.
little tricky for the sideboarding for Gavin here. Yeah, we do have access to Pyroclasm, and I can certainly see that being brought in. But if we're looking at, William's list, a lot of these creatures that really get hit hard by Pyroclasm are able to sort of, you know, boost their way out of it or get indestructible or something.
Hmm.
So I'm I feel a little dubious of Pyroclasm, but perhaps you're correct. I mean, let's see, we've got Flash Freeze there if we're worried about any of the red spells. We've got Rest in Peace, like you mentioned, which certainly has some value. So to me, it feels like a thing for Gavin where this might be one of those mashups where it's sort of less about what you want to bring in from the sideboard and more about what you want to take out of your main deck. And I mean, looking at the list, these big control piles, there's a bunch of cards that are like one ofs or two ofs, taking advantage of the high sort of card flow and card draw. So I think they have a ton of options that they can take out of here, but taking a look at the list, I'm not sure what they would want to get rid of from this.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point there. I think that sideboarding is all, I think as a Magic player, one of the skills that is the highest skill ceiling for players to develop, right? I believe it was Patrick Sullivan who once said that if you don't know that the average player is better off sideboarding completely randomly, right? Because it is such a difficult thing. I think that most people really tend to over sideboard. So the heuristic that I personally use is that if I'm unsure whether or not a card comes in from the sideboard, just stop. Quit while you're ahead, and you're almost certainly going to still have a pretty decent time just staying a little bit more focused on your original game plan.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. Wise words from the great Patrick Sullivan. So we're getting into looks like turn 3 here, and William has a Voice of Victory. already on the field. So great call there on the sideboarding. Definitely saw that as valuable and is going to drop down an Iron Shield Elf this turn and go ahead and swing in with the Voice of Victory.
I'm just a huge fan of the card Voice of Victory. I think the play patterns of it are personally really, really enjoyable. Just a 2 mana, 1/3, but it attacks for 3 damage. So it's sort of like getting temporary power on your opponent's or during your own turn while it's attacking, but spread across different bodies. So you can do little tricksy things like if you have anthems or things that synergize with tokens. Just such a nice card that feels good with the added benefit of blanking your opponent's ability to cast instants on your turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the bad thing about Voice of Victory, it is very vulnerable to Lightning Helix, which is exactly how Gavin's going to deal with it, bringing him back up to 20 life. But William is going to get a Hardened Academic, a card that we saw do a lot of really incredible things yesterday. And so that's going to be a hasty flyer. It's going to get in his first elf to take Gavin back down to 15. So 3 creatures on board for William now, really doing a good job of putting the pressure on to Gavin. But we're also sort of getting to that critical 4 mana point of Gavin's turns where now you have to just start being worried about board wipes and these larger spells that can sort of deal with you more decisively. So let's see what Gavin does with that. It's like just
Absolutely
passing,
optimistic.
so
Wow.
fading a board wipe for now. That's you gotta feel pretty relieved if you're William. Looks like our play here is that an Inti?
I think that is
Mm,
an Inti.
an Inti from the sideboard, yeah, going to swing in, trigger the Inti. Oh,
Looks like we're getting a judge call here.
yeah, checking to see when we target with the Inti trigger. And our judges will figure this out, I think,
I believe Inti is
pretty
a
swiftly.
reflexive trigger because it says when you do, if you do discard a card. So what I think would happen is that the correct order would be that both the when you do trigger and whenever you discard one or more cards are trying to go on the stack at the same time. And I believe William would have the ability to layer those triggers, uh, to order those triggers in the way that we want. But let's go to our backup match here where we have Zachary Leach on Azorius Flyers at 7-2 versus Noah Offman on Is It Prowess also at 7-2.
Ooh, looks like we might be seeing a bit of a well, it's hard to call it a mana screw for Zachary because I think those are a couple of Springleaf drums, but definitely seems like not hitting his land drops. And we are back to our main feature match here. It looks like we got a Moon Shadow down. What a gorgeous copy of Moon Shadow, jeez.
What a treatment. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Beautiful.
And it looks like it looks like we got that Stoic Sphinx that you were pointing out from the sideboard for Gavin and flashed that in to block the Hardened Academic. Really nice play from Gavin. This card is annoying to deal with and could be a really great blocker for him.
Yeah, a nice banger from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, having hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell. So when you're trying to hold up as many instants as possible, it is just so, so difficult for your opponent to interact with. And also having a pretty respectable body as a 5/3 flyer as well. Just being able to put a 4-turn clock in your opponent when you're trying to close out the game, or present a blocker that can at the very least trade with pretty much anything William is capable of presenting on the board.
Yeah, really, really nice here. And You called there's Pyroclasm. Although I guess we do have one in the main deck. But let's see. This will kill the Moon Shadow, the Inti, and we can discard to save one of the elves.
Inti's gonna trigger
Which
there.
Mhm. Wow, really, really nice use of Pyroclasm from
Nice.
Gavin there.
Yeah, I like the choice here. Like I think that there is definitely tension in the decision to try to cast a board wipe against a board full of Iron Shield elves, right? Because
Mhm.
although you do have the ability to give indestructible to these elves, it is still a meaningful decision costing the opponent cards. And also, this Mardu discard deck does often tend to be hellbent, so they might not even have the resources at certain points in the game to give it indestructible, so they might not even have the option. But Gavin, at the very least, got a nice, I believe, 3 for 1 there, or 4 for 1, following it up with another board wipe. Very nice.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that was our load-bearing 4/2 Iron Shield elf. Now, William is certainly not out of it. Gavin is at 8. Ooh, but a Jeskai Rev is going to bring William a step closer to being out of it, as Gavin is going to return a land to William's hand off the Jeskai Rev. And it just feels like the door is slamming shut for William here.
Absolutely. Gavin exerting, it feels like total control over the flow of this game. I feel like I need to renege my slander against Jeskai Revelation. It's kind of like the Costco, sampler pack of control finishes, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels bad when you only end up with like 2/1/1s, but in this case, it looks like it was more than enough for Gavin to completely exert his 4 color control over this game and take down William Nowinski 2-0 in round 10 of the Swiss here at the Canadian Regional Championship.
Yeah, I mean, really, really nicely done from Gavin. Huge congrats for winning and, going on to have an even better record here in day number 2 and really showing us the skills that he has as a control player. One of the hard things to do as a control player is really make these decisions at speed, and Gavin was playing very fast. I mean, that went really quickly, right? Like our control match lasted longer than, this prowess versus flyers match. So, kudos to Gavin for being such a master of his deck.
Absolutely. It's one thing to win with control, but it's another thing to win in 25 minutes on a control deck. That is another level of impressive, in my humble opinion. So, shout out goes there.
Yeah, really nice. Now, I believe Zachary here on Azorius Flyers is up a game in the match, but tell me what's going on with this just overwhelming board that we're looking at.
Yeah, that's a great question. It looks like our feed might be a little bit paused, but we've got a pretty wide board here for Zachary. Oh, Halia is getting removed, but there is a Momo here, just discounting one of your flyers every single turn and being able to accelerate your mana with Springleaf Drums. Just one of the best turn 1 plays for this Azorius Flyers deck. For Noah over here, looks like he's got a couple of Otters as well as a furnace room. Sorry, I forget the official name of that one. But looks like he's got quite a bit of mana here, as well as 2 Storm Chasers talents on level 1. As we know, one of the key interactions to this prowess deck is later on in the game, you have an incredible recursive engine with Boomerang Basics, getting that back when you level up a Storm Chaser's talent to just make kind of infinite otters, as well as draw yourself more cards off of the Boomerang Basics secondary effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And a thing we've noted in these is that prowess decks already, just like in day 1, is their ability to fight on multiple fronts at once. And having these uh talents on board, having the room on board, and having a couple of creatures is really displaying exactly that. And Zachary is going to need to overcome a pretty powerful board here, and really interested to see if he's able to do it. Seemed to have a pretty devastating turn last turn, but is seeming to rebuild very quickly with this Quantum Riddler grand turn that we're seeing right now. Hopefully we can get life totals up here in a minute. We can figure that out. Would really like to know sort of the situation. There's going to be a seam rip taking care of the otter token. Really like that from Zachary. The Is It Prowess deck has a lot of ways to simply bounce it, so not giving any extra ETB triggers or exposing yourself to any danger from that. And it looks like we do have life totals now. Zachary 10, Noah Offman at 12 on Is It Prowess. Now, Carolyn, this game seems pretty close to me. Where would you say the advantage currently lies?
That's a great question, Niall. I'd be interested to know the number of cards in each player's hand. It looks like Zachary potentially has two of them, and Noe is currently casting a cantrip. I believe Noe's room on board has both halves unlocked. So if that right side of that roaring furnace is unlocked, he would be drawing two cards per turn cycle. Um, I'm not sure what that creature is on Noah's battlefield, but I
I
would
think that's an
wager
Eddie Mert crab.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I would wager that due to him having the bigger creature right now, Zachary being a little bit shorter on cards and also having this indomitable recursive card advantage engine, I would say that Noah probably has more resources to pull this game through at the current moment. I
Yeah,
will say though,
really.
one interesting interaction that I want to point out with the Azorius Flyers deck is the inclusion of Nurturing Pixie and Seam Rip. I think that that seems like a pretty great way to get additional power toughness on your creatures and also deal with a pesky little 0 mana value otter.
Yeah, really, really nice there. And we've also got the Springleaf Drum Grand combo, which we just saw Zachary use, after chumping with Grand to get just a little extra value. And that's the that's the thing about players of this caliber is they are going to get every single drop of value that they can get out of their cards, out of their plays. And that's what's really so great about watching Magic at this level.
Absolutely, Niall. I think that these tremendously experienced players are really good at using every part of the animal, which I guess is ironic because
Mhm.
neither of us eat meat, huh? I think one fascinating thing as well is the inclusion of Gran, albeit just as a one of in the Flyers deck, really goes to show the power of Gran. Despite this deck having zero lessons in it otherwise. The rest of Gran's text is just flavor text. Just goes to show the power of a 1/2 that can loot whenever it becomes tapped, being far more than good enough to include in this Flyers deck. Looks like the players are scooping it up.
Yeah, that leads me to believe that that's going to be a win for Noe. I think we might be going to a game 3 here.
Yeah, it sounds like Noe just had the more overwhelming board state there, and having it be difficult for Zachary to come back from at this juncture of the game with the two Storm Chasers talents on board,
Yeah, I
as well
mean,
as the unlocked room.
really, really well done. Noe just establishing so many persistent little threats here on the board, and really well played from both players. I know when we came into that game for a moment during the judge call of our main feature, it seemed like Zachary was a little stuck on mana, so surely that contributed some level to this. But interested to see how it goes down with this final game, assuming both players, get the mana that they need in the times that they need it. And also having this Azorius Flyers deck on the play feels like a pretty big distinction to me as we're going to take a look at these lists really quick. And wow, this prowess deck has just about 15 unique cards in the sideboard.
Yeah,
Really,
some
really
real
interesting.
surgical choices in here.
Yeah, anything jumping out to you?
That's a great question. I think that Ira's demonstration is definitely something that appeals to me. There are a good number of potential one-ones in the board. So in Zachary's deck, I mean, so like Momos and Nurturing Pixies will often just be one-ones, and getting any
Mhm.
two for one is something that you're very happy for. I would say Slag Storms as well, being able to clear the board would be fantastic on Noe's side. I would be interested to see if maybe some Rals come in here, just being able to
Mm.
present a persistent threat of at the very least one otter per turn, getting more loyalty as you cast your million instant and sorcery spells would be great.
You think there's a world where Noe wants to bring in this Wan Shi Tong to have just a flyer that can, block?
Yeah, I was just eyeing that one as well. I think Wang Shitong is just such a great card from this avatar sets. The Blink deck tends to be a little bit lighter on interaction, I believe, with only two Erodes in the main board and some Aang Swift Saviors as ways, as well as Seam Rips, I guess, to interact with a potential Wanshatong, since its mana value does remain as 2, even if it's on the board cast for a larger X. So I might be a little bit cautious of that perhaps, but I think that it might still be a great tool for Noe to bring in as a potential big flash and flying blocker for a bunch of these flying creatures, as well as having the ability to refill Noe's hand.
Totally, totally. And if we take a look at Zachary's Azorius Blink list really quick, and seeing almost a entirely different sideboarding philosophy with Zachary's list, where just about everything in the sideboard is at least a two of. So, much sort of tighter packages, less surgical, as you put it. But taking a look at it now, we've got these Clarion Conquerors, we've got Hide on the Ceiling Spider-Man card, got some counter spells, we've got Pyrrhic Strikes, Seam Rips. What do you think are the big pieces for Zachary going into this final game?
Absolutely. I think that seam rips are good against a lot of creatures in Noe's deck. Being able to deal with otters as well as slick shot show offs, albeit only at sorcery speed, while the slick shot has haste. So that's definitely a consideration there. And it does have that cute interaction with Nurturing Pixie being able to recur it to get another otter potentially as well. I would say that's probably rest in pieces. I would likely personally want at least one copy to keep Noe's graveyard down. The prowess deck, despite not being black, being like an archetypal color that people think of as caring about the graveyard, this prowess deck does have 4 flow states as well as 4 Eddie Merc crabs in the main deck. So caring about having these instants and sorceries in the deck to enable flow state becoming a 2 for 1 for just 2 mana, or Eddie Merc crab becoming a far, far cheaper threat. Just disabling those axes of the prowess deck would definitely be something I am interested in stifling if I'm Zachary.
Yeah, totally. As we are going to get right into the action, Zachary Leach on the play against Noe off then on Is It Prowess? Looks like Zachary has a Momo to start off, but it looks like it is going to get Roaring Furnace from Noe. So, Momo, one of the ideal starts for this deck, but getting it dealt with so swiftly, definitely not what you want to see. And we're gonna hit our third land drop, but no turn three play for Zachary. Perhaps holding up something, some piece of interaction, but with a deck like Zachary's, you definitely think that you want to be more on the board there. And unsure what card Noe is casting here. Maybe just a sleight of hand?
Yeah, I believe
I
that
think it
was a
was a
sleight of
sleight of
hand.
hand, but it got no more lies by Zachary, who has another no more lies in hand. So I think Zachary was prepared to counter anything that Noe tried to do on that turn. This is going to be a warped quantum Riddler for Zachary. Into a Gran. Wow, Gran in my Flyers deck. I love her. Do you think that she secretly can fly, or do you think they just like carry her around?
I sure hope so. She certainly makes my heart soar, you know? But the Predators is coming out again to bonk Gran. RIP, forever in our hearts.
Wow. Rip. Yeah, that's a nice interaction for this deck, being able to, as you were talking about earlier with the talents, boomerang your own ETB things, pull them back out. So being able to bounce the furnace, redrop it is just a really, really nice use of mana there. Oh no, I think Zachary's stuck on mana again.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I guess fortunately, so much of his deck is relatively cheap. A lot of it is 3 or less mana, so I would doubt that he has no options this turn, but maybe they're just a little bit suboptimal. Maybe he's got like a Sage of the Skies or something and no second spell to cast before it to get a copy. Um,
Possibly. I mean, we know that there is the no more lies in hand, and you certainly got to be considering as we see this boomerang basics coming down on the roaring furnace. Yeah, gonna go ahead and no more lies the boomerang basics. They can't feel like exactly what you are wanting to counter, but again, I think it is a situation of Zachary is going to counter just about anything, and also keeping that roaring furnace out of Noe's hand, probably pretty critical for Zachary's plans here.
yeah, I guess if you're no way, maybe it was pretty face up that Zachary was holding some kind of interaction, and then also resolving an opt after that countered boomerang basics.
Yeah, now an interesting thing here is I'm pretty sure there is a Momo in Zachary's hand. So we had enough mana to play the Momo and also counter something, which makes me think that there is some other piece of interaction in Zachary's hand that he wanted to hold up. So really interested to see what that is. I think is this a
I think that's a Halia.
Halia? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so too.
Yeah, absolute banger from Edge of Eternities. This was a set that I didn't personally play much of. So when I first read this card, I was like, whoa, this is crazy, right? And this kind of weenie stack, gaining you a bunch of life. And then when you have enough creatures, as a white weenie deck is likely to do, when you play enough creatures, get enough ETBs, and gain 3 or more life each turn, drawing you an extra card each turn cycle on your end step. And also being able to be warped in for 1 mana means that you have the ability to leverage her both in early and in the late game.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a nice interaction here of Momo into Quantum Riddler, discounting the the cost of the Quantum Riddler. So we get a couple life gains. We get a card drawn off the Riddler. Noe playing a artist talent after fully unlocking the Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna room. So we're starting to establish that same sort of board presence of having these creatures and these big enchantments and think it's an Eddie Merc crab in hand. There's gonna be another artist talent. Uh-oh, if you're Zachary, you gotta feel like you have, seen this before.
Yes,
This
as
board
much
this
as
board state is
Halia
looking awfully familiar.
real scary, I think, the power of prowess to just explosively deal a ton of damage. As much as Halia is and Quantum Riddler are good card advantage engines, is it prowess is doing a lot with quite few resources comparatively, right? Just this piddly little room that was a removal spell earlier is now doing double duty and also acting as your second card each turn.
Yeah, and we're gonna play a Seam Rip, get rid of one of the otters, like that, but Noe just has so much gas in the tank. With this sauna online, there's like 5 cards in Noe's hand or something. Like it's crazy after having cast so many spells, put so many permanents onto the field. We're considering casting something here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a crab angle.
Yeah, flashing in the crab and tapping down some of the creatures before we get to combat. Like we're just checking to make sure that the correct cost of the crab was paid with a bunch of these spells being in exile, and it looks like it was. Noe paying 4 for the crab. Uh, Probably a bit of an expensive crab compared to what he's used to, but when it's right, it's right. So we're gonna start casting our little cantrips. We're gonna see an opt there, putting the card to the bottom, getting some prowess triggers. For it being a prowess deck, we actually have not seen a lot of prowess out of Noe in this game.
Yeah, just a piddly 2/2 otter. I've seen bigger otters in my time, I think.
Yeah. And so this is gonna be 7 damage coming in against Zachary, which definitely got the life to handle 7 damage. I think this is gonna tie up the life totals, but the more pressing thing here is just seeing how powerful Zachary's board looks. Just trying to get a look at the cards in hand here. It looks like we just pulled a get out off the top.
Yeah, and then we've got an abandoned air temple activation on Noe's end step as well. Huge fan of this utility land from Avatar, being able to convert your extra mana into extra 1/1 counters on your mostly super evasive board. Zachary has a lot of potential damage here for Noe. It's up to Noe to see if he is able to interact with this board at all.
Oh, this is a really nice thing here. Casting a bounce off onto Noe's own Eddie Merc crab,
Yeah, very nice
letting
being
him
able to recast
recast
it.
it. Yeah, and now it's a discounted crab. That's a simple 2 mana. Tapping down the Riddler and the Aaliyah once again, just keeping Zachary from ever being able to really deal damage. And with the get out that we drew last turn, we can do it again next turn. Like we basically soft locked Zachary out of being able to attack. Zachary needs to develop a board ASAP.
Absolutely, Niall. I think this is kind of the platonic ideal of like a tempo play, right? Just being
Mhm.
able to keep your opponent on the back foot, just being a little bit annoying on every single turn. It's not like it's game over for Zachary. He still has a pretty impressive board, but Noe is just able to stifle him and keep him, unable to turn his creatures sideways to attack for a couple of turns, and him getting in for 5 damage each turn, not wanting to throw that Momo under the bus every single time in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, just chipping away with this 5/5 crab is just so nice for Noe, and, this is a moment where something like a Rest in Peace would be pretty nice and sort of forcing Noe into using even more mana. I think we're gonna see a level up on an artist talent. Yeah, we are.
Very nice. One's gotta
Let's see,
imagine his target is Boomerang Basics? I'm not sure if he's got one in there. Yeah, it
it
looks
looks
like
like
it
there's a
is the
couple.
Boomerang.
Yeah. Okay, we get the Boomerang Basics back. We cast it on the crab, and we draw our extra card at the end of turn.
Looks like that was the draw from the Boomerang Basics bouncing, something you control. Not
Oh,
quite his
true,
end
yeah.
step yet. I
And
think
looks
that
like an
was a
impractical
practical
joke.
joke, yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna take care of this Momo that we haven't been wanting to use, but now Noe's in a kind of tricky position because obviously we can still cast the crab, but you only have 2 mana up, and do you really wanna risk casting it into Zachary's hand of now 3 cards, where if he ends up having something like a No More Lies, you can really get punished there. This
Yeah,
is
I
gonna be a
actually
steam rip.
believe that, we have seen both No More Lies out of Zachary's 75 already, so because it is an open decklist tournament, Noah, if he's been picking up on this, knows that there are no more counter spells for his Eddie Merc Crab, for Zachary to possibly have, so Crab is gonna come out.
No More Lies.
No more lies.
Yeah, really good catch. I guess the only other thing there could be would be a Distangle Stroke,
Yes, so true.
but that's like one of in a pile of 75, and we're about to tap out for something here, another Quantum Riddler.
Very
And,
nice.
this
Now gonna
is
be difficult for Noe to be able to swing in with his crab. Zachary's still at 13, very sizable and healthy life
oh,
total. Is that a
and the
second
Daydream
daydream?
on the Quantum Riddler, which now means we're going to be drawing 3
Oh,
cards when this Quantum Riddler enters?
gorgeous. That's basically an ancestral recall, drawing 3 for 1, right? So many
Yeah,
ancestral recalls in this current standard format.
and we are getting the, Halia trigger. This is crazy.
Yeah, what a fantastic turn for Zachary, just demonstrating his mastery of this deck, all the little things, despite getting tapped down by the Daydream, being able to present 2 untapped big things that block this Eddie Merc Crab profitably after that is just fantastic. Redeveloping and resetting the board after being stifled a little bit.
Yeah, and, Noe has presented this sort of soft lock, right, of this crab, but one of the really nice ways to deal with it is to just have so many creatures that there's too many for the crab to deal with. We're seeing a really interesting attack from Noe here. This 5/5 into the 2 5/7s. Now, Zachary, I think, choosing to double block. We're putting all the damage onto 1. Let's see what the follow-up is here from Noe.
Yeah, I imagine the situation, both players are extremely aware that there's a burn spell in Noe's hand. Yeah, looks like that's a broadside barrage.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah,
Oh,
and I don't think
choosing to
Noe.
deal. Sorry.
No, please, go ahead.
Choosing to deal 5 to the Riddler that has no combat damage marked on it, and then finishing both Riddlers off with what looks like a slag storm. What a fantastic play by Noe.
Wow, really, really nicely done there. Yeah, just excellent. I mean, those Riddlers were sort of critical to the game plan here. So dealing with both of them, even oh no, another quantum Riddler, but this one is going to be countered by a get out from Noe and a get out that he's been sitting on for a number of turns now. So really disciplined play there. And that's three of the Riddlers. So we just have to deal with one more, and we've dealt with all the Riddlers in the deck, and we don't have to worry anymore. Swinging in
Looks
with
like that
a
was
6/6 Halia.
Yeah, it looks like that was an abandoned air temple activation to pump both his creatures by one as well.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna take Noe down to 10, I believe. And then we are at we have a 6/6, we have a 2/2. We could have lethal next turn.
Yeah. Ooh, but we now see a fully leveled up Storm Chaser's talent. Don't see that in every single match, but worth noting that in these kinds of long, drawn out games, you're able to get one otter with prowess every single time you cast an incident or sorcery spell if you invest enough into the Storm Chaser's talent. And Noah is casting a flow state as well, getting a great basically 3 for 1 here, getting an otter as well as 2 cards off of the top 3 of his deck. Following it up with another Storm Chaser's talent for another otter. Zachary does still have this Momo, potentially doing 3 or 4 damage, depending on whether or not he has flyers, potentially more. Just in the air over here, as well as a Halia on the ground that Noe is probably incentivized to chump block with one of his otters.
Yeah, I mean, we were so close to lethal, and now we just two otters in the way. Two otters in the way of us winning this game, winning this match. We've got a few cards in hand. Looks like pumping the team, turning them sideways. Of course, we're going to chump with an otter. And I just do not think you can let Noe untap in this situation. This is horrible news for Zachary.
Yeah, Zachary just seems like he has no other option there, right? Probably telling for Noe that Zachary didn't cast any flyers to pump up the Momo and deal even more damage to his face last turn. So if you're Noe, very decent possibility that you're reading this as Zachary having nothing left in his hand and him being able to go wild with this turn.
Yeah, and this single Momo is just not going to cut it, especially against the deck that has about 100 cards that say bounce target creature.
Yeah, absolutely, Niall. Or, deal a bunch of damage to target creature. Lots of
Mhm.
possible answers, and Noah has been looking at so many cards in his deck. I'm a big agency enjoyer myself, and I love being able to select the best cards out of the possibilities on top of my deck. Like he's doing with, I think this might be his second flow state of the turn, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the sort of cards in hand that Zachary would need, the things that we would have to sort of string together to turn this into a win here. And it's kind of hard to imagine. I mean, maybe there's some sort of line
I think there are. Yeah.
with an Aang Swift savior, maybe that can come in and do something. But anything I could possibly come up with that Zachary could do to get out of this situation relies entirely on Noe not having answers when Noe has about 50 cards in hand.
Yeah, super true. I think that there might be a line with potentially something like a Sage of the Skies, right? So currently the Momo is a 3/3 that can become a 4/4 with the Abandoned Air Temple activation, casting one spell and then casting casting like a Sage of the Skies afterwards would present two flying bodies to pump it up to a 6/6. But looks like we've got an Eddie Merc Crab here before Zachary's attack step from Noe.
Yeah, and that's a pretty brutal crab. It looks like we're going to be daydreaming onto the Halia. Yeah, I guess practiced offense would also be a card that Zachary could use to get
Oh,
out of this. But
yeah.
again, it just requires Noe to have no answer, and Noe has drawn a full grip of cards.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just a bunch of answers to non-creature spells that Noe could have in his hand, negates, spell pierces, bounce
Ah,
spells as well, right? Would be phenomenal here.
right. And we have found the reason for the daydream. It seemed a little odd flickering your Halia when, she had four counters on her to get her one counter. But following it up with a Sage of the Skies to make sure that we had a, spell played, definitely makes sense. But unfortunately, one of the Sage of the Skies is going to get countered, so not going to get the Halia trigger at the end of turn.
Yeah, Noah's just got a whole army of otters here as he goes to untap. It's gonna be looking pretty difficult for Noe to not present a lethal threat here, as presuming that he has enough instants and sorceries to get it going. We are on turn 3 here, so Noe has got this turn and a potential turn 5 to try to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, really, really tough spot here. And Zachary doing everything in his power to play this to the best of his abilities, and you really got to admire that is still kind of just like, if there's a miracle that occurs and Noe bricks 20 times, I want to be in a position to capitalize that on my final turn and actually win this game. And he's done that. I mean, he's in a position where if all of that is true, he could capitalize and win the game. But as you said, it will not be hard for Noe to string together these spells necessary to pump this army of otters to a point where they can easily close out, if not this turn, then at least buy another turn and do it then.
Absolutely. Zachary is effectively at 17 life now because of the life gain on, or effectively 18, sorry, because of the Abandoned Air Temple activation. With 6 otters on the battlefield, Noah is bouncing the token copy of Sage of the Skies, and Zachary is calling it quits there. Congratulations to Noah Offman on pulling it through in a 3-game set against Azorius Flyers, moving himself up to 8-2.
Yeah, really well played from both players. I mean, really well played from everyone who we have seen already in this first round back at it today. It's really awesome to see the players who have fought and earned their way to day two, really proving why they are here. And I can't wait to see more of them very quickly. I don't know about you, Carolyn.
Yeah, absolutely, Niall. That was just a phenomenal match that we just had the pleasure of watching. Sometimes you think about prowess and like spell slingery decks as being quite aggressive, but no, he just truly showed his mastery of the deck as well as the power of this deck build and being able to really grind it out in a long, drawn out match where he was able to use every single part of his cards super effectively to their maximum extent. Just some phenomenal magic here going on today in Ottawa.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will get right back at it with round two here in just a little bit. We're going to take a very short break as our final few matches close up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
making major moves on a major play. Major way, when I'm in my groove, I can't lose. When we let's go, you better move. I got a bone to pick, no point to prove. We too hard like a bodyguard.
Yeah, we standing tall like we on the Eiffel. Yeah, a shooting star, you know just how I go. Yeah, we up and we ain't been down yet. We ready for it, we militant. We linked up, now we the threats like
Blasting off, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. Let's go. We up. Let's go. We now, not next. Oh no. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We up. Let's go. We came to win and let 'em know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. I broke guards and I do it large. Don't play yourself, I pull your card. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Gotta get it good, got a master plan. You know what it is, you know who I am. Top of the world in my hand. I'ma stand out, you will stand in. I refuse to lose, now you never win.
telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be out your beam. Yeah, I told you once before, I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy say, hey flex, you know that we lit it cream. Might say yeah, ain't no, but they can't intervene.
Blasting off, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. No. You don't wanna make me lose it. We up. Let's go. We now, not next. Oh no. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We up. Let's go. We came to win and let 'em know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
But the moonlight gives, no one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates and you see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. 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 Our systems go, now we're locked and loaded. Gonna let them know this is our moment. We got the fire burning from the inside. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. No time for talking. Best get to walking. No time for talking. Best get to walking. Let's get started. 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 Oh, let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. I'm never missing, 'cause I got something I gotta prove. Taking my power, might hit the ground, but I'll get up. You're counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter, 'cause I'm always ready for the fight. And even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hi, my name is January, and I came second at RC Vancouver playing Mono Green Landfall. Landfall's a versatile deck with ramp, mid-range, and combo elements. Your 1 and 2 drops put significant pressure on your opponent, both by accelerating your mana, and in the case of Saz's Chocobo, by getting in early damage. Then your mid-range threats, like Earthbender Ascension and Icetill Explorer, let you extend your mana advantage while scaling your creatures into scary threats. You can finish the game with grindy value engines like Sapling Nursery, or with the combo kill of Mightform Harmonizer with your many landfall triggers. It's important for me to play a deck I'm comfortable with, and going into the Vancouver event, Landfall was at the top of the list for me. I like the deck's pressure and sticky threats into Lessons and the controlling decks, as well as the ability to threaten combo kills out of nowhere into the uninteractive decks in the format. The deck also plays a surprising number of elementals, like Mossborn Hydra and Esper Origins, to give you game against Spelementals and the other Sunderflock decks. In Strixhaven, my college of choice would have to be Quandrix. I'm a math major by training, and one of my favorite things about games like Magic is how a detailed rules system gives structure and purpose to your duels, just like how math gives structure to the world. Getting to be a wizard who beats people up with fractals and geometric constructs given form sounds pretty sweet.
Every path I walk is frozen with
Welcome back to coverage of the Canadian Regional Championship taking place here in Ottawa, Canada. I'm Carolyn Wang, and I am here with my co-caster on the desk, Niall Joan Rivers. We are heading into round 11 of day 2, so we've got 4 more total rounds of Swiss before cutting to the top 8. How exciting! Our players here are competing for a bunch of fantastic prizing, which hopefully we can take a look at in just a second here. But tell me a little bit about what these players have to gain, Niall.
I mean, so much, really, everything. The big thing that these players at the top tables are playing for is trying to get into that top 8, trying to get their Pro Tour invites, trying to get for first and second a World invite. But here is the full sort of prize breakdown that we can take a look at.
Yeah, so first place, big baller here will win $5,000 as well as an invitation to Magic World Championship this year, as well as the Pro Tour. I believe the Pro Tour this one qualifies for is in Amsterdam, so a Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. How exciting. Of course, places 2nd through 12th will also receive Pro Tour invites, with 2nd place also getting that World's invite. Super, super fantastic. And of course, players receive promos and cash for placing in the top 32 as well. Super, super exciting. We are going to get into our round 11 feature matches in just a second here. We will have our top table as our main feature match for you today, which will be Michael Ma on Azorius Flyers versus Bennett Rasmussen, who was our overnight leader playing Is It Prowess. Super, super exciting matchup to look forward to in coverage here in Ottawa.
Yeah, Bennett was, I think, our only undefeated player from day 1. Unfortunately, took a loss in the beginning of this, in I guess round 10 today, so the first round of day 2. But still, up at the top tables, still obviously an incredibly strong competitor. Really hoping to get to see him sort of punch his ticket today and get into that top 8 after such an incredible display yesterday. It looks like we're getting right into the action here as our players are shuffling up. So we've got Bennett on this Is It Prowess decks. We've got the Drake Catchers, we've got the Stallions, and then for Michael, we have this Azorius Flyers deck. This is one that we've seen from a few people. And the thing I really like about the Azorius Flyers list is it feels like everyone has their own sort of personal non-flying creature pet card. Earlier we saw a Gram make a list as sort of the representative non-flyer, and here we've got a Figure of Fable. Really powerful, really interesting card.
Yeah, what a banger. I'm a huge fan of Figure Fable, well acquainted with it through both the Lorwyn Eclipsed limited format as well as in Cube. Just a fantastic card that is great both in the early game and in the late game. Having this mana sink that is able to be paid with all white mana, despite looking like a Selesnya card, being able to eventually become a huge Kithkin with protection from each of your opponents. I think it's so important as a gamer to include cute cards that you like, if you have the room for it, as a one of, fun of in your deck list. Another card in this list that I have been impressed with, but I don't think that we've necessarily seen in this Azorius Flyers list so far on coverage these last 2 days, has been Sky Coach Conductor. I think we have seen this in the blue-white prison deck, especially at the Pro Tour piloted by Zevin Faust, but I'm a huge fan of this one. It sort of looks like a Restoration Angel, but having that all aboard for just 1 mana to blink a creature after the Sky Coach Conductor resolves is just so, so powerful and makes for some really awkward considerations and sequencing for your opponent when they try to interact with your board.
Yeah, really, really cool creature there. Really excited to see it be played. And we saw a bit of prowess versus flyers at the end of the last round, and it seemed to me like it was a pretty close matchup. Like we got to game 3. Both games, it seemed like either players had opportunities to sort of take over the game. So really excited to see these two go at it as we are getting right into it. It looks like Bennett is on the play. Also looks like maybe both players kept 7 here. You'll love to see that. And this is going to be for Michael, a Starfield Shepherd. Really nice warp tutor ability here. Can get you lands when you need it, or in the situation that Michael's in right now, can go grab something like this Momo out of the deck.
Yeah, Starfield Shepherd is just so nice. Just copies 5 through 8 of any of your Momos or potentially your Pixies or Figure of Fable, even in a pinch. Just super nice, versatile card. And later on, it becomes a 3/2 flyer if you have the extra mana to spare or don't have any other plays to make.
Yeah, and Michael went to put it into the warp zone, and Bennett said, hold on a second. I think I'm going to burst lightning this down, actually. Really nice way to send it to the graveyard instead of the warp. And that way, keep Michael from 3 turns from now getting more benefit from the Starfield Shepherd. And for Bennett, we're going to see a Drake Hatcher for our turn 2 play, but looks like maybe we don't have a third land. So just these two. Now, it is a pretty cheap deck, so maybe not the worst thing in the world, but certainly would like to be hitting some more land drops. And here's the Momo that we picked up. And is that the Springleaf?
That is a Springleaf Drum. Tapping down the Momo that turn to accelerate the mana for 2 copies of Sage of the Skies on 3. Fantastic play, just presenting 2/2/3 flying lifelink creatures here for Michael's board.
Wow, what a efficient turn Michael was able to take there.
Yeah, really showcasing the power of Momo there, right? Both discounting your Sage of the Skies casting cost down to 2 as the first non-lemur flying creature you're casting that turn, as well as being able to use it to tap your Springleaf Drum to effectively ramp your mana, right? And it being vigilant as well means that on subsequent turns, you are able to potentially attack with Momo first and then still get your Springleaf Drum value if you need the mana. Or if you don't necessarily need the mana, you can cast your spell pre combat and then buff Momo a little bit to get in for an extra point of damage.
Yeah, really nice, really nice. And we've got the Color Storm Stallion down for Bennett, but did not feel comfortable attacking into those 2 Sage of the Skies. I think that's the Figure of Fable and a Quantum Riddler coming down for Michael as he continues to just take these hyper efficient turns.
Yeah, it's only turn 4, I believe, but Michael has drawn 2 cards off of that Quantum Riddler, meaning that he has dumped his hand already. Just so many inexpensive, little 1 or 2 mana plays over these first few turns, enabling you to get maximum Riddler value immediately. And I think that's a practiced offense coming out for Michael, putting a counter on everything on his board and also giving, looks like potentially the Momo, a relevant keyword. We're not really sure what
I
he's
think it might have been
placing
a
here.
Sage of the Skies,
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
giving a double
totally
strike.
makes sense.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
we're
it looks
gonna
like the die over there
swing
is
in.
indicating the temporary power toughness buff on the
Mhm.
Momo.
Yeah, so I think this is 12 damage, and 9 of it comes back to Michael as life. So this is gonna be 27 to 8.
Wow, what a
Wow.
huge swing from Michael. Just so efficient, able to dump out his entire hand, present this board of hugely evasive blockers, or hugely evasive attackers, rather, making this 3/3 pony that gets bigger when you cast an Insert Sorcery look pretty piddly by comparison.
Turn 4, by the way. Turn
Turn
4.
4, by the way.
Turn 4, 8 to 27. Four creatures on board.
It's funny because we typically think of Azorius as being highly associated with like control, but here we just see the explosive power of this Momo deck as Bennett scoops it up, making for a quick game one for Michael's Flyers deck.
Yeah, geez, Michael speed run any percent. Just incredible display of what Azorius Flyers can really do here. Now, looking at sideboarding, taking a quick peek at Bennett's options here, what cards do you think are sticking out to him for this matchup?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've got to imagine Slagstorm comes in here. Being able to deal three to Michael's entire board could be potentially devastating, right? In these kinds of situations, you're super happy with even just a 2-for-1. The 3 damage that Slagstorm deals lines up extremely nicely with a lot of Michael's deck. For example, the Sage of the Skies, the Sky Coach Conductor, and Aang Swift Savior, as well as Halia, are all base 3 toughness. Of course, Michael does have a couple of ways to buff up his creatures, including with the Abandoned Air Temple and Practiced Offense, but the hope, if you're Bennett, is to try to land a devastating board wipe before you're able to buff them up past that range. There's also single target removal, like Sears, perhaps, or bounce spells like Into the Flood Maw that you would definitely consider bringing in here to just disrupt the ability of Michael to be able to land these attackers, right?
Yeah,
Into the Blood Maw
absolutely.
lines up extremely well with a Sage of the Skies copy token.
Yeah, totally. And if we take a look at Michael's Azorius Flyers list and see what we're sort of working with over here, uh, we've got we've got some different options here, and against the sort of is it prowess build that Bennett is bringing. Taking a look here, I don't know. I mean, do you think there's any world where the Clarion Conquerors come in? Do you think that we're at all interested in like this seam rip maybe? What what do you think is Michael's plan here?
For sure. I would guess, I don't think Clarion Conquer hates on very much in Michael's deck. I think one of the things it specifically does not hit would be enchantment. So no dice there against Storm Chaser's talent. But I think if I were Michael, I would probably be very interested in some No More Lies to potentially disrupt some removal spells or some non-creature spells there. I think Graveyard Hate is definitely something you're interested in against decks that play Flow State. However, this is a build of the Is It deck without any Eddie Merc crabs, so you don't get quite as much value out of graveyard removal as you might. Definitely, the 4 of Color Storm Stallions could be something to consider as an aggressive threat, but I think in this scenario, I'm not really sure, Niall. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, but I think that Michael might be the beatdown here in this matchup, like we just saw in that explosive game one.
Oh yeah, I mean, really put that on display in the first game. So I could definitely see him leaning into that. I think you're absolutely on the money there. Now, here's a pop quiz for you, Carolyn. There's a curious addition in the sideboard here, curious farm animals. Now,
Yeah.
without looking at it, I want you to try to name every creature type of curious farm
Oh
animals.
god. Oh god. Oh god. I'm searching my mind palace, Niall. I want to say
Hmm.
ox.
Ox is one of them. That's right.
Boar?
Boar is one of them. That's right.
Oh my god, is there a cow creature type?
No, I am very
No.
incensed about the lack of cow creature type.
Ah, that's messed up. Wizards of the Coast, come on. We need
I know
this
we have
now.
cards named cow. We have cards like Holy Cow and they're ox type. It's it's
Yeah.
unholy.
What were the other types? I know that there are 4 of them for sure. I have
There's
played a good
four.
amount of Avatar Standard.
Yeah, so boar, elk, bird, ox.
Elk bird. Ah, okay. Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
absolutely. We're gonna take a quick peek at our backup match here with some wow, I I really like these Sage of the Sky uh, token copies here of the little stickmen on the clouds. That's a really lovely touch for
Love to see
this.
it. Yeah, I've been really loving all of the different tokens that our players have been bringing to the table here in our future matches. I know a lot of my friends will make like custom tokens. Some of them, shout out Kendrick, sometimes make tokens featuring all of their friends. But looks like they're just scooping it up here. What a
Yeah, it
huge
looks
board
like
state for Connor.
yeah, 3 Eddie Merc crabs. I think I would pack it up as well. And getting back to our main feature here, getting into game number 2, gonna have Bennett on the play, and of course, he's going to hope to be sticking in this game for longer than the first one and hopefully taking it down, but it's gonna be a mulligan to start things off for Bennett. It looks like Michael might be keeping his opening 7, so if you're Bennett, this is not really how you want it to start, but mulligans are a very powerful tool, so hopefully he'll be able
Absolutely.
to use it well and take this game down.
I think one thing that really helped me level up as a Magic player was learning to mulligan more, Niall. I think that the relatively recent change of the London Mulligan a few years back, oh my gosh, am I a Magic boomer? Just is so powerful, right? It's just so much better and offers you so much more agency than basically every other Mulligan rule that has been implemented in competitive Magic beforehand. So especially with a deck like Prowess that gives you so many cantrips and so much card selection. I think that Bennett's deck definitely mulls better than the average bear. So learning to use your mulligans wisely is definitely something that levels up anyone's competitive game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a frequent experience for me playing at like locals and weeklies and things where I'll mold a 6 and I won't like it, and so I'll mold a 5, and then my opponent will be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, that sucks," and I'm like, "Oh no 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 no, you should be concerned that I am mauling this aggressively against you. Like you should not be pitying me. You should be bolstering your defenses."
Absolutely. And especially in post-board matches too, right? There's the dynamic of trying to
Mm-hmm.
find your silver bullet cards. I think this might be a
Mm-hmm.
matchup where neither deck is especially reliant on one single axis. So maybe not necessarily in this matchup, right? But if you're playing, I don't know, if you were playing against like modern Hogak or something like that, RIP
Yeah, yeah,
forever in our hearts,
absolutely.
right? Hard mulling to find your ley lines of the void is definitely something you're super interested in on that side. So super willing to go down to 5 for sometimes, maybe even multi 3 if you're feeling really spicy to just find those cards.
Yeah, so you're going to go ahead and keep this 6. And we're going to start off for Bennett with a just an opt here. Take a look. Putting that card on bottom, drawing a new one. Looks like we're picking up an island for our trouble there. And looks like we've got a Draycatcher in hand. We've got a Burst Lightning. Looks like it's going to be the Draycatcher as our play for the turn here. And for Michael, it looks like we also have a turn 2 play, and that's going to be a Seam Rip onto the Draycatcher. So nice way to deal with that. But Bennett's deck does have plenty of ways to sort of get rid of it if needed. As we're looking at, I think that's an Into the Flood Maw is what we're considering. And it looks like that will be the pickup for Bennett. And we'll just play a tapped land and pass back over to Michael. This game definitely less explosive for Michael. We're creeping towards turn 4. We're on turn 3 right now, and I don't see how Michael's going to make the life totals 8 to 27 by next turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's possible with this. Looks like both players are just kind of slowing it down a little bit, both staring each other down, a little bit of a standoff here, pointing guns at the other, probably holding up interaction for the other, possibly. But just not quite as explosive of a draw for Michael in this game too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Halia for the play on Michael's turn here. Gain a little life. And looks like Bennett going to do something on the instep here. Maybe bounce one of these permanents. Yeah, we're gonna be bouncing the seam rip, it seems. She's going to give a fish to Michael, but we are going to get the Drake Hatcher back. Here's the sleight of hand for Bennett. Ooh, 2 lands. Got a multiversal passage and an island. Looks like we took the island. I like that a lot. Yeah, preserve our life totals. And then it's boomerang basics onto the uh, Halia for Michael. And that is going to be enough prowess triggers onto the Drake Hatcher to grow it and grow enough hatching counters on it to, or sorry, incubation counters to make a 2/2 Drake. So now if Michael wants to play that seam rip, it's going to be a little bit less valuable as in response, but I can just make a 2/2, and that looks like that is exactly what's going down. We're gonna go ahead and make the 2/2 here.
I quite like the sequence from Bennett being able to get his Drake Hatcher over the threshold, knowing that even if he drew a brick off of that sleight of hand, which he did, finding 2 lands, he still gets to leave a 2/2 Drake on the board once that Drake Hatcher gets in. You know, not necessarily like the play you most want to be making, just temporarily bouncing the seam rip when you know that's just going to come down the next turn and take care of your Hatcher again. But in this situation, he is still left with this flyer on the board, and that is pretty great in this kind of more limited removal deck in the Flyers deck.
And here's a Momo following up the seam rip for Michael. And then it's going to be a Sage of the Skies, which is going to get the. Oh, wait. Will it get it? Isn't this his third? Oh, no, no, you're good, you're good. Yeah, this is the third spell. So we get the copy, and looks like we are going to burst lightning down the Momo in response to the Sage of the Skies. So Michael once again building out a pretty large and scary board. This would be a great time for Bennett to have one of those slag storms we talked about, but
Yeah.
bouncing the token Sage of the Skies, that's a nice play as well.
Yeah, Bennett's got to be sweating right now. It looks like he only has 1 land in his hand compared to Michael's multiple cards. Looks like I think I spied a couple of spells in there and a 2/3 flying lifelink compared to his 2/2 flyer. So he's really going to be hoping to draw something off the top. Definitely Slag Storm would be fantastic for him. Even something like a Storm Chaser's Talent would be great as well, since he would be able to cast it and immediately level it up on this next turn. That would help do something as well. And even just like, a stallion start getting in for damage wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but super contingent on him just finding more spells off the top.
Yeah, and Halia's going to come back down for Michael, and this will draw a card, right? We got 2 life off of the Sage of the Sky attack. We got 1 life off of Halia entering. So this should net Michael an extra card at the end of turn, just putting even more gas in the tank compared to Bennett, who is just totally out of gas. And I don't know, it's looking really tough for Bennett here, but are there any cards in his deck that you can think of that let him start to sort of claw back into this game?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, Niall. Like I said, like Slag Storm would be fantastic here and line up amazingly against Michael's entire board. I would love to see like a Storm Chaser's Talent. Unfortunately, Bennett only has 1 sorcery in the graveyard, so Flow State isn't a 2-for-1. A Stallion could be nice, any cantrip you take as not the worst possible option. But I think that Bennett's deck kind of relies on you being able to have these early cards that snowball into other cards, and he just hasn't really found it. And after starting off with a mull as well, just kind of unfortunate, I think. Definitely a case of bad beats here with no fault to the player's skill. I think we might have a judge call going on here.
Yeah, it looks like Michael forgot to draw the extra card off of Julia, and it seems like it's just been decided to be a mistrigger, so not going to get the extra card. And that is the big thing about playing at these, comp REL high stakes events is you really have to be on top of all of your triggers and everything. So easy to miss, a lot going on, but you know, Michael certainly wishing he had one extra card in hand as any Magic player would at basically any point.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's just, especially if you've ever played in any larger scale Magic tournament before, you're so aware of just how much cognitive load goes on your brain for these long, drawn out events. I would love to know if you agree with me on this, Niall, but I think that Magic tournaments are much more of a marathon than a sprint, right? You really got to pace yourself,
Oh,
really got to take care of your
absolutely.
body.
Yeah, you gotta, hydrating, eating properly, like all these things like matter a ton as we are a sleight of hand into an opt, and it looks like I picked up a vibrant outburst. So you're gonna get in for 2 damage, start to chip away, but yeah, this vibrant outburst, it's kind of nice. We're able to take out the Halia, tap down the Sage of the Skies. We're doing this on Michael's upkeep before he has the chance to draw more answers for it. But Michael has a full grip of cards, including an Aang Swift Savior, which is going to come in and airbend the Vibrant Outburst. And Bennett only has 1 mana up after that. Had to spend 2 mana on his turn just to cast the cards to dig to get that Vibrant Outburst. So now, Aang cannot attack this turn, does not have haste. But we're still going to get in for 6 damage, take Bennett down to 5, bring Michael up to 21. And suddenly this Vibrant Outburst isn't even looking that good as we warp in a Quantum Riddler from Michael. And geez, what a devastating series of turns. Now, Slag Storm off the top. We keep talking about it, but it'd be pretty awesome right now.
It would be fantastic. However, Michael is just drawing cards, drawing that extra card from Riddler and then a card from Hylia. Hopefully, didn't miss that trigger on his end step. But Mike Bennett's got 1 card in hand. Looks like that's a Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, that's just not. That's not it. I think that's it. I think that's over. I think Michael is going to win this match and go on to be 10-1. And unfortunately for Bennett, losing the first 2 rounds after going 9-0 in the first day. And what do you think that does to a player's sort of mental state?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Bennett, right, coming off of being undefeated overnight and then coming into O2 is definitely something that is statistically, not unlikely to happen. So got to be a little bit disheartening, but I think if you're Bennett, you still keep your chest up high. You have a fantastic record. But I think he might not be strictly dead here, still having this vibrant outburst in airbent, being airbent from Aang, being able to potentially kill Sage of the Skies and then tap down Aang, and then having blockers on the ground for Halia as well as the fish. So we'll see if Michael has an answer to this to really put the nail in the coffin here. Looks like that's going to
Yeah,
resolve.
that's a really tough choice for Bennett of, do you kill the Aang or do you kill the Sage of the Skies? And I like killing the Sage of the Skies purely for the reason of now you put Michael in a position where if he wants to do another Aang Swift Savior move on you, he's going to have to sacrifice an Aang to the legend rule. So, you're it feels kind of bad to leave this creature that has, this water bend ability that Aang has, but when you're behind in a game like this, you have to make sort of strange decisions that, are maybe a little riskier, but the reward on them is much higher. And I think Bennett, being such a high caliber player, knows that he is far enough behind that he has to start making big plays. And I do see an Angswift Savior in Michael's hand, so it seems like a really smart heads up play from Bennett to keep the angle alive. So really, really nicely done there, as Michael's going to swing in for 3 from this Aaliyah, and looks like Bennett's going to take it down to 2 life.
Yeah, absolutely. Bennett super playing to his outs here. Really love to see that, you know. Definitely the last points of life is the only one that counts. We hear this one all the time. But Michael is instead of opting to keep up mana to waterbend Aang, he is casting a Quantum Riddler, and Bennett's going to offer the shake. Michael taking it down in 2 with Azorius Flyers against Bennett Rasmussen on Is It Prowess.
Yeah, and but both players played that really, really well. I mean, congratulations to Michael going on to 10-1, and Bennett certainly very much still in this tournament. Hope to see more from him later today. But I mean, that first game was just so lightning fast, and really, really great work on Bennett there, not letting Michael take another sort of 7-minute game, making that second one really earn it. As we go to our backup match here, and looks like, yeah, we've got Connor up a game. We saw the game that he, had 3 Eddie Mert crabs, and then we've got Daniel here on the Ouroboros deck. And I don't know, I mean, we don't have life totals yet, but this game's looking a bit closer than the last one we saw here. What do you think, Carolyn?
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup for sure. I think that I believe Daniel is the player in our tournament who is doing the best with this Ouroboros deck. We haven't seen too many of these Ouroboros? Ouroboros. We haven't seen too many Ouroboros in standard as of late. It's kind of fallen out of favor more so for these like landfall based kind of rhythm decks, but uh, it's definitely one to keep an eye out for sure. I have heard Ouroboros described as kind of the Shieldred of current standard, just being a 4-mana creature that demands an instantaneous response, or you are pretty much dead if you allow it to survive on board. So definitely something that is a core part of Daniel's game plan here, whereas Connor's deck is kind of pretty akin to the classic prowess deck that we've been seeing so much in this tournament.
Yeah, really cool to see a player doing so well with this Ouroboros nature's rhythm kind of thing. These life totals really, really close, and looks like swinging in with our Sage of the Skies that is going to get destroyed in response. So looks like taking a damage from the Llanowar elves here. I think that's going to be it. That's game. I think Connor just won the match.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, just swinging in with that crab. Looks like Daniel, I think he tapped mana to activate the abandoned air temple there, but just great
Mm.
2-0 victory from Connor on the Izza deck. Just kind of really exerting its dominance over the playing field today. You know, yesterday we saw it was just about over 20% of the field, and today we're seeing a fantastic conversion rate with Izzet's prowess making up 30% of the field in day 2. So just really proving itself to be the deck to beat for anyone interested in the standard format right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, congratulations again to all of our winners from this round. We're one step closer to those top 8s. And, here's a quick look at the face-to-face tour coming up throughout the year. So if you want to be playing some high level, high stakes Magic on the face-to-face circuit, here are some of the times, the dates and places where you can be doing that. Carolyn, are you gonna show up to any of these, you think?
Absolutely, yeah. Y'all know I'm Toronto down. I think that's something that cool young people are saying. So I will almost certainly be at all of the Toronto dates in here. I am especially excited for Command Fest, making a stop on its worldwide tour in Toronto in August, from August 21st to 23rd. So mark your calendars for some incredible gathering with your fellow Magic players this year with face to face.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, that's all the Magic we have for this round, but we have many more rounds of Magic throughout the day. So we're gonna wait for these other matches to wrap up, and as soon as they're done, we'll be back giving you our round 12 competitors. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
is for mortals. Only the brave know peace, fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace, fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
I got this blood running blue. I got this body that moves. No, I ain't sitting around. I see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do, and I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I'm done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are raw, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. Godlike renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
Good-hearted, but
seconds. It's out to endurance. Let's do this. Let's do this. I know we've got a long way to go. I know we've got a long road home. I know we've got a long way to go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Let's do this. Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Let's do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
A world that's built on shattered glass, cold beneath the smoke. The skyline breaks in shades of gray, a truth you're trying so hard not to say. Signals cut through the haze, static under my skin, holding me within. Shadows shifting in ways that I cannot outrun. On it goes. Down, down, I'm not going down with the world that's slowly bleeding for the crown. You just have to run, running from the setting sun. Run before the ground beneath becomes dystopia. Tides shift underneath the lights, flickers into dust. Cracks reveal all they tried to hide, as everything they buried comes to light. Signals cut through the haze, static under my skin, holding me within. Shadows shifting in ways that I cannot outrun. On it goes. Down, down, I'm not going down with the world that's slowly bleeding for the crown. You just have to run, running from the setting sun. Run before the ground beneath becomes dystopia.
Welcome back to coverage of the Canadian Regional Championship taking place over here in Ottawa, Canada. I'm Carolyn Wang here on the air with my co-caster Niall Joan Rivers. We are about to start round 12 out of 14 of all of the Swiss rounds, and we are getting to the point where we have players at the top tables with enough wins that this match is likely going to be their win and in for the top eight. So, super, super exciting. Can you tell me a little bit about the players we're about to see in our next match and what this possibly means for them, Niall?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we have two players who are 10-1 right now. One we just saw last round was Michael Ma on the Azorius Flyers list. We saw just an incredible display of this deck. You know, we had the 7-minute beat down or whatever it was in the first round against our previously undefeated player, Bennett. And then with Alexander McIsaac, this is a very well-known player who's performed extremely well at numerous events and is perhaps best known for his interesting sideboard choice of Poison Dart Frog, which is in his Is It Prowess list right now. And, you know, it's just a little guy, just a little friendly little sideboard mascot. And you really got to respect someone willing to carry their little friend along, sacrificing a sideboard slot and still performing as well as Alexander performs.
Definitely. McIsaac is one of those players I have had the pleasure of encountering at my local game store, and this person is just absolutely full of whimsy in addition to being a phenomenal Magic the Gathering player. Eagle eyed fans may also recognize him as being the winner of, I believe, Spotlight Spider Man in, I think it was
Mhm.
Baltimore, USA. And he recently is coming off of a top eight ranking at Spotlight London as well. So just a player who consistently shows up and does fantastically at these tournaments. We're taking a look at his very interesting Is It Prowess deck here with a couple of inclusions that we very rarely see in other iterations of this list.
Yeah, we've got the Ancestral Angers here, which, you know, we saw a list yesterday using these, and it was a very, uh, very interesting card. We have the sort of burn together fling strategy that we don't see too often, but is very exciting when we do. Um, we've also got Balmor Battle Mage Captain as a one of, which you might recognize from Foundations Limited. But yeah, really, really cool list here from McIsaac. Really excited to see sort of how he pilots it.
Absolutely. One thing that I love about McIsaac as well is that he is a person that I know just tries to make fling work in every single possible situation wherever he can. He's kind of known for this callous cell sword almost as much as he's known for the poison dart frog at this point. The black side of it being almost uncastable in his deck. He never really intends to
Mhm.
cast it at the very least, but just playing it for that born together adventure side where he can have target creature deal damage equal to its power, equal to any other target. So this is a extremely phenomenally whimsical deck choice, and I am so excited to see it in action. Let's take a look at this Azorius Flyers list from Michael Ma.
Yeah, and again, we just saw this one last round, but really strong list. You know, we talked earlier about sort of the designated non-flyer that all these Azorius flyers seem to have, and the one for this list is the Figure of Fable, which just an extremely powerful choice for a deck like this. And you know, we got to see really the potential explosive nature of this deck, where I think on turn 4 of one of the games we saw last round, the life totals were 8 to 27 in favor of Michael, so really, really powerful display, and can't wait to see how he fares against Alexander McIsaac.
Absolutely. I'll be really, really interested to see how this matchup fares up against McIsaac's interesting prowess build. I think that McIsaac's build is one that has very little removal in the main deck. The only spell in McIsaac's main deck that has the potential to deal damage to a creature would be that Callous Sellsword Fling. So, going to be interesting to see if Michael is going to be able to establish a dominating, overwhelming board presence, or if the speedy potential of McIsaac's prowess and tramply and flingy build will be able to take this down.
Yeah, I think an important distinction here is that Michael's list doesn't really have a ton of ways to disrupt the fling strategy if that's what Alexander is going for. There's a few things in the main deck here, but really fairly limited in like instant speed options that can prevent this from happening. So, where we saw Bennett kind of struggling in the sense of not being able to break through and deal damage to Michael, I don't think Alexander's going to have that problem because fleeing is just going to be a consistent threat throughout this whole match. So I'm really, really interested to see how this plays out and who is able to be our first 11 win gamer, which, might just be enough to secure a top 8 position.
Absolutely, Niall. I guess if I'm Michael here and looking to combat this fling game plan, maybe the best shot that I have at interacting with it is having an Aang Swift Savior to be able to, for example, airbend the creature that is being flung. I'm not sure if that. Actually, I don't think that works because the fling spell would use the last known information. But being able to, at the very least, fling the adventure spell. But yeah, just limited and sort of ways to interact between these two decks. So it might just be a beatdown contest of who is able to do their thing quicker than the other.
Yeah, totally. And we're seeing pretty decent starts here for both players. We've got a sleight of hand for Alexander, we've got a Momo for Michael, and both of these players are sort of immediately getting into their game plans. And we are going to see a Drake Catcher played down for McIsaac. Now, this is a card that Michael played against many times last round and really had uh, not a lot of trouble with it. And oh, there's going to be a discounted Aang Swift Savior. Gonna let the Momo come in for 2 and airbend that Dray Catcher. Really nice sort of tempo play there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like this play over here, preventing McIsaac from even deigning to attack. McIsaac's deck list does have quite a few pump spells and combat tricks to temporarily increase the power of the Drake Catcher, so potentially threatening to maybe present the threat of multiple Drakes after one attack. But Michael's just going to say, nope, no thank you. You don't get to have that. Maybe next turn, but you are going to have to reinvest mana to develop that again on your board.
Yeah, really, really nice sort of turn 1, turn 2 from Michael here. Let's see what McIsaac can do on turn 3. Going to be plotting the slick shot. Really just taking some time to set up, bide his time a bit. Really like this from Alexander. Have a big splashy turn where you can get in with a ton of damage for a slick shot. I mean, a slick shot in the, a plotted slick shot could really spell doom for Michael at any point out of McIsaac's deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a fantastic sequence here of, I think that is a figure of fable followed up very quickly by a discounted Sage of the Skies. So Michael's
Mhm.
very quickly presented a 5 creature board of just things that Alex has very few ways of interacting with in the main deck. So if I'm Alex, I am probably sweating here. We do have that plotted slick shot show off that we've invested mana into at an earlier turn, but it's just looking really tough for Alex right now, really in a pinch.
Yeah, it is looking a little tricksy. I'm wondering if there's any sequence of spells that McIsaac could have that would just get a slick shot big enough to fling into Michael to death, and surprisingly, I think it's actually fairly close.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexander is definitely a master of the combat math involved with this kind of deck, right? But I imagine he might be doing the math to figure out how much potential damage he could squeeze in as possible. Though, with these two lifelinking and 2/3 Sage of the Skies standing as blockers on Michael's side, I can't imagine there's a line on this turn that leads to lethal, even with the potential of, buffing up his slick shot multiple times, even giving it trample with maybe an ancestral anger and then a fling line. I just kind of feel like the numbers aren't adding up. And I think he might be loading up for a sleight of hand, yeah, to just develop his options here, which I think is a very wise play because don't think the line exists at this time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, but I do think it's quite close. We have 8 different cards in McIsaac's deck that give a creature +3/+0 till end of turn, which for Slickshot Show Off is +5/+0. So it's totally reasonable to bring out the Slickshot, give it, plus 15, plus, 17, something like that, and then fling it, which the fling also gives it +2. So even without ever going to combat, we can create a pretty big bomb here.
Yeah, so true, Niall. He's just got so many options. I think that Alex is sort of the platonic ideal in my mind of like a red player. This guy just loves to play red. He loves to go face. I think this is like maybe the most swingy deck build version we've seen of this super, super explosive slick shot show off deck that we have in this tournament. So just such a pleasure to watch Alex McIsaac play Magic.
Yeah, I mean, really taking his time here, setting up. I see the sellsword in McIsaac's hand, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and play the slick shot show off at the end of turn here. And looks like also gonna play out an elusive otter, so really preparing for a turn to do a lot of prowess damage.
Yeah. I wonder if there's any possibility that Alex has played this slick shot show off to maybe use as a blocker against Michael's board. Currently, it's looking like what is that? 8 damage presented on the board, so potentially having a flying blocker could be of use. McIsaac is tapped out, so Michael knows that Alex's shields are down and he won't have any interaction at this point in the game. I think the worry for Michael might be, do I have a lethal line this turn? And if I allow McIsaac to untap, does he have a lethal line that turn, right? So there's tension there in terms of the decision making, as you see Michael doing some pondering, tapping, untapping his mana. Definitely a bunch of options, and definitely looks like he's doing some combat math right now to try to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the stage of the game where either player could win kind of out of nowhere. So I think you might be right in having the slick shot there sort of as an insurance policy, right? Like if Michael plays something like a practiced offense and gives a creature double strike, which exactly is what's happening here, it might be nice to be able to throw a slick shot in front. In fact, you might have to. We're looking at what? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 14, 16 damage if we swing with everything. So having these blockers, could be the difference between McIsaac living and dying this turn.
Absolutely. And I think that was 16 damage with 14 of it being in the air, right? So definitely a heads up play from Alex knowing that he was dead to a practice offense. So fantastic read there. Unfortunately, it does have to throw the slick shot show off in front of the bus there, preventing, I believe, 6 damage, assuming Michael gave double strike to one of the Sage of the Skies to be able
It looks like he
to
did, yeah.
survive the turn. Yeah.
This is still gonna be 9 extra life for Michael here, which also just puts McIsaac 9 more points away from being able to clutch it out. You know, that's like 2 more cards that he needs to have in hand to be able to possibly deal with this.
Absolutely, Niall. Yeah, the difference between 20 life and 29 just feels so incredibly vast when you're a red player, right? Like 20 life is kind of, in my opinion, a perfect starting life total, but
Mhm.
any kind of passive life gain when you're a red player, when you're playing these aggro decks, just feels almost insurmountable with the way that these play patterns turn out, with the number of cards that you have in your hand, with the average value of each card that like in your hand that is able to deal damage, right? If that makes any sense. Bolt is valued at like 3 life. So with the number of cards that you have available to yourself, just looking very, very tough for Alex to get back into the game at this point. Unless he's able to find a lethal line here with the elusive otter. But I'm not sure if there is one at this point. Wild
Yeah, I
Ride, so
mean,
giving that +3/+0 as well. Just going through it.
yeah, which is really +4 because of
Yes.
the prowess, and we've got it looked like an ancestral anger there at the start. So we're up to +6 on the otter. There's a turn inside out. That's another +4. So we're up to +10 on the otter. So wait, this is 11 damage, and then we can
Yeah.
fling it for 12. I think we're 3 off. You can't block it because of the elusive otter. Oh, I think we're so close.
Oh my god, it gets so close here. And then the Calicel sword, pumping
Oh
it up
wait,
for
is
one
this
extra.
exactly?
Is that Xaxes?
Oh my god.
Wow, what a phenomenal line by McIsaac. Just oh no, okay. It looks like he missed it by one or two, I believe. What a game. The guys like stringing together an incredible sequence there to deal 24 damage to Michael. Thank God for that passive life gain, huh? But what a game. Just despite the loss, that was a phenomenal showing by McIsaac in game one of round 12.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, really shows the potential of McIsaac's deck. You know, we we talked about how the turn prior there probably weren't any lines for the slick shot to win, but I think that really displays how close it actually is, especially with things like the slick shot show off with the elusive otter. You know, that was by the skin of his teeth did Michael get out of that. So, you know, really excellently played by both players. But taking a look at the deck list here, Carolyn, what do you think McIsaac might be interested in? Is this a poison dart frog angle, you think?
I'm thinking that it's a poison dart frog angle. Yeah. I think that if I'm McIsaac, I 100% bring in the pyroclasm here. You're able to have
Mhm.
such explosive turns with a plotted slick shot show off, and that means that you can just go for a one turn kill, right? So being able to staunch the bleeding and slow Michael's game plan back down to a halt after an early few turns would be fantastic. However, Pyroclasm unfortunately cannot sweep up Sage of the Skies, so he'll probably be looking to bring in a little bit like some other spot removal spells to help with that as well. Maybe like a Burst Lightning. Also does not deal 3 damage, whereas normal mode, but its kicked mode could potentially take care of a Sage, or something like Into the Flood mod to deal with tokens. Um, yeah, I think those are some of the options that I would be pretty interested in. And of course, Poison Dart Frog for moral support.
Yeah, you know, I was joking. However, poison dart frog does have reach and potentially death touch. You know, it kind of
That's
kind of
true,
lines
and it's
up
castable off of Multiversal
awesomely.
Passage in Starting Town. So,
This could be
McIsaac,
it.
if you need tips on how to be good at Magic, we've got you.
Yeah, we've got it. Play the dart frog, play your mascot. Uh, but yeah, let's take a look over back at the Flyers list here and into the sideboard. which we have seen plenty of times before. Now, do you think that we are going to be looking to bring in any of these more sort of interactive pieces, like any of these counter spells, or what do you think we're sort of looking for here?
I think so, Niall. Yeah, the nature of McIsaac's combo prowess deck is very kind of feast or famine. It goes extremely all in on one creature, trying to stack it up as high as possible. So, a key interactive spell just at the end of this combo means that it's pretty much lights out for McIsaac having to rebuild from all of that, having expended a bunch of cards trying to stack the power toughness on this creature during that combo turn. So something like a Pyrrhic Strike can take care of a creature just before it becomes flung, or something like a No More Lies to
Mhm.
counter the last spell, and that sequence would definitely be something I am super, super interested in if I'm Michael. Even something like a Spell Pierce, right? Because McIsaac is trying to spend his turn to that full extent, it's seeming pretty unlikely that he would have 2 extra mana to spare at the end of that sequence for that flaying. So a key Spell Pierce could be super important for Michael's plan to interact with this. We saw how scary that was and how much damage, even though Michael was on 29 life by that game. So definitely a terrifying thing to be facing down.
Yeah, and a major weakness I think of the Callous Sellsword Burn Together strategy is that, despite the fact that we keep referring to it as a fling because the effect is the same as the card fling, Fling is an instant, and Burn Together is a sorcery, and that is sort of a major weakness of it, where it's so much more disruptible than Fling is, because like you're saying, if you go for any sort of uh, Pyrrhic Strike, any counter spells, any whatever, you don't get to just put a Fling on top of the stack there. Uh, so really really interesting dynamic when it comes to decks that have that instant speed interaction.
Yeah. Oh, small correction there. I misremembered what Pyrrhic Strike did. I thought it destroyed a creature with power 3 or greater, but it does only destroy target creature with mana value 3 or greater. So unlikely to be that effective against like a elusive otter or a slick shot show off in this specific matchup.
Speaking of otter, look at this precious little otter token from
Oh, what a
McIsaac.
gorgeous little guy.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. Looks like for Michael it is.
A springleaf drum, I
God,
think.
is that a springleaf drum?
I
Yeah,
will.
I think you're right. I think that is a springleaf drum. Yeah, we got a plotted slick shot show off now. It's a really great start to McIsaac's plan. And then the Momo into the Sage of the Skies with only 2 mana available thanks to the Springleaf Drum is just incredible sequence.
Yeah, fantastic there. Presenting that Sage of the Skies again for that potential lifelink.
And that Sage of the Skies has really just got to be the bane of McIsaac's existence.
Yeah, what a banger card out of Tarkir Dragonstorm, benefiting off of that multi-spell strategy that you've seen on cards like Corey Steelcutter, but benefiting for being the second card played in that sequence. So super interesting design that I have loved seeing on this card. We're seeing McIsaac start off with a sleight of hand for his turn here.
Yeah, so that's going to be +2 for the Slick Shot, assuming we want to attack with it. And we do have the Burn Together in hand, if at any point we want to set up for that. Looks like really considering this sleight of hand play. And I mean, these decisions are so critical and can be so difficult. Even to resolve what seems like a simple card like sleight of hand is actually a tremendously difficult decision.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think cantrips like this are such a huge test of players' skill, right? It's so often that you resolve a cantrip like this on the first or second turn of your game and then take the option that seems, the most obvious. And then you
Mhm.
find out like 4 or 5 turns later, you're like, oh, I really, really wish in this situation that I had taken the other card, and sometimes you end up losing to it. So just these tiny, what seems like micro decisions end up having a huge impact on the rest of the game. Butterfly effect, if you will.
Yeah, and looks like the pickup for Alexander there is going to be the multiversal passage. We're going to play as a mountain, and so we're casting maybe another slick shot. Okay, plotting another slick shot, not attacking with the one that we have. Feels like we're getting ready for a big turn. And I think the thing Alexander would like the most is for Michael to really commit a lot, use all of his mana, swing with all of his creatures, really leave open the ability for him to get in there and close this game out.
Absolutely, Niall. I think one interesting piece of tension here for Michael is, do I attack with my Sage of the Skies or not, right? If you do attack with your Sage of the Skies this turn, you know that McIsaac is tapped out, so he presents no threat of being able to trade with one of your Sages this turn by casting a spell and pumping the Slick Shot. So that allows you kind of grow your life total buffer, but it does leave you with fewer blockers if he tries to go for a lethal line next turn. Of course, though, he does have multiple ways of giving the slick shots trample, so that's definitely super scary as well. So both options looking like a little bit of a catch 22, but it looks like Michael is going to be starting off with a daydream.
Yeah, daydreaming onto this warped quantum riddler. It's a really nice sequence of spells here, and we're getting to Springleaf Drum it before it flickers. So now we also just have a mana floating, and that's another daydream in hand. So could flicker again if we really wanted to.
Yeah, what a fantastic sequence there. That was 2 cards drawn plus a scammed Quantum Riddler with a 1/1 counter on it for kind of 1.5 mana. I say half mana because the Springleaf Drum requires the additional cost of tapping an untapped creature you control, but you were able to tap the Riddler before it was scammed in with the Daydream. So just super efficient play. Just Michael showing that he knows how this deck is run using every part of the animal.
Mm-hmm. And looks like we are choosing to attack with these Sage of the Skies. Like that. Like that a lot. Really like this attack. We've still got blockers for the slick shots, and we're really just putting McIsaac in a tough spot where he needs to have a pretty specific line of cards in hand. Oh, and we're going to go ahead and daydream the Sage of the Skies. This the Sage trigger is on cast, so we won't get another copy, but we do get this sort of pseudo vigilance and a +1/+1 counter for our efforts.
Yeah, very nice. This +1/+1 counter on the Sage of Skies is great too, in the sense that it extends Michael's life total. If McIsaac's plan is to attack with these slick shot show offs, potentially being able to give them trample with something like an ancestral anger, it does mean that Michael's life total is effectively at 24 right now. However, we did see McIsaac pretty easily deal that much in one turn in the last game. So we'll see whether or not he's able to string something together on this turn with 2 slick shot show offs and an otter available to him.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough for McIsaac. I mean, if anyone can do it, he's definitely the one to do it, but I don't know if anyone can do it. I mean, Michael has done such a good job of just closing every door, but here is the fun of one of Balmore Battle Mage Captain, and looks like we're going to be passing after that. Now, if you didn't play a ton of Foundations Limited and you're unfamiliar with this card, it's a 1/3 flyer that says when you cast instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample till end of turn.
Absolute banger card. I think this might have been in Dominaria United as well. I definitely had a brawl deck with Balmor as the commander. Absolute banger of a card.
Yeah, and it's gonna attempt to get seam ripped by Michael, but there's gonna be a secret identity protecting it. So Alexander really putting a lot into protecting this creature. Clearly a big part of the plan here.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see a card like Secret Identity finding its home in constructed standard decks. It is kind of one of those combat tricks printed for limited that often doesn't really find a home in constructed, but this one just offers you so much versatility, offers you multiple options. For instance, being able to temporarily give a creature temporary base power and toughness 3/4, being able to just grow your creatures that much more in a key turn, you know? I think that often, combat tricks aren't very good and constructed, but this one certainly is as a super surgical and thoughtful and kind of disciplined card for a lot of these decks. Sometimes you just want to put all of your eggs in one basket and protect that basket closely.
Yeah, and this also creates a little bit of a awkward situation for Michael deciding what to attack with. Now, thankfully for McIsaac, there is not another practice offense before this attack. So we are looking at 712 damage. So we just need to block one thing, but we're also Michael going to be gaining 5 life off of this back up to 26, kind of no matter what we do.
Yeah, my guy looks like he's pondering his blocks here, doing some combat math.
Yeah, now the slick shot show off does have +3 right now. Yeah, so that's going to be 10 damage off of the attacks here, taking McIsaac down to 1, Michael up to 26. But 1 life is all McIsaac really needs to be able to potentially string together a victory here.
Absolutely. One thing that is a little bit terrifying if I'm McIsaac, I think, is the fact that I'm at 1 life, which means that you can no longer activate your starting town for colored mana. I don't believe Alex played a land drop for turn. So if he does need color mana, and a lot of his spells are 1 drops that require a pip of colored mana, he might only have 2 or 3 spells at his disposal to be able to string together a lethal line this turn. So we'll see what happens as he untaps and draws for turn.
Yeah, really good point there, Carolyn. And we do have this other slick shot show off. I mean, there's a lot of potential damage on the board. We did flicker the Sage of the Skies again, so we still have potential, you know, 4 toughness and also 3 life gain. So Michael effectively at 29 at the moment. We know one of the cards in Alexander's hand is the Burn Together. Every instant sorcery that Michael plays, or sorry, that Alexander plays, is +3 onto the slick shots.
Yeah, I actually believe that each instant in sorcery is +9 power for Alex's board, right? +2 on each of the slick shots, +1 on the otter, and then +1 times 4 for the Balmor triggers on each of his creatures. So that is a incredible board. I think that if you're a commander player, you are very used to seeing this, but in standard, just this kind of huge splashy effect is really not something you see in every single match that you play. So what an absolute delight to watch. Looks like Alex is doing some math here.
Yeah, I think Alex just realized that he can't have the starting town. He was having a little bit of a laugh with Michael there about it. Yeah, it's really tight, and I feel like it's gonna be another situation that comes down to almost being able to get Michael down, but not quite. And this life gain from Sage of the Skies is just gonna prove to be sort of exactly what Michael needs to create enough distance to keep Alexander out of range.
Absolutely, Niall. Yeah, I think that even though we've talked about how the mana base in Standard is kind of the best it's been in quite a long time, Starting Town being an extremely strong choice in that it enters untapped during the early turns of the game, you are seeing its fangs here, right? Severely limiting Alexander's ability to cast pipped spells at this juncture of the game. So, in a real tough spot, and also whiffing on a land drop or two is also looking to be very difficult for him to try to find a way out of.
Yeah, well, decks like this one, they have to have such a high density of these cantripy spells that they have to run sort of greedy mana bases. I think Alexander's running like 19 lands in the main deck. I mean, we do have an island in the sideboards. We can go up to 20 if we need to, but yeah, it's really tough. There's going to be a full bore, so we swing in. So this is what, 9, 10, 11, 14 damage or something like that.
Yeah, I think that
Every
was that a wild ride or
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, that was a
yeah.
wild ride.
Yeah, Wild
Um,
Ride giving Slick Shot, I think it was on the Slick Shot +3, and then giving +9 to the whole board in addition from the other passive effects. So 4 +9 +3 is 16 damage looking like?
sure, and everything has trample,
Yes.
but I just don't think it's enough. And it's a shame because it seems like it almost could have been enough if we had even just one more life to play with.
Absolutely, yeah, you really gotta feel for Alex McIsaac there. It looks like he's throwing the Sage of the Skies in front of the bus there. McIsaac doesn't looking like if he yeah, he has another spell before combat damage proceeds. Lots of complicated board states to untangle in this current standard format. Personally, I'm a fan of just like seeing what happens and resolving everything that happens, but not sure what
Yeah,
that is on the
and
side.
yeah, I think we are playing the burn together to take ourselves out of the equation. And that's going to be Michael Ma going on to be 11-1, our top ranked player of the event. So huge congrats to Michael, just playing excellently, really showing us the power of Azorius Flyers.
Yeah, and despite that being a 2-0 victory for Michael, that was definitely a fantastic showing by both decks. Neither game felt, that dominant by Michael. Alex was always almost just there, but I think the Sage of the Skies kind of made all of the difference having that passive life gain in both games there. So fantastically well played, and congratulations to Michael Ma for, I believe, likely being the first player to secure his spots in the top 8 here at the Canadian Regional Championship, as well as the accompanying Pro Tour invite.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge, huge congrats. Must be a huge sigh of relief for Michael there. Sounds like our backup feature match also is already over. So we are waiting on just a handful of matches left in this round, and then we'll back with round number 13, which, Carolyn, I think is our final round casting together here for this event. So really excited to see how that shakes out. We're getting into the part of the day where tons of players are getting their win and ends, and it's the stakes are the highest that they've been so far and the highest that they will be before we get to the top 8. So really exciting magic coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
born to be rising, woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out, climbing so high, let 'em know now, know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win, it's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are lying, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short stops. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise and refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How to ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. Out of test of water with the winners all dope. No, I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall, all those who ain't with me send away. But tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win, it's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call?
for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Yeah, it's about to break. Got what it's gonna take. Go ahead and own that stage. Let's go. When you're made for this, yeah, it's obvious. Top another list. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. It's now or it's never. No plan with forever. It's now or it's never. Yeah. It's down to the wire. Who gonna take the empire? It's down to the wire. This is it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Go! Go! This is it. Go! Let's go!
get it good, got a master plan. You know what it is, you know who I am. Top of the world, world in my hand. I'ma stand out, you will stand in. I refuse to lose, now you never win.
Telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be out your beam. Yeah, I told you once before. I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy say, hey flex, you know that we lit it cream. Might say yeah, I know, but they can't intervene.
Blasting off, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. No. You don't wanna make me lose it. We up, let's go. We now, not next. Oh no, can't stop, won't stop. You know, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We up, let's go. We came to win and let 'em know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
What the no like is, no one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. 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 Our systems go, now we're locked and loaded. Gonna let them know this is our moment. We got the fire burning from the inside.
Welcome back to coverage of round 13 here at the Canadian Regional Championships. Our competitors are in Ottawa, about to start round 13, so the second last round of Swiss, and unfortunately the last round that I and Niall will be commentating for you here today. But we have got a really exciting feature match in the books for you. We are about to see Nithin Muthukumar on Golgari midrange versus Dawson Corson on Marduk discard. Can you tell us a little bit about what we are kind of in store to see here and what you're excited to see, Niall?
Yeah, we are in store for some spice, I think. I mean, this Golgari mid-range deck looks really incredible. We've got 4 copies of Beseech the Mirror, which let us get to a lot of different pieces. We have a ton of different um, token generators to play into that Beseech the Mirror. We have cards like Leatherhead, Swamp Stalker. We have the Phoenix Fleet Airship. We have Mutagen Man, Living Ooze. You know, this deck really, if anything, is feeling to me like a love letter to Universes Beyond with the amount of Avatar, Ninja Turtles, all sorts of stuff that I'm seeing in here. And then for Dawson Corson, we're seeing a deck that we've had the pleasure of broadcasting a few times, which is this Mardu discard deck. And it's just been so exciting to watch every single time that we've had it on coverage, taking advantage of the Cool But Rude enchantment from Ninja Turtles and all of these discard engines and payoffs from other sets. And yeah, really excited to see these two competitors go at it, both of them bringing very cool decks to the event. And honestly, both these decks are so cool and so up my alley that I can't really pick one to sort of root for.
I feel for you so hard on this, Niall. Absolutely. Both of these decks have been such a delight to watch. We have had both of these players on coverage yesterday. So we've seen some masterful play from them already. Also of note is that both of these players currently stand at, I believe, 9-3 in the rankings. So they're both still definitely in contention to make the top 8, or at the very least the top 12 for a Pro Tour invite at the end of these Swiss rounds today. So very excited to get going to see these two absolute beauties of decks and also absolute beauties of people battle it out for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so much still on the line here as we are getting straight into the matchup. It looks like both players may be keeping a hand of 7 here. You love to see that. Like a nice full game of Magic. Just kidding. Spoke too soon. Nathan's going to take a mulligan down to 6, but looks like Dawson will be keeping 7. And not sure who is on the play or on the draw here. With Nathan's deck, certainly one. I mean, we've got 4 Gene Pollinators, we have 2 Llanowar Elves, we've got Badger Mole Cubs. We have a lot of reasons to be wanting to go first, but you know, so does Dawson with a ton of early plays as well with the Magos, the Moon Shadows, getting the Cool But Rude online as early as possible. So you know, really strong play draw dynamic here. And also, you know, Dawson equipped with a reasonable number of ways to deal with a turn one pollinator or Llanowar elves. You know, we've got a couple burst lightnings, we've got the hexes, we have an erode. Um, you know, we've got just lots of stuff sort of in the main here as our players get shuffled up and ready to start. And we'll see if this is more to Nathan's liking. Looks like so. Going down to 6 cards. And looks like Nathan's going to be on the play here, starting with that turn 1 Llanowar Elves. It is up to Dawson to do something about that, but it's just going to be a turn 1 play for Dawson as well with a Moon Shadow. Really, really cool, interesting card here. It's going to come in with 6 -1/-1 counters on it, but otherwise, as a 1 mana 7/7, you just can't beat that.
Absolutely, Niall. I'm a huge fan of this Moon Shadow card, especially in this discard deck. You know, previous to this current iteration of the standard format, we had been seeing Moon Shadow even kind of make some splashes in the modern format, being paired with Psychic Frog as that format's discard outlet of choice. But it's fantastic to see the card getting a new home in this gorgeous Mardu discard deck with the kind of inevitability, if you allow the Moon Shadow to survive, eventually just getting bigger and bigger from all of the permanents that this deck is packing. Just a huge menacing threat. But Snithin is no slouch either, following it up with a Badgermole Cub, just kind of continually ramping his mana on turn 2.
Yeah, really, really effective turn 2 play. I mean, this is kind of Nathan's ideal start, right? Turn 1 Llanowar, turn 2 Badgermole Cubs. Really nice here. Looks like we're going to burst down the Llanowar Elves, and then we're going to hex down the Badgermole Cubs. So really nice for Dawson here, and gets to get in for a small point of damage.
Very nice. I like this play from Dawson, just taking care of Nithin's creatures, preventing him from having this mana acceleration.
Yeah, and we're going to get a Gene Pollinator followed by a Tragic Trajectory onto the Moon Shadow. And now Nithin able to get in for a little bit of damage as well. It's a nice effect of these creature lands having abilities when they attack and getting earthbent. So, you know, really cool synergy there from Nithin's deck.
Yeah, love to see that. I love how unique this deck kind of is, right? Taking the classic, Llanowar Elf Badgermole Cup package, but adding black as its secondary color for a mid-range plan. There's been quite a bit of discourse about Dimir mid-range on the timelines, but I think that Golgari just feels, a little bit spicier, a little bit more whimsical. You get that ramp package in, and its control game is no joke either. But Dawson is going to follow it up here with a Tersa Light Shatter.
Yeah, and both of these players just turn after turn playing pretty much exactly what they are wanting to be playing here. As we're going to see a Sentinel, the Nameless City for Nithin, really awesome card. You know, shows up in Cube a lot. I know you're talking about Cube earlier. Uh, really powerful. 3/4 Vigilance, makes tokens when it attacks.
Absolutely. I am a huge fan of Sentinel of the Nameless City. Just like one of the best mid-range cards printed in recent history, maybe ever. What fantastic stats. 3/4, big butt, has vigilance as well. What doesn't it do? Also has the added bonus of making map tokens, which synergize fantastically with the Beseech the Mirror in Nithin's deck.
Yeah, now it does look like Nithin missed a land drop there. Not a huge deal, but is important. Also is worth noting that the Sentinel pairs really nicely into this Tersa, but we have a Cool But Rude followed by a Hardened Academic for Dawson. So we're going to still be able to get in for some damage. We're going to uh, get the trigger off of the Cool But Rude. And, you know, again, just both players turn after turn, just bam, 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 playing the cards that their deck really wants to be playing, curving out really nicely. What a game of Magic.
Absolutely, Niall. Nithin's going to his turn, so he's got some options here. Obviously, the Sentinel can attack. Looks like Dawson is a little bit low on cards right now and at a pretty low life total of 10 overall. I wonder if there are any lines here that can increase the amount of damage that he's able to deal. Maybe something like an obsessive pursuits in hand or something like that could increase the damage potential of the Sentinel. And of course, he does have map tokens as well to potentially explore with his creatures and put 1/1 counters on them as well.
Yeah, really. With a deck like Nithin's, there's so many potential lines at any point. It's really it's really quite interesting. I just see kind of where he takes it. And is that the Mutagen Man?
Yeah, it looks like that was a mutagen man for 0, followed by cracking the map token on the Sentinel for free because mutagen man's passive ability decreases the activation cost of artifact tokens that Nithin controls. So nice little wombo combo there, right? Mutagen man's ability being designed for the mutagen tokens he ostensibly creates, but using it for the map instead. Love to see this synergy but in this Golgari deck coming out.
Yeah, I mean, really cool card, and even just, 2 mana, 2/3 with trample in a deck like Nithin's can really grow and become quite powerful, pretty quickly, pretty easily.
Dawson is a little bit on the back foot here with only 6 life to his name and 2 creatures, only one of which can attack relatively safely into Nithin's board. So you gotta wonder, does Dawson contribute 1 card to his Hardened Academic to potentially increase his life total to 8? He's got options, one of which is also leveling up the Cool Barood. It looks like it's currently at level 2, so being able to potentially gamble for something could be great.
Oh, a second cool but rude. How about that? Oh, yeah, getting the matching dice. Thank you for that, Dawson.
What a class act. Yeah, it looks like both of these cool but rudes are at level 1. I think the glare on the first die made it look like there is a second pip on that one. But being able to double rummage upon attack now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a double rummage, and it's now because we've leveled up one of them, is going to take 2 every time we rummage. So there's gonna be 4 damage from that. We could also, discard this card, yeah, to give lifelink to the academics. That's gonna be another 2 damage. It's gonna bring Nithin down to 4 and bring Dawson up to 8, putting Nithin in a position where Dawson's just saying, "All right, now is your chance. You need to kill me this turn or certainly lose next turn."
Absolutely, Niall. Yeah, Nithin has got to find a lethal line this turn, starting off, I believe, in Dawson's end step by cracking a token. I'm not sure if that
I think that was a
was.
food
Yeah.
from the creature land.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Thank you. So Dawson does have the Tersalite Shatter as a blocker, probably being dropped in front of that Sentinel of the Nameless City. Nithin's got 4 other power of attackers here, but looks like the Mutagen Man is exploring. So he gets an extra counter there, bringing that power to 3.
Yeah, so we've got what, 4, 7, 8, 9 power on the board for Nithin, but a little too risky to just swing all out. And we know that there is a Iron Shield Elf in Nithin's hand. Not sure what the next card in hand is. And it's looking pretty tricky. It's looking like might not be able to string together what is needed to get the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know that Dawson is hellbent, so Nithin knows that whatever he attempts is definitely going to go through, but he's only got a couple of mana to work with here.
And is that the obsessive pursuit that you were talking about earlier?
I believe it is Nile, a banger card from the last Avatar set, one that hasn't really made big splashes in standard in decks previous to this one. So, for those who are uninformed, it's a one and a black enchantment that says when it enters at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose one life and make a clue token. And whenever you attack, you put X one counters on target attacking creature, where X is the number of permanents you've sacrificed this turn. And if X is 3 or greater, that creature gains lifelink until end of turn. So, a ton of artifact tokens here for Nithin, and the potential to put a bunch of counters on his creatures and also gain lifelink to kind of pad his life total and prevent Dawson from having lethal by just untapping and attacking and discarding 2 cards to deal that to Nithin's life total directly.
Yeah, really, really interesting options for Nithin here, as this Mutagen Man becomes a 6/7 with trample.
A what,
So you
Niall?
can I won't say it again. I won't say it again, Caroline. And Nithin goes up to 15.
It's not looking good for Dawson here, just being in a measly 2 life. I'm not sure if there's a way for him to even possibly pump up his hardened academic to gain necessary life to survive and untap from Nithin, or to find a lethal line this turn, or to remove his creatures. Just one card in hand to work with, although he does have the ability to
Well,
rummage off of an attack trigger from the Cool But Rudes.
we also have the ability to level up a Cool But Rude and then gamble with a Cool But Rude. So that's a discard. That's 4 damage, brings Nithin down to 11. We attack, that's 2 more discards. That's 8 damage, brings Nithin down to 3. And then we can discard off the academic for the last of it. Does that is that enough?
It might be. Looks like Dawson's doing the math here. 4 mana to work with.
Yeah, having a it's a really, really close one. I mean, it really says a lot about sort of the power of standard decks right now that it's 15-2. Nithin has like 5 lethal creatures in play, and we're still sitting here like, oh wait, Dawson might just have it.
Absolutely not. It just goes to show the power of the standard format and like the high complexity of all of these board states. So not only do these players have to, know their fundamentals and know how to attack everything, but they need to be able to disentangle these complicated board states and find the most effective path to victory.
And it looks like we have leveled up one of the Coolbert roots. And it looks like Dawson is doing the math here. We're going to go ahead and go to combat. We're attacking. We are triggering the 2 Coolbert roots. That's a rummage. That's 4 damage down to 11. We draw. We discard. That's 4 damage down to 7. Take 2 down to 5.
I think Dawson's got it here, Niall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Oh my gosh, wow. The really showing sort of the power of multiple Colbert roots being in play at a single time. Each discard being 4 damage is just insane. It's an insane amount of damage. Congratulations, Dawson Corson, pulling out looks like a really difficult win, but also really excellently played from Nithin there. I mean, stuck on just a few lands for that whole game and still 2 points from victory at the end there.
Yeah, what an absolutely gorgeous line there from Dawson. Took a second to do the math there, but it did check out, and he was able to have deterministic lethal on Nithin. Fantastically well played for both players as we get into sideboarding.
Yeah, speaking of sideboarding, taking a look at Nithin's list here, anything jumping out at you, anything that if you were up against this Mardu discard, down a game on the play, what would you be interested in?
That's a great question, Niall. We saw the power of Cool but Rude, especially in multiples there on Dawson's side. So any kind of enchantment removal is definitely something I'm very interested in. So Paw Patch formation for me, I think definitely going in there. I believe that destroys artifacts, right? Or enchantments.
I think
Yeah.
so. I'll double check, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
And then Urgent Necropsy as well, also having the ability to destroy multiple permanents in one go. So potentially destroying a creature as well as an enchantment in one go as well on Nithin's end. And then any kind of spot removal is going to be nice as well, being able to take care of some of these dangerous creatures, some of these, outwheel discard outlets like the Hardened Academic could be great as well. I think duress likely is something that I would be potentially interested in, although I think the only great hit that Nithin would have off of it would be a cool but rude, or potentially hitting removal spells in Dawson's hand as well would be a fantastic consideration.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever a world where intimidation tactics comes in. I mean, it seems like it is a card that is more for, lessons players and things like that, but there's certainly cards in Dawson's list that you would want to exile and not have him discard. So, yeah, depending on how many pieces Nathan wants to take out of his deck here, I could maybe see something like that coming in. But let's take a look at Dawson's list really quick here, as we've got, a Case of the Crimson Pulse, we've got some Seam Rips, Sheltered by Ghosts, Strategic Betrayals. What do you think is interesting to Dawson for this matchup?
Yeah, that's a great question, Niall. And the answer is I am not entirely sure. It looks like probably interacting with Nithin's early ramp package is going to be really effective. Just trying to keep him choked on mana and attacking that kind of avenue would be fantastic. So if I'm Dawson, I'm probably looking at early interaction for Nithin's creatures, like some Scene Rips, potentially some Sheltered by Ghosts. It looks like most of Nithin's removal is going to be spot removal, right? So giving ward to one of your important creatures to protect it a little bit more, make removal a little bit less efficient would definitely be something I'm interested in as well. Are there any cards in the sideboard that you're interested in looking at, Niall?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely interested in these seam rips. We talked about all of the powerful turn one plays that Nathan has at his disposal. I think Sheltered by Ghosts is a great one. I mean, we saw in that game that Nathan's deck is very good at putting a bunch of counters on creatures. So I think just even if he's able to eventually get the thing back from Sheltered by Ghosts, just resetting the counters can be pretty powerful. I think Dawson definitely has a a large range of options, sort of depending on what he wants the texture of this game to look like. But definitely excited to get into the match and see how our players are deciding to board out. I could also see a world where if either one of these players identify that they need to be the more aggressive deck, that they board in accordingly. Dawson has access to a handful of different fairly aggressive creatures in the sideboard, and while Nithin doesn't have, I think, any creatures in the sideboard, we do have cards that interact with his creatures in pretty big ways with, you know, royal treatments and things like that. So, really just interested to see what the players have landed on in terms of how to approach this matchup once we get into it, and see who is going to go on and be one step closer to that sweet sweet pro tour invite.
Absolutely, Niall. And the more I think about it, the more I would love the choice of intimidation tactics coming in from Nithin's sideboard. Besides hitting almost every creature in Dawson's deck, it also has the added benefit of eventually exiling a Bloodghast, a creature that recurs itself from the graveyard whenever Dawson plays a land, and also potentially pumping the creatures through the Hardened Academic's passive ability as well. So love that choice.
Yeah, it could be really good. I mean, it really just depends, I think, on how much space Nathan has for cards coming in. That's gonna be a turn one Gene Pollinator. Great start for Nathan. we get into our game number 2. Nathan on the play, Dawson up a game. And I think that is our
Obsessive pursuit,
obsessive
yeah.
pursuit. Yeah. So really, really cool start here. And then Gene Pollinator onto the pursuit token to play another Gene Pollinator.
One interaction that I absolutely love here between the gene pollinators is the way that it works really well with clue tokens. Most artifact tokens require you to tap them to activate their ability, but not clue tokens, just kind of a holdover from a previous time in Magic's design. So it's basically free to use clues to tap them for mana using your gene pollinator. So love this little micro interaction in Nithin's deck building.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've got the Mutagen Man in Nathan's deck as well to, get it all the way into just tap your Gene Pollinator. And, speak of the devil, there is Mutagen
Hey.
Man coming down for. I'm not sure. Are we tapping the 2 clues? Yeah, okay. So it looks like we're using the Gene Pollinators.
Yeah, it
So
looks
this
like one of
is,
them tapped down the Obsessive Pursuit enchantment itself, and Mutagen Man was cast for X equals 1.
yeah, that's what it seems like. So we're making a single mutagen token. We've got a couple mana up, and it looks like we have a nowhere to run in hand as well. Really nice card. You gotta think if you're a player like Dawson, you gotta be a little bit aware of the potential of the nowhere to run. Although here's the Bloodghast that we were talking about before, is we play the Hardened Academic, discard the Bloodghast, play our land for turn, and then in response there, we are going to have Nithin bringing in the nowhere to run to take care of the Hardened Academic, but still really nice sequence here from Dawson to get the Bloodghast out online for free.
Yeah, fully agree, Niall. One other thing to be aware of here is that all of these clue tokens only cost 1 mana to sacrifice for Nithin right now due to the Mutagen Man's ability. So if I was Dawson, I would probably really not want this game to go on long. Although Nithin is passively losing 1 life per turn, just the ability to draw a bunch of cards off of these clues and then put counters in your creatures and regain the life back through the Obsessive Pursuit's passive ability as well is just really, really tough to beat as the discard deck.
Yeah, now with this Badger Mole Cub play, these pollinators are making extra mana and the clues cost less. So a single gene pollinator tapped can crack 2 clue tokens.
Yeah, we see Nithin starting to crack these two, drawing 2 more cards. Pretty daunting board to be staring down for Dawson's End.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and crack our 3rd clue. So now when we go to combat, we're going to have at a minimum 3+1/+1 counters to put on a creature. And that means because it's 3 or greater, that creature will also gain lifelink.
Absolutely. So turning this Mutagen Man into a 5/6 lifelink is pretty terrifying on Dawson's end. Just a great sequence from Nathan there. Saved those clues for a couple of turns despite the discount being there on previous turns just to get this great attack in on the trampling Mutagen Man.
Yeah, really excellent use of this Obsessive Pursuit card. Really, really cool engine that Nithin has been able to assemble here. But speaking of engines, here's the first cool but rude for Dawson. We saw this card, you know, I almost said single-handedly take down Nithin, but I think it'd be a little unfair to say single-handedly when there were 2 of them. So double-handedly, I suppose.
Yeah, cool but roots, much like people, we're better together, right? Work well in pairs, just like you and me.
Yeah, cool but rude is all about the gathering or whatever.
Many are saying this.
Yeah. As we're going to go over to Nithin, who is going to Tragic Trajectory the Iron Shield Elf, and Dawson considering whether or not he wants to just dump some cards for damage against Nithin, it seems. I think that's another cool but rude in hand for Dawson. Could we have a repeat of the last game where Dawson was able to do, like, I don't know, 18 points of damage in a single turn thanks to his cool but rudes?
Yeah, it certainly could be, Niall. With 4 mana available, he would be able to cast the Cool but Rude, level it up immediately, and then discard 2 cards to deal 8 to Nithin. Though he does lack a discard outlet currently to find another card to discard, so he might not be there quite yet, but there are certainly options left in his deck. I imagine for Dawson, one frustrating thing potentially about this matchup is that a lot of Nithin's removal kind of lines up pretty well with Dawson's creatures, you know? Like Iron Shield Elf can give itself indestructible, but indestructible does not get around a creature's toughness being reduced to 0, which Tragic Trajectory and Nowhere to Run both do. So, a very convenient main deck answer to the elves on Nithin's side.
Yeah, and we're seeing our first Beseech the Mirror from Nithin here, who I'm not sure. Can you identify what that card is?
Yeah, Besiege the Mirror is a banger from Wilds of Eldraine. One
No,
black,
no,
black,
no.
black.
Sorry. Do you
Or,
know
sorry?
what
Oh,
card he tutored for with the Besiege? It's a treatment that I wasn't familiar with.
that's a great question. Yeah, I'm not sure on that, but it looks like Dawson is gonna scoop it up. Just had an indomitable board to Dawson's life total there. Just presented a huge, huge threat.
Yeah, well, the Beseech was really huge there because without it, Nithin only had two token artifacts to sacrifice. So getting a creature lifelink that turn just was not
Mhm.
happening. But with Beseech the Mirror, we get to bargain, so we get to sacrifice something else, and then we get to our three plus whatever he was able to bring in there. Which
Yeah,
again, I'm just not sure.
yeah,
Oh, I'm hearing it might have been another obsessive pursuit. So yeah, totally understand why Dawson would scoop to that. I mean, that was about to be like +8/+8 on a creature or something like that. So
absolutely.
yeah,
One fun
really nicely played.
One fun little trick that these Beseech the Mirror decks can do as well is that if you have a ton of like artifacts or enchantments just passively on your board, like Nithin did with all of those tokens and the gene pollinators as well, is that you can beseech for beseech for beseech for beseech and potentially sacrifice a bunch of artifacts and enchantments that way. This is a trick pretty commonly used in the legacy format in the Epic Storm deck. Now, kind of seeing a potential line for this route in this standard Golgari deck. So, really interesting high skill ceiling potential here as we get into sideboarding before game 3.
Yeah, totally. I mean, 4 beseeches into an obsessive pursuit would be at a minimum 5 counters on something. Well, I guess at a minimum 4 counters on something, likely 5 counters on something, and give it lifelink. You have 2 obsessive pursuits, it just gets even better. So yeah, really great display of this Golgari mid-range deck from Nithin here, and just really glad that we've had the chance to see both of these players really showcase their decks to the fullest, and so excited that we get to have a game 3 for this one. What an incredible matchup.
So true, Niall. Yeah. I just have had an absolute blast seeing the power of Canadian Magic players in this tournament the last 2 days. You know, we saw at the recent Pro Tour, I think at least 2 or 3 of the top 8 was Canadians. So I think that Canada is kind of a powerhouse to be reckoned with in the global Magic the Gathering scene. And we're seeing that in full force here in Ottawa this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. The Canadians are crushing it. Love to see it. The players fist bumping before the final game. Love to see that as well. As we are going to get these hands ready. See if we're going to be taking any mulligans. I see a cool but rude in hand for Dawson, which, great card to be starting with. Harder to get a look at Nithin's hand from this angle, but seems like both players are keeping, and Dawson is going to be shocking in a Blood Crypt immediately to pass over, really telegraphing, hey, I have a kill spell for your mana dork. And
Yeah,
oh, this
gonna
is the Inquisition.
Nice. Looks like there's 3 creatures in Dawson's hands.
I think maybe just the two. I think
Or
there's
just the two, yeah.
two Iron Shield elves, but still, great card to exile. Great for Nithin to get the information. Really nice, and
Absolutely.
also great for us to get to see. We've got a couple of lands. We've got the Burst Lightning. Dawson was not bluffing when he shocked in that crypt. And then we've got our Cool But Rude, and we've got our Elf.
Yeah. I do want to know, Niall, if you are in Dawson's situation and you don't have a burst lightning in hand, how often are you shocking in that blood crypt on turn one, feigning to your opponent that you have it? Is that something that you ever choose to
I
do?
will never do this. I believe so little in the power of the bluff for Magic the Gathering. I would always rather have two life than, because here's the thing. If someone shocks in their Blood Crypt against me, and my best and only play is play Llanowar Elves, I'm still just playing it. I'm just gonna say, all right, go ahead and Burst Lightning it then.
I wholeheartedly agree. You are so based for that opinion. You got to make them have it, you know? You got to just do it.
Gotta
Sometimes
make
you
them
got to
have
just
it.
play into removal.
Yeah, speaking of, we're gonna play a Badger Mole Cub, which is going to get hit by that face up known Burst Lightning. And now we've got a Coolba Root on the field and 4 mana to play with. And there's gonna be a hardened academic. Level up our Coolba Root. Attack, trigger, discard the land, 2 damage to you, draw a card, and an extra 2 damage. No lifelink here. Gonna prioritize keeping our card in hand. Really like that. Probably gonna need it, especially if we want to do any like go find Carnage play next turn from Dawson. And another Badger Mole Cub from Nithin.
Yeah, 4 mana available now from Nithin with his two creatures that are left.
Oh, is this a
Just
Beseech?
Badgermole Cub so powerful, immediately refunding you the mana.
Yeah, so this is gonna be, is that an X is 2?
I believe
Mutagen
that's the
Man?
mutagen man. X equals 2.
Wow, the clock is ticking for Dawson right now. I mean, Nithin has presented such a huge board. I think there's a Beseech in hand. So the next turn after this could get really wild.
Absolutely, Niall.
I think I spotted maybe an Erode in Dawson's hand, which could really help out. But we're going to take a little bit of a gamble. So that Erode, might need to count its days.
Very
Here goes
nice.
a
It looks like
practice
though it's practice
offense.
offense.
Very cool pickup for Dawson here. Really like it. Probably hoping that this one hits the bin.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, he does have the option to discard it upon attack with the Hardened Academic, but because it is a sorcery, it will mean that he won't have the option to cast it pre-combat. But it looks like he did hit that practiced offense. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
So if he casts that now, he'd be able to put a counter on his Hardened Academic, make it a 3-2, and then put another counter on it, making it a 4-3 from its own ability from it leaving the graveyard. So really nice
With
sequence
double
here.
strike,
Yeah.
that's gonna be 8. And then we'll attack, and that'll be 10 from the cool but rude trigger. And
Yeah.
then we have 2 cards we can discard. Is this lethal?
I believe this is
Oh my
lethal,
god!
Niall. Wow. What a
He's done it
gorgeous
again!
line for Dawson stringing that together. Maybe a little bit of a high roll on discarding that practice offense, but still, what a beautiful sequence. Congratulations to Dawson for winning this match 2-1 against Niven.
No, I think you might have been right. I think because he can just discard it to the academic. I think that might have been deterministic. I think that might have been just a perfect line from Dawson. So really great job, exhibiting deck mastery over this Mardu discard deck. Huge congrats to Dawson and good luck in the final round before the cut to top 8. So we cut back over to our backup feature match. We have Omar on Is It Lessons and Connor Hickey on Is It Bounce. And correct me if I'm wrong, Carolyn, I think Omar's our final Is It Lessons player.
Yes, absolutely. Omar, our lessons champion, representing his team over there in his nice little jersey. Looks like we are in the middle of game 2 with Connor up a game, but Omar does have the Monument and Artist Talent combo up onto the battlefield right now.
Yeah, really Really strong position from Omar here. And looking a little rough for Connor.
That's
Yeah, we got the
Omar's
Grand
first
Grand
red
online
horse
too
here.
for Omar.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, just I mean, who knows? Who knows what Connor is able to string together from this point? It's looking an awful lot like there's going to be a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely, Niall. Omar is a member of Team Worldly Council Heavy Play who are playing in various regional championships around the world this weekend and are having a pretty good showing, featuring such other members like Eduardo Sajgalik, another Canadian icon. So, love to see Omar showing up and representing and doing well in this tournament here.
Yeah, very, very cool to see for sure. Connor going to take a look through Omar's graveyard here. Play land for turn, shocking in a Steam Vents down to 14 life. There is a looks like a main phase crab and a second crab.
That's a lot of crabs, Niall.
That is a lot of crabs, and we're gonna play a little accumulate wisdom, aka ancestral recall for Omar here. Yes, we have a monument trigger thanks to the artist talent, making a treasure, drawing 3 cards.
I quite like the choice here from Omar to make a treasure using the first monument trigger here. Since he is about to draw 3 cards, he has a very high likelihood of finding another play that he's able to do at instant speed on Connor's turn. Looks like he doesn't find it and goes to his untap step instead.
Yeah, and we've got, I think, at least one other monument in hand. We might have 2 monuments in hand. Okay, so we're gonna level up the talent, and it looks like also play another monument.
I'm not sure that was. Oh, yeah, that is a leveled up artist talent. Sorry. Glare makes it a little hard to see, but we see Omar about to cast what looks like or discard that artist talent to a trigger.
Yeah, so it looks like this turn we have leveled up our artist talent, and now we have cast a 1 mana monument to endurance. We're making a treasure off of the talent trigger. Oh my god, the third monument. The third 1 mana monument.
Just gotta be feeling pretty devastated if you're Connor here. Very, very real chance, especially when you're only at 14 life, that Omar just has straight lethal here with the number of treasures that he's able to potentially make to rebuild his stockpile of mana and potentially present lethal before Connor can even move to his first main phase. So we'll see if Omar has the juice to continue going here in this position, but looking very likely with the number of rummages and the amount of potential card draw he is able to pull out of his sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean, 9 damage on my turn, 9 damage on your turn. That's pretty effective. And so we're stepping through a pretty complicated stack here. And, you know, complicated stacks is kind of the Is It Lessons bread and butter.
I think so, yeah. I feel like that could be a pretty nice tagline for this tournament. Complicated stacks. I think all of the games today have had really interesting interactions and really complicated sequences of triggers and spells cast and different, choices for the players to make that these players have had to disentangle and figure out exactly what's happening to avoid, missing triggers or potentially even getting a game rule violation.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're stepping through the stack here, and then I think finally resolving this third monument. And so now with our two treasures, we can we can go ahead and start hitting Connor for 9.
Boomerang Basics, nugging Connor for 6, and then also replacing that mana, creating a treasure with the third trigger, it looks like.
Mhm.
And now any instant, which looks like that's a combustion technique on Connor's upkeep, is just lethal for Omar, bringing it to a game 3. Very well played.
Yeah, game 3 with only 10 minutes left on the round timer. These players are gonna have to be pretty aware of the clock here going into their final game, as they certainly don't want this to end in a draw in turns. They definitely want there to be a winner of this match.
We're hearing from production that they do have a time extension on this match, so they've got a little bit more time to pull it together. But yeah, definitely a draw at this point is not what either of these players are looking for if they're wanting to secure their spot in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to go ahead and prepare their decks for the final game here. It's going to be Connor Hickey on the play for the last one. And, this is, this sort of is it bounce prowessy deck, really one that strongly wants to be on the play. So pretty big advantage from Connor just starting out. And, Omar will have to prepare and perhaps even board a little differently, knowing that he's going to be on the draw. And just, I don't know, what do you think it feels like for these players to be in this position where this game matters so much about their life in the tournament?
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so much pressure that you feel at this stage of the tournament, right? You made it to day 2, so that's kind of a relief, but you just realize as it dawns on you that there is so much pressure on each of these individual games. The stakes are really high at this kind of tournament and with these kinds of results that these players have been putting up so far. So it's really up to them to continue the pace of this marathon and ensure that they have the mental fortitude and the stamina to continue to play their best Magic as we get into this second to last Swiss round of the day. These players have been playing a ton of Magic, right? They started at 9 a.m. yesterday and went until the early evening, I believe, 9 rounds of Swiss. So it is just truly very taxing on your mental fortitude, just a ton of cognitive load that you're processing all day, every day. So, as much as players do make mistakes, you definitely want to try to stay consistent as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you exactly nailed it. It's so mentally taxing. And then also on top of that, they have sort of the adrenaline of knowing that they're so close. And that sort of just adrenaline and excitement can be enough to mess you up as we get into our final game in this match of round 13 between Connor Hickey on Is It Bounce and Omar B on Is It Lessons. Our final Is It Lessons champion. Can he do it?
One interesting thing that I want to point out in this kind of Is It Prowess self balance deck with the core of Slick Shot Show Off and Eddie Merc Crab is actually something that I learned by reading the Prowess Guide written by Anthony Lee and Liam Kane, 2 members of Team Cosmos Heavy Play. Fantastically well written guide, by the way. But I think that in these kinds of decks, there's a little bit of inherent tension between the Slick Shot Show Off and the Eddie Merc Crabs, with the show offs incentivizing you to kind of cast your spells, kind of early on in the game, and synergizing, with the Eddie Merc Crabs. So I think that sometimes you want to like hold them to make the slick shots do as much damage in one turn as possible. And sometimes, you want to play those spells out early on when you don't have the slick shot developed yet, right? To try to fill your graveyard for the Animate Crab. So as much as these cards synergize and both want you to play instants and sorceries, sometimes there is some inherent tension there between your sequencing and when you want to play it when you don't have one developed, but you have the other one kind of raring to go.
Yeah, and we're seeing the play draw dynamic really in effect here, where turn one, Connor gets to play the talent, make the otter, and then turn one, Omar gets to play Grand Grand. Both of these are pretty much the ideal turn one starts for these decks, but because Connor's on the play, he gets to follow it with a turn two Roaring Furnace to deal with the Grand Grand and also get in for 2 damage with the Prowess Otter. So, really being able to be the deck that is sort of on the sort of the aggressor here and making Omar answer these multiple threats. And Omar going to start developing a bit of the lessons plan within artist talent played on turn two.
One thing that I love about this Roaring Furnace, the more and more I see it played in this tournament, is that I love how much damage it can consistently deal. Of course, Omar's creatures are mostly going to be, 1, 2 Grand Grands and like potentially, I don't think he's playing the Storm Chaser talent build, but I love that because the Prowess deck can keep its hand so filled up, it's often dealing 4, 5, maybe even 6 or 7 damage to a creature. So just really, really efficient and clean removal spell that you can recur with Boomerang Basics or like Get Out.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a sleight of hand for Connor, maybe a bit of a subdued turn three, perhaps holding up some interaction to play on Omar's turn, but just playing a sleight of hand and then getting in for 2 damage with the Otter, who has been increased by prowess. And Omar, we see, has a Spell Pierce in hand, as well as an Accumulate Wisdom. A couple of other cards I can't quite make out. Multiversal Passage. There's another Grand Grand. Playing the Multiversal Passage, shocking it in, taking a second to decide the color here. Yeah, it's a tough decision. This one's gonna be a mountain, it sounds like.
Yeah, it looks like Omar has 1 or 2 firebending lessons in hand. As much as the mana is very reliable in this format, and there are very many non-basic lands, the spells are often so cheap that you still feel the pull and you still feel the demands of your mana base anyway in this very pip-heavy environment. So these decisions are definitely meaningful here, right? Potentially being the difference between being able to cast 2 removal spells or not being able to.
Yeah, and both these players taking very sort of disciplined approaches here as Connor casts an opt, and I think we are firebending lessening the otter in response to the prowess trigger, which has a artist talent trigger, so we get to discard, put a lesson into the graveyard, draw a card, and that's going to deal with the otter threat. We get to resolve this opt now. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the bottom, draw a card. Boomerang Basics onto the Furnace. Now, if Connor goes to play this Furnace now, Omar has a Spell Pierce in hand, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And the Spell Pierce is going to come down to take it. This Grand Grand is not getting dealt with this turn.
Very, very nice little sequence here from Omar reading, reading the lines here. There's just so many bounce spells in Connor's deck that he was very likely to potentially try that line. So nice little heads up play from Omar, now getting into attack with his Grand Grand unimpeded.
And now, Is It Lessons to me feels like a sort of momentum based deck. You're trying to achieve this critical mass of creatures and spells, artifacts, enchantments. As an Is It Lessons player yourself, how close do you think Omar is to being at that critical mass, having the engine going? Ooh, as we see a monument come down.
Yeah, I think you kind of spoke it into existence there, Niall. Omar's got to be feeling extremely confident about the way things are going. Connor potentially could have like bounce spells to set him back a turn again with the monument, but he just has so much momentum and so many resources available at his disposal now, kind of going off with this accumulate wisdom, with the grand discount online, with everything that he could possibly want, right? Just truly the cherry on top. So many options. So he's got to be feeling very confident in his position here.
Yeah, and I mean, the impact that that spell pierce had cannot be overstated. Getting to protect the Grand, keep that discount online is what enabled Omar to have this huge turn here. And this is a flow state, I believe we're seeing from Connor.
Yes. Yeah.
And this kind of feels like the turn for Connor, the turn that kind of determines whether or not he has a chance in this game or if the window is fully closed.
Absolutely, Niall. Omar is only at 10 life, but he's just got so many resources that the door is feeling like it's coming in real close on Connor.
Yeah, there's a burst lightning on the Grand. That certainly helps.
Yeah, I think that if I'm Connor here, I really, really want to find a way to deal with this monument as well as the talent. But going into a sleight of hand is not an interactive spell for one of these two key pieces in Omar's deck. So I think that, stringing together like a bounce spell onto the monument and the talent as well, which I personally consider to be the more important piece out of this too, would be Connor's line to kind of climb back into this game. But instead, he's going to pass and let Omar untap.
Yeah, and Omar immediately going to level up this talent, get that discount back online, and play another talent, triggering the first talent, of course. And ooh, is that an annul?
I believe that is, or potentially a spell snare.
Maybe a spell
No,
pierce?
I think that was an annul. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, great. I mean, we still get the trigger off of the first artist talent, of course, but you know, keeping a second one from hitting the field, very nice, very important. And Omar, a little bit feeling that choke on mana.
Yeah, Omar's
So,
got 3 mana to play around with here with that land, the treasure, and then the potential second treasure from the monument. But now casting, and oh gosh, and abandoned
abandon
attachments.
attachments, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, so a couple treasures here. We've got a boomerang basics starting to drain Connor, even out the life totals. I think I saw another spell pierce in hand for Omar. Not 100% sure, but a well-positioned spell pierce could spell doom for Connor as we go into another flow state here.
Well, Doom sounds like the name of a instant card that counters a removal spell or something like that.
Yeah, counters specifically Doomblade. 0 mana,
Ooh.
spell Doom, counter Doomblade. There you go. Print it, print it, print it.
Yeah, ready.
And another really difficult flow state decision here for Connor. Like we've made our choice. I mean, no shortage of cards in hand, no shortage of options. We're gonna shock in a multiversal passage down to 12, and the life totals are effectively evened out here. And anytime you're up against is it lessons and your life total is a multiple of 3, you are scared.
Absolutely, yeah. Such a nice round number, right? One can't help but to do the math in your mind of how many monument triggers you need. That's a boomerang basics on the talent here, trying to set Omar back and also take away that mana that he's invested in leveling up that talent. But Omar's going to counter with a spell pierce here, although Connor has the
Oh,
mana to pay. Oh,
I think that's another spell pierce. Oh, but I think we still have an artist talent trigger.
so it looks like Omar's spell pierce is being count. Mm,
Yeah, I think so. I think now we're just resolving the trigger from the artist talent from casting spell pierce.
yes, that
So
sounds
from
about right.
what I can tell, the spell pierce has been spell pierced, and the boomerang basics will bounce the artist talent. A nice sort of tempo play, slow down Omar a bit. We're gonna pass back over with 2 mana up.
Yeah, it looks like Omar opted to draw a card off of that monument trigger there last turn. Nice little stack exchange here. Omar
Oh,
casting the artist talent, getting get outed, and then having a what is that? Is that a
oh,
spell
that's a spell
pierce?
snare.
Spell snare there to answer
Yes,
to it.
which we have 2 pierces and 1 snare in the sideboard, so we've now seen them all. We've now seen all of the, 1 mana counters except for the 2 annuls that Omar can possibly bring in. So, even though he's out of those, he kinda had them exactly when he needed them, and it might prove to just be enough.
Yeah, Connor is tapped out here, so Omar is able to go a little bit buck wild and trying to redevelop his board and get a bunch of triggers and draw a bunch of cards.
Yep, and here's a grand, getting the discount, get to play an artist talent. We have 1 mana. Are we gonna boomerang basics again?
Yeah, it looks like those are two combustion techniques in Omar's hand. So the only options for non-creature spells in his hand that don't immediately nuke Grand to the shadow zone would just be that boomerang basics.
Yeah, and looks like we are bouncing the grand, and we get to draw a card from the boomerang basics. Made a treasure off of our monument trigger, and then we're just passing. Now this is open deck list, so Connor also knows spell pierces are gone. Spell snare is gone. There are nulls, but would be a little surprised if those were here or if they really mattered to Connor. There's it'll quenches, but we don't have the discount online. So
Yeah, just
Connor knows that it's a little bit shields down at the moment.
absolutely. Not very many options for Omar to take on his turn. We know as the audience that I believe he has zero possible ways to interact during Connor's turn. So it might be his opportunity to try to pull something out here. One card that I spotted in Connor's sideboard that I would have been very interested in boarding into this matchup would be Ral Crackling Wit. Also a card that the
Mm,
Lessons deck plays, but I think that in this scenario, probably a pretty decent one in this matchup. Lessons, unfortunately, doesn't have very many ways of dealing with planeswalkers once they've resolved, so definitely a consideration. We've gotten word that we have moved into turns since this match did have a time extension. So I believe Connor is turn 1.
yeah, no, it's really interesting because Generally speaking, when you see the lessons player get to this stage of their engine, they kind of can't stop. But it also feels like Omar's sort of out of gas.
Yeah, it's looking like it. I think that you can probably get a pretty good read off of that boomerang basics on Grand play last turn. Definitely not the most optimal thing. So if that was the best play that Omar had, then maybe Connor is looking to potentially push that greed over there as he starts off with a, is that a burst lightning? Yeah, looks like that was a kicked burst lightning onto Omar's face, taking him down to 6. But Omar does get to untap, replay that Grand. Looks like he top decked another Monument to Endurance, discarding a card off of the Artist Talent trigger and triggering his first Monument to Endurance currently on the battlefield in turn 2 of turns in this matchup.
Oh my god, and then the third Monument to Endurance.
What a
This is
fantastic pull here for Omar. He is still a little bit choked on mana. Well, I guess I think he just has lethal here, right? I see a blue spell over there, which I think might be a boomerang basics. So potentially uh boomeranging, yeah, and then combustion techniquing his own Granger on Connor's upkeep for the win. Congratulations, Omar, on pulling through and achieving victory in round 13 of Swiss at the Canadian Regional Championship.
Yeah, extremely well played from both players. Just really, really tight, excellent gameplay from them both. But huge congratulations to Omar for clutching that one out and getting, what is that, his 10th win of the day?
Yes, yeah, that brings him to 10-3 for his record right now.
Well, that'll be very exciting for him going into round 14, which is going to be our final round before the top 8, which should be starting any moment. I believe Omar and Connor were the last match. And Carolyn, I think that is it for you and I. We're going to be passing it off to the very capable hands of Trenton and Noel Robin. So thank you so much for being in the booth with me. It has been a blast commentating with you.
Absolutely, Niall. You have been such an absolute pleasure, just making my experience so fantastic. Been loving our chemistry over the weekend. But you're in the very capable hands of Noel and Trenton now. So we'll be back very shortly with them in the booth. Don't go anywhere. More Magic the Gathering coming up.
No time for talking. Best get to walking. No time for talking.
makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go on, it doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm always ready for the fight, and even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa, presented by Face to Face on the Face to Face Tour. I'm one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and joined with me today is, again, Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin. Congratulations on that Pro Tour Day 2 8 or 9 years ago. How are you doing, Noel?
It was almost 9 years today, but thank you, Trent. I'm thriving. I'm moisturized. We're ready to go. We're here in round 14, and yeah, we're excited to see last round here playing for top 12 and then the top 8.
Yeah, and we're
It's gonna be
getting
awesome.
right into the action here. We've got Boston on Is It Spellmentals versus Connor on Is It Spelf Bounce. Looks like Connor's leading with a Steam Vents and a Sleight of Hand. In this matchup, do you think Spellmentals is the control role or the aggressive role?
I think the self bounce deck's more the control role because they've got that roaring furnace and the steaming sauna, and they can set that up and just start drawing extra cards. Whereas spellmentals with the Eddie Merc crabs, they have the capability of being kind of a tempo deck.
Well, I think they both have Eddie Merc crabs here, as we see
Right.
just sleight of hands from both players. Just lots of
It's a
sleight of
crab
hand
fight.
here.
I know Sunderflocks from Boston are not going to be great unless he can stick something, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a big 5/5 flyer, which you can't complain about.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to see so many different flavors of Is It at the top tables here. We've got Spellmental, Self Bounce, Prowess.
Yeah.
The list goes on.
Turns out you just got to play Steam Vents and Sleight of Hand, and you're in good shape.
Yeah, so it looks like Connor passed the turn after Sleight of Handing and is now opting on Boston's end step after Boston played an island for turn as second land and just passed. So Connor's going to turn 3 here. Just a lot of cantripping from our players.
Yeah, they're just trying to get everything set up, get their game plans in action.
Okay, so Connor is plotting a slick shot shove. Now Connor's only playing 8 creatures in this list. 4 slick shot, 4 Eddie Merc crab, and the rest spells.
We got the Storm Chaser's Talon as well.
Oh yes, yeah, the Storm
The secret
Chaser's
creature. yeah.
Sorry, I always assume the Storm Chaser's talent's coming down on turn 1, so.
Yeah, it's really weird to not see it from either side here.
And looks like Boston is going to be casting a
Probably
2-man
Prismari Charm.
Prismari Charm. There we go.
Just for the
Apologies, the glare always gets me.
yeah, just for that instant speed preordain.
Yeah, and so now it's Boston's turn 3 here. Just leading with another sleight of hand. Lots of churning for both of our players.
Yeah, got to get that graveyard full nice and quick, and then you can start playing those discounted elementals from Boston's side. Of course, the what's it called? The 4/5 elemental is not as great into opposing.
Oh, Hearth Elemental.
Hearth
Yeah.
Elemental.
Yeah, I feel like the Eddie Merc crabs from both sides are going to lead to really interesting moments in this game.
Mhm.
As we see Boston play his 3rd land drop of the game and just passing the turn here.
Mhm. Knowing that slick shot show off's waiting in the winds, Boston has to play a little cautiously.
Yeah, a little bit of respect for that show off. Connor playing 4th land. And it looks like just passing the turn here, so we're getting another Prismari Charm from Boston, looking at Hearth Elemental and an island.
Just keeps digging, looking for more resources. More
Yeah,
threat.
it's going to be interesting to see when Connor decides to cast the slick shot show off, like what the right moment is from his perspective.
Mhm.
I'm curious to see what that moment is when he identifies it. And it looks like Boston's going to surveil an island to the graveyard and draw the Hearth Elemental off of the Prismari Charm.
Mhm. Much like some of the other prowess decks that have secret identity protection spells, Connor doesn't have a lot of ways to protect the slick shot. You're just trying to run it out there and hope it gets the job done. There's one spell pierce. That's really it for protection spells game 1.
Yeah, it looks like Boston's going to take 2 from the Steam Vents. We've talked a lot previously in yesterday's casting about taking multiple 2s from your Shocklands or Multiversals. I don't think in this matchup it'll matter quite as much. I mean, the damage matters, but it looks like we're getting Hearth Elemental from Boston, and then Eddie Merc Crab coming down for Connor, but Get Out is going to counter the Eddie Merc Crab. But now Connor has the green light.
It's true. Shields are down. Slick shot's coming in, but for how much?
Yeah,
We'll have
let's
to wait
see
and
what
see.
Connor can do with the slick shot show off. We're going to start off with an opt here from Connor. And Connor likes what he sees.
Yeah. Can you set up a big damage turn here?
Another opt from Connor. Wow. So the slick shot show off's already at 5.
Yeah. Needs a bulk up. Go for the win. Not in this list, unfortunately.
Yeah. Get the bulk up in there. Stat. Connor did not like what he saw. Looks like he scried to the bottom. And we're going to see 5th land from Connor here. Is Connor going to put any more resources into this attack with the slick shot show off? I guess we'll find out.
Coming in for 5. Lava axe, you.
Yeah, just going in for 5 here.
And okay, the protective.
Wow,
basics.
interesting.
Cool
Boomerang basics in your own slick shot show off, and then I have to imagine Connor's probably going to replot it here, right?
That's a neat play. I've seen that played similarly in Modern sometimes. Make that play with slick shots everywhere these days.
I really like it. It's sort of like pre-protecting your slick shot show off. It's not like they can do anything about your plotted slick shot.
Yeah.
So Boston, Connor passes the turn. Boston draws a card, plays a land, passes. Hits Connor for 5 before doing all of that. But now Connor's back back on turn 6 here, plotting another slick shot show off.
Boston's sitting on an Eddie Merc crab though, so it's going to be able to slow down those slick shots when they do plan on coming out, possibly next turn.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what kind of resistance Connor has here, because if an Eddie Merc is coming down for Boston, I mean Connor's gonna go to looks like 5 after an attack, uninterrupted and unimpeded. So we'll have to see if Connor has some resistances to Boston's instant speed threats in the Eddie Merc crab.
Boston also with maybe 1 or 2 Sunderflocks in hand and 2 Eddie Merc crabs.
Wow, a second Eddie Merc crab is a big deal here, Noel.
You could just go for the full thing here. He's just going to play 1.
Yeah, so it looks like Boston's being a little conservative. Has a burst critique. Lightning in hand, has just drew a traumatic critique. So
it's a big draw.
Yeah, the Connor going down to 5. Boston has a lot of action in hand right now, a lot of very relevant cards. So it's going to be interesting to see if Connor can climb out from this one. Has 2 slick shot show offs, so definitely has opportunities here, especially with 6 mana, a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah, Connor has 2 copies of Get Out as well, because if he goes for it here at the double slick shot, it's going to get foiled by the crab unless there's a Get Out.
Yeah, and that seems to be why Boston would have kept the Eddie Merc crab in his hand.
Yeah. Eddie Merc Fog.
Yeah, I think Connor is identifying here that he really does need to go for it this turn. So playing both of the slick shot show offs from their plotted positions into into the battlefield, ready to go. Let's see what Connor starts off with here, though. I have to assume that this turn, if Connor's going to be turning the corner in this game, that this turn is going to have to be pretty big. We're going to need to see some fireworks for sure.
Oh yeah. He's going to Boomerang Basics. Wow,
Boomerang Basicsing his own slick shot show off after having plotted it. So
that's very interesting. Well, sure why you wouldn't just hit the Earth Elemental there, but maybe he just wants to see an extra card.
It's possible that Connor's identified that Boston with a grip full of cards, Connor just needs to go for something and hope that Boston's outs were to just win with the creatures in play. So we see the same slick shot show off, not just being regular cast here, and then a Storm Chaser's Talent.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if Boston had no pieces of interaction and Connor has 2 spells here, then Connor would be able to take this game. So it's possible that Connor is playing to his outs here.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It looks like Connor has, I believe, 3 cards in hand.
I'm curious what they are. Combat. He's got Crab here to tap the 2 slick shots.
Yeah, and that Crab is going to do it for Connor. He's seen enough. He's going to scoop it up, and congratulations to Boston for winning the first game here.
Yeah, it was very tightly played.
We haven't gotten a chance to mention it here, but these players are playing for potential top 12, which is a Pro Tour invite.
Might be able to sneak in.
Yeah, so it's possible if they're able to sneak in.
Top 16, which is, I think, $1,000. I can't remember. Well, yeah, very exciting. Last round is always it's a nervy one. Always playing for something.
Yeah, and these players are playing are having a pretty good weekend here. Looks like we're gonna take a look at the pricing structure here. So
Yeah.
first place gets 5,000, a bunch of different invitations, worlds. So if you top two, you're making worlds,
and
you get
second
pro
place.
tour, getting a bunch of invites as well, decent amount of cash. So these players are playing for potentially top 12, which is a pro tour invite. But even if you hit 13th to 16th, you're still walking away with a cool 1,000 USD, a bunch of cool promos. So these players are still playing for a lot on the line.
And that's US, not Canada. So that's money goes a long way.
Yeah, it's got to be at least
On this side of the
1,800
border.
Canadian.
Yeah.
That's
That's like a tank of gas nowadays.
So our players are going to be sideboarding here. If you're the Is It Bounce deck here, Noel, especially given how the first game went, how are you sideboarding? What are you bringing in?
That's very interesting. Boston's got, or sorry, we're looking at Connor's screen right now. Connor has a lot of one-ups in the board, so kind of a lot of tinkering pieces in and out. And Connor will be on the play this game, so most likely he'll want to be the aggressor, especially with Slick Shot show off. So any way to advance that game plan. Like Ral could potentially come in.
I'm really liking the Legend of Karuk here, Noel. I think that card's really cool.
It's pretty spicy, yeah. That's a good one in these grindy matchups. Disdainful Stroke counters all of Boston's big threats.
Yeah, Negate and
nice.
Spell Pierce, I have to imagine, are probably getting in to some extent. Do you bring in your Broadside Barrage? I think you probably have to, right?
Broadside Barrage
gets
great.
the crowd.
Yeah.
Boom.
And then Impractical Jokes coming out. You know, some of your lower impact cards coming out. Maybe your Bounce Off. Just some of those things like that.
Do you think you're boarding in your get-outs and maybe cutting your Burst Lightnings potentially?
Yeah, Burst Lightning doesn't do a whole lot for him in this matchup besides go upstairs.
Yeah, it really does not kill any of the threats that Boston has. Could potentially maybe kill some of the threats out of the sideboard though.
Yeah, Boston does have kind of the prowess horse shell, as you could say, in the sideboard. With the 3-color Storm Stallions and a Hydro Man.
Yeah, so do Boston you think
switch gears and go a little lower the ground too?
Yeah, do you think there's any reason to potentially play something like a Seer or an Impractical Joke to kill a color Storm Stallion that might be coming out from the board in an inexpensive way? Or
you could hedge your bets. I know, which list are we on? Boston's list is the one with Winter Night Story, so you can kind of, when you have different pieces in your deck, you can kind of loot through the ones you need and don't need, whereas Connor doesn't really have any of that looting type effect. He's more all in on flow state.
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties here. We'll get Boston's deck list and sideboard up here in a moment, but yeah, I totally agree with you, Noel. It looks like Boston has a lot of ways to look at more cards more consistently. Then Connor on Is It Bounce?
The Traumatic Critique is a pretty big one too, because if you can just chain those late game, you can just start throwing the damage upstairs and close things out.
Yeah,
I think Boston's going to take out his Sunderflocks. I don't think you need them really in this matchup at all. And you could be kind of more proactive with the Stallions and the
yeah. Do you think you bring in the creatures here? I mean, especially if you suspect that the Is It Bounce deck is going to be boarding out a lot of its smaller removal.
I think I think Boston can really tax Connor's removal suite and just offer up more threats than Connor's able to answer. Because there's actually, I see 3 Hydro Man. That's quite a bit. I thought only one.
Wow, and Boston also has a Cavern of Souls to bring in too. That's definitely going to be coming.
That's pretty huge. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, get to invalidate your opponent's get-outs. Yeah, I don't know if I like Hydro Man or not. I'm not super familiar with Hydro Man. I haven't played a lot with it.
Yeah,
but...
I know generally the plan is if you're playing against a deck that's going to bring in Graveyard Hate, you kind of supplement in those lower to the ground elementals and take out some of the bigger ones. But yeah.
Yeah, and Hydro Man, for those watching at home, is blue. It's a 2/2, and when you cast a blue spell, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Blue prowess.
And at the beginning of your end step, untap Hydro Man. until your next turn, he becomes a land and gains tap to add blue.
Yeah.
So it kind of has like pseudo evasion. You have to kill Hydro Man with
Instant speed
removal.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we're getting.
Yeah, it looks like we're back to our match here. We'll definitely have to see how these players sideboarded. Connor will be on the play here for game 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like Boston brought in that Cavern of Souls. Does he have other lands to go with it?
Yeah, Cavern a bit awkward with those Prismari charms early. That's the one thing.
Yeah, like Boston has 2 lands here, but no way to cast those Prismari charms at this stage. Has a Spirebluff Canal and a Cavern of Souls. Looks like Connor is deliberating whether or not he wants to keep his opening 7. Yeah, it looks like both players are keeping. So Connor's leading on Spirebluff Canal and doesn't have the Storm Chasers talent. Boston
drew a sleight of hand off the top.
Yeah, drawing a sleight of hand is a big deal for sure. Definitely looking for lands here from Boston.
Yeah. That's all you want to do with those cantrips early is hit land drops with a hand like that.
Yeah, I think Boston looked at a Prismari Charm and potentially an Eddie Merc Crab. Looks like he chose the non-Prismari Charm option. Maybe that was a Hydro Man. Yeah, it was a Hydro Man.
Opt
yeah, Connor didn't have this opt on Boston's end step, so I have to assume that Connor drew it this turn. Plays Island, plays opt, likes what he sees.
Makes sense, yeah.
And just passes the turn here. Let's see if Boston can draw a land that casts...
doesn't have the blue source, but...
Although gets to play the Hydro Man. Yeah, Hydro Man and Elemental, so...
It's pretty sweet.
And that gives Boston a... blue mana to play with on Connor's turn.
Next turn.
So that could be relevant. Looks like Connor's going to be casting Flow State here.
Just for anticipate mode, but sometimes that's still totally fine.
If you're in Boston seat and you see Connor, the way that Connor's been casting these cantrips, are you assuming that Connor's looking for lands or kind of stuck on anything? Is there anything that you can infer from the way that he's playing after he takes 2
might just have nothing better to do, honestly. No slick shot, obviously, because I think if he had slick shot, he would have plotted it turn 2. What do we have here?
Ghost Vacuum here from Connor. That's going to be really impactful.
We didn't mention, but that definitely picks away at the graveyard. But we'll see if Boston shaved some of those elementals.
Oh, it looks like Boston gets to tap the Hydro Man. I guess Hydro Man does not have summoning sickness because it turns into a land.
Oh, wow. I did not know that's how that worked.
Yeah, it is not a creature anymore. Interesting. So Boston gets to opt on end step, and now Hydro Man becomes a creature. Boston's going to draw. Has a Stormcarve Coast, so found the second blue-red land.
Yep.
Is going to start with a sleight of hand here. Hydro Man's going to get +1/+1.
Yeah, Hydro Man's a good beater and gets you mana. It's a very interesting card.
Yeah, it looks like Boston took an island from that sleight of hand as well, so valuing the 4th land drop, wanting to hit it next turn, get in for 3 here, yep.
Back to island mode.
I'm liking the look of this Hydro Man, Noel.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It almost phases out.
We're seeing another opt from Connor here, an opt with a different art, very interesting. Connor likes what he sees.
Yeah. Yeah, because Connor needs instant speed removal and interact with Hydro Man, but really all he has is Burst Lightning.
Yeah, and like how do you keep how many Burst Lightnings can you keep in, you know?
Yeah, and you also with the blue prowess on Hydro Man, you can't really Burst Lightning it effectively anyways.
Yeah, and we saw Boston on that end step cast Prismari Charm, and Connor with the Spell Pierce to answer it, and then is eating a sleight of hand from the graveyard with Ghost Vacuum before Boston gets to untap.
Yeah, just trying to keep him off that crab. That's
got to keep him off the crab.
Yeah. This matchup, it's all about the crabs.
So Boston's going to go for another Prismari Charm here, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe just digging.
Yeah, so just continually digging, trying to overwhelm this Ghost Vacuum.
Just both to the yard.
Yeah, getting rid of a Sunderflock and a land, drawing an island. One thing about Ghost Vacuum in these matchups is that it is great, but it can be overwhelmed.
Yeah, kind of slow.
So Boston's doing his best to overwhelm the Ghost Vacuum here. Boston passes. Connor's going to untap here. I mean, Connor's down to 12 from this Hydro Man as well. I mean, this Hydro Man's been putting in work.
Oh yeah, it's getting him for 3, possibly more every turn so far.
And tapping for mana, like it got to cast that opt as well. We see a Storm Chasers talent here from Connor, but it looks like it's going to be getting out here. It's got out. So Boston's countering it with Get Out. Get Out can counter creatures and enchantments.
Yeah, very versatile card. If you got the blue mana, it's just better Essence Scatter.
Well, it looks like Connor passed the turn here, so Boston's untapping, drawing, and just getting in with the Hydra Man. The Hydra Man beats are real.
Yeah,
Looks like we've
Boston's
got
sitting on a crab at least.
Yeah, we got 2 Eddie Merc crabs, a Burst Lightning, and I believe another Get Out. Yep.
Yeah, so Boston could be closing this thing out pretty quick here.
Well, and it looks like Boston's going to be able to cast both of these Eddie Merc crabs in the next couple of turns if he so chooses.
Even through the Ghost Vacuum.
And worth noting, Connor has been missing land drops as well too, so does not have a lot of mana to be able to fight these fights that are upcoming around these creatures.
Yeah, like you were saying, the Connor must have just been digging for lands early with that flow state.
Yeah, and it looks like Connor exiled to Get Out with the Ghost Vacuum and drew a 4th land here.
Oh, there's Crab.
And yeah, the Eddie Merc Crab is coming down, so it looks like there's 3 instants and sorceries in Boston's graveyard.
Yeah. 4 mana, 5/5 flash, still good.
Yeah, 4 mana, 5/5 flash. We take those. Advent of the Worm is back. Looks like Boston's gonna try and get out the Eddie Merc Crab, but Cavern of Souls preventing that.
So can't be countered.
Yeah, so Boston's gonna go to his turn and untap. We're gonna see Connor's Eddie Merc Crab of his own. Boston's gonna show the Burst Lightning, and Connor's gonna scoop it up. Wow, congratulations to Boston. Very well played. The Hydra Man, I was really impressed with in that game. Wow, the Hydra Man did a lot of damage. I think it did 8 damage, added a couple mana.
Yeah.
Really impressed with that sideboard tech. Congratulations to Boston.
Yeah, Boston's always a staple at these events, always at the top tables, and gets to have the sweat to see if he's top 12 or just on the bubble.
Yeah, great run from Boston. Congratulations to Boston for probably making top 16, probably maybe making top 12, might be a PT invite. It's definitely worth at least 500 USD at minimum, which in these days.
Yeah, that's all we got. We don't have a backup feature match this round because there was a lot of draws, so we're gonna just kind of chill and ride into the top 8.
Yeah, but stay tuned for the top 8. I'm sure we're gonna have a fantastic top 8 full of really interesting, dynamic, standard gameplay. So stay tuned. And if you have been liking what you see and you want to join us at any other events, we have the full face-to-face tour happening. We are in Ottawa currently, but we'll be visiting Hamilton, Langley, Edmonton, Truro, North Bay, Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Toronto again for a Command Fest. So if you like what you see, come join us.
Especially if you live on the East Coast. West Coast, maybe not so much. We got Langley. It's a ferry ride away for us.
Hey, Langley's great. Yeah. One of the best disc golf courses in Canada is there. So,
shout out Raptors Knoll.
Yeah, the Raptors Knoll. Anyways, that's it for us. We really appreciate everyone. We're excited to cast the top 8. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss anything.
Ting ting like glitter and gold. I got through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and dream
started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I got this blood running blue. I got this body that moves. No, I ain't sitting around. I see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do, and I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I'm done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it.
shadows. Coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are raw, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. Godlike renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend. Good-hearted, but I'm
this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends.
Trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's a bedtime. The registration 5 and 6 and 7, 8. I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling this sense of ambition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8. You play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer in your composition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8. It's time I make my own rendition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer will I ask permission. 5 and 6 and 7, 8. You play me like a symphony. Born to be rising, woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now, know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you wanted to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call? Making mystery, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong one hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short styles. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise to refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to other mile was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How to ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. Out of taste of water with the winners on dope. Nah, I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall. All those who ain't with me send away, but tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you wanted to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call?
For the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack 'em tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls. Yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind. Yeah, count down till I'm going live. Yeah, feeling like a fire on the inside. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Come on. Coming alive. Yeah, rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Flashing through the days, catch me living, I don't hesitate. Either way, if you hear the name, you will know. Crickets and creatures will come in the night. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting and running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my fate. I'll never fade. Oh. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. It's not the same, so it's time to ride. Forever I live. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Here we go now. Yeah, yeah. Here we go now. Come on, come on. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. 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 I'm controlling my fate. I'ma come alive. I'm just controlling my fate. I grind, I rise, I thrive. I'm coming alive. This day is gonna be the greatest memory, making history. Let's go. You don't need no luck with that golden touch. Time to light it up. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Yeah, it's about to break. Got what it's gonna take. Go ahead and own that stage. Let's go. When you're made for this, yeah, it's obvious. Top another list. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it.
for it. Get ready for it. This is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Go! Go! This is it. Go!
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa, presented by Face to Face on the Face to Face Tour. We're in the top 8. I'm one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and joined with me today is standard top 8 enjoyer, Noel Robin. Noel, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Super excited for this top 8. We got a stacked field, lots of cool decks, and let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, and we're going to show you a really cool matchup here. We're showing the 1st and the 8th seed. So we've got Alex McIsaac versus Dawson Corson, which is Alex on Is It Prowess, but it's not your dad's Is It Prowess.
No,
and then we've got Mardu Looting for Dawson Corson.
Yeah, and Alex coming off a hot weekend last weekend at Spotlight London, following up with another top 8, just on fire with this deck. I think he's really found a niche in the metagame, just going under everybody with kind of this more of a blitz Is It deck than your regular prowess list.
Yeah, this is a deck that features Callous Sellsword, Wild Ride, Turn Inside Out, Ancestral Anger. So definitely not the Is It Prowess that we're used to. You know, not really close to the quote-unquote stock list, as it were. And then Dawson playing a deck that I've really been loving lately, and we've seen a lot of really explosive, powerful things from in Mardu Looting.
Yeah, this deck stocks seems like it's been going up almost every week since the Pro Tour. More people are getting more proficient with it because it's got some pretty outside the box lines, but very cool deck. Also, kind of going with that theme, kind of going under some of the other decks. You know, everything's about getting, as people more make their decks bigger and more grindy, then these low to the ground decks can really find a good spot in the metagame.
Yeah, Noel, I really want to point out a key card from Secrets of Strixhaven, Hardened Academic. I think it's definitely taking this deck to the next level. That and practice offense. I mean,
both those cards are huge. Yeah, because this deck used to just be red-black for the most part, and now with those two cards making the white splash, you can get some crazy kills out of nowhere, or life blink to kind of pad your life. Yeah, both modes very relevant in this matchup.
And you get white cards out of the sideboard too, like Seam Rips, Sheltered by Ghosts, the Voice of Victories are all awesome. We saw earlier with Mardu versus the cool black-green mid-range deck that we were fanning over yesterday, and we saw that Hardened Academic was able to kill someone from 15.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at this Is It Prowess deck. Like we were saying, this is not your father's Is It Prowess deck. We've got Callous Sellswords, which the 1-mana Adventure Burn Together allows you to sacrifice your creature, deal damage equal to its power for 1 red mana.
Yeah, modern day fling.
ton of pump spells, Ancestral Angers. Love the Elusive Otters. I think they're super cool. A couple secret identities. Of course, it wouldn't be Is It Prowess without turn 1 Storm Chasers talent.
They've always got it.
They always have it. Spirebluff Canal, Storm Chasers talent. That's just what Standard's about.
Pound for pound, Storm Chasers talent might be the best card in Standard. I don't think that's really in question.
And look, I don't want to necessarily argue with Alex's build here. The Poison Dart Frog, I mean, it looks like it's not doing a lot on the board, but who am I to judge? I mean, Alex's first seed just been crushing it the whole tournament. Has a little buddy
a lot of players sweat over that 15 sideboard card. Not Alex, not a problem.
Yeah,
I was gonna almost reference this deck plays like an infect deck, and
look at this. We've got Alex playing turn 1 land into Storm Chasers. Yeah. I mean, you couldn't have drawn it up better.
Yeah, and Alex being the 1 seed, it means he'll always be on the play game 1 for any matches.
Yeah, which is a really, really important thing, especially for this Is It Prowess deck. As we see Dawson playing Mountain into Marauding Mako, and then Alex is just going to play a land and get in there with the Otter.
Yeah, can't block that with Prowess Threat.
Yeah, Dawson's definitely not going to be blocking that Otter, and we're going to see Alex play a Drake-Hatcher.
That's a scary one for Dawson. Drake-Hatcher just presents such a threat because it can pressure you and add to the board and play defense. Kind of does it all, honestly, in these aggro matchups.
Yeah, and Dawson's going to play a Concealed Courtyard and is deliberating what they're going to play on turn 2 here. Looks like we've got a Hardened Academic.
Yeah, that's a good follow-up.
Just going to get in for 2 here. We'll see if Dawson discards anything for lifelink. I'm going to have to assume that's probably not happening, so just going to deal 2 to Alex here. Not a lot of blocking to be had in this matchup, hey?
Probably not, no. Both decks are very good at attacking and not very good at blocking.
Yeah, and here, Alex, I mean, if you're Alex, I have to imagine you're pretty happy seeing just a Hardened Academic and an attack, because now you have free reign to just get in there.
Exactly.
Like now you get to send your creatures.
You might have just chump the Drake Catcher here.
Yeah, Dawson
You
could discard some cards to grow the
True.
Mako here, but it's so risky. Like, what if Alex just has a turn inside out, you know?
It's a slippery slope, but we're gonna see.
Okay, it looks like we're just gonna see an opt here.
Opt to start. But then Dawson would have to discard 3 cards even just to trade here. Or to keep
Yeah,
it
at this stage,
favorable.
he'd have to discard 3
But-
cards to 2 cards to stay alive with the Mako. We'll see what Dawson decides to do.
Yeah, it's kind of a game of chicken here almost. Who's gonna flinch first? It almost feels like playing against Psychic Frog, but on a much lower extent.
Yeah, so it looks like Dawson is going to be discarding to grow the Mako here, so getting rid of a mountain.
He's still gonna have to discard 1 more card just to keep the Mako alive.
Yeah, I guess
It's a little
Dawson's deciding here that the cards in hand aren't worth as much as the Mako on the board.
Or the Drake Catcher on the board.
Now that we've seen 1 discard, we're definitely going to see at least 1 more here. Going to get rid of a Requiting Hex to grow the Mako.
That could have been used to get rid of the Drake Catcher last turn, so very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see if Alex has any responses here. It looks like he does.
Like you were saying, maybe a turn inside out. I mean, even if there is a trade, you still keep a body.
Yeah, it looks like there is a turn inside out. I think Alex is deciding between turn inside out and opt here, because opt technically grows it enough, but turn inside out gives you a lot of safety, right? Like Dawson can't discard his whole hand and beat a turn inside out. So we'll see what Alex decides to go with here, if it's just like a regular opt or if it's a turn inside out. Oh, and we're turn inside out in the otter. So we're getting kind of the best of both worlds here.
Yeah. Pushing damage and forcing another card out of Dawson's hand.
Yeah, it looks like Alex is saying that if Dawson wants to discard his whole hand to deal with this Drake Catcher, he's pretty happy with that. So we've got a 1/1 counter still on the stack here for Dawson. So Dawson would have to discard 2 more cards to be able to kill the Drake Catcher effectively, leaving Dawson with 1 card in hand. So it looks like Alex is fine with that exchange if it does happen. We'll have to see what Dawson decides here.
Yeah, very interesting from both sides of the table.
Dawson could discard 1 extra card here to bounce in combat with the Drake Hatcher, having a 4/4 Mako and the Drake Hatcher being a 3/5.
Yeah.
This is a really impactful, important decision in this game. Dawson deciding whether or not to get rid of 1 or 2 cards here.
This is only turn 3. Alex is turn 3. Dawson's only turn.
Notably, Alex hasn't
feels like the game hinges on this turn.
Notably, Alex hasn't played a land here, so Dawson has to consider that as well when discarding a bunch of cards. But it looks like Dawson is going to go for it.
Big. I like it.
Yeah, I like going big here too. I think you once you've committed to the block and you've already committed a couple cards, you might as well go in for a few more.
That's right.
Yeah, so it looks like Dawson's going to take I believe that was 5 here.
Yeah.
And maybe 6. Yeah, 6. And gonna eat the Drake Hatcher. Has 1 card in hand. And now Alex is gonna play a land. We'll just have to see which it is. I know that he has a multiversal passage in hand.
Imagine if Dawson's last card is the practice offense, though. That could be huge.
Yeah, that could definitely be a big deal. We're seeing multiversal passage on red here, so Alex is gonna take 2.
Got 1 more thing to do this turn. 2 for 1 red here.
Is Alex considering casting Burn Together? Yeah, Alex is going to kill the Hardened Academic.
Crazy.
Wow, and Alex is choosing to kill the Hardened Academic over the Marauding Mako. Really fascinating.
Yeah. I guess Alex does have 2 copies of Boomerang Basics to maybe deal with that.
Yeah, and Alex is getting a Manifest token or a Manifest Dread token from the turn inside.
That's cool, but rude. To me, now the Mako's going to grow again on this rummage.
Yeah, and the rummaging, really, really important here. Dawson needs cards that are 2 mana or less at this stage because of discarding his whole hand to be able to trade with the Drake Hatcher or be able to kill it. So gets in for 6 here. Alex down to 10. Has a 2/2.
If Dawson levels up that Cooler Rude next turn, that Mako's putting a ton of pressure on.
Yeah, and like we said at the beginning of the match, these decks aren't really proficient at blocking.
No. And not a ton of removal. I think Dawson's probably got a little more removal on his end, but Alex has no removal.
Yeah, Alex just has the burn
Mhm.
together from the sellsword,
Yeah,
basically.
and 2 boomerang basics to kind of buy some time.
So we'll see what Alex decides to do here. The 2/2 notably doesn't have prowess, although it could be a prowess creature under that manifest dread. So
True, there's always the threat. If that was just a sneaky slick shot show off hiding under there, you never know.
and looks like Alex is going to start off with a
So-
boomerang
okay,
basics
so
on the
that's-
Mako.
I kind of figured that was his left hand the way he played that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You kill the hardened academic, you know you're going to take some lumps, but
Oh,
you're going to
and
boomerang
another
basics the
Drake
Mako and the Drake Hatcher. Wow, really impactful here.
But no cards left hand for Alex now.
Looks like we have a shield elf that
Oh,
Dawson's
Iron
going to
Shield
play.
Elf, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's a good answer to
Yeah, Dawson's
the
going
Drake
to block
Hatcher.
the Drake Hatcher now, which is nice. And
Well, we'll see.
oh,
Oh,
Alex does
it
have
was
the slick
slick
shot
shot.
show off. Wow, the old shot from Noel.
Hey, sometimes he got it. Oh,
And a sleight of hand. Wow, what a great draw for Alex
You
here.
can't draw it up any better, really.
And Alex sees a wild ride and a sleight of hand. I'm really interested to see what he decides to take here.
Yeah. They're both very good. Maybe sleight of hand to set up a bigger turn next turn.
Yeah,
But
or
either way.
Wild Ride has Harmonized too, so maybe you just like go for a Wild Ride Harmonized play.
Mhm. I think, Alex firmly in the driver's seat though after that turn of events.
Yeah, the Iron Shield Elf, definitely one of the better cards Dawson could have played. Looks like 2 Marauding Makos in hand, I believe, for
Yeah.
Dawson here. Yeah, and looks like Alex is just going to get in there. Unsure what he kept
Yeah.
off of the sleight of hand, but we'll see it soon enough, I'm sure.
So Dawson can block and discard a card just to not get hit by the Drake Hatcher. He
Yeah,
likes
but the
to
Drake
take it
Catcher's
all.
only 2 here, so not going to get enough counters to make a...
No, that's fair. Going down to 5 life against
Like a
Quick Shot
Drake.
though is very scary.
Yeah, and it looks like Dawson
gonna level
drew and is going to level up the Coolbet Rude before attacking. Wow.
Interesting.
Discarding a Mako.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and discarding all
Wow.
3 cards off of Coolbet Rude. And wow, Dawson is going to steal that game from Alex. What super well played.
crazy.
Really, really close. Unbelievably well played.
Yeah, we've seen that deck do that just win out of nowhere a lot. This Mardu discard deck. I think Dawson won when their opponent was at 16 life one game earlier today, and wow,
Yeah, no,
that was a sweet game.
it looks like Alex could have chosen to block with the Drake Hatcher, but decided not to.
Yeah,
And that ended up being lethal for Marty Discard player. We're moving to our second match here. We've got Gavin Bennett versus Michael Ma. Azorius Flyers for Michael, 4-color control for Gavin. Looks like the Flyers deck has a lot of creatures in play, which is not
Couple Spring
necessarily
Leaf
where you want
Drums.
to be if you're Gavin, although Gavin has a lot of sweepers in his deck. So we're getting Starfield Shepherd from Michael here. Looks like there's a Momo in play. We've got a spicy Halia Guided Light in play as well.
Yeah, you ever get to draw cards off that if you're feeling pretty good.
A Quantum Riddler. Unsure if that is warped. I do not believe it is.
Looks like it's in play. Yeah, this Flyers deck can go wide and grind, which is 2 very strong aspects, and it has a life gain element against prowess, so it seems to be a very strong deck.
Yeah, and it looks like Starfield Shepherd here is getting Figure of Fable.
That's a nice bullet to be able to get.
Yeah, and I want to let the audience know that Halia Guided by Light is a 3-mana 3/3 that whenever another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain a life. So Michael's going to gain a life here from the Figure of the Fable. And if you've gained 3 or more life at the end of your turn, you draw a card with Halia.
Yeah, so you can draw cards potentially off enough creatures entering, or if you have lifelink, maybe with your Sage of the Skies, you can also gain draw some cards that way, or practice offense showing itself again. It's everywhere.
Yep, practice offense. You'll love to see it. So let's see what Gavin can do to respond to this board position. I mean,
Day of Judgment, it's
Yeah.
probably the best option.
if Gavin doesn't have the Day of Judgment, he's going to be knocking the top of his deck.
Yeah.
And it looks like Michael's trying to decide on some Springleaf Drum tapping for mana here.
Yeah, if you've got Momo and a drum,
Oh.
it makes your flyer functionally cost 2 less. It's almost
Yeah,
like a soul ring.
And it looks like we're just getting in with Momo and the Quantum Riddler here.
Okay, yeah. We don't have life totals, but Michael Ma looking firmly
Yeah, I'm
ahead.
really liking Michael's position here. But you know, control is control.
Yeah.
They have Day of Judgment. We'll see if Gavin can untap and
Do we
wrath away these
Do we have
creatures.
Gavin's list? Can we see what what he's working with here.
Yeah, Gavin has 1 Day of Judgment. Wow,
And
not
one
a lot
well-timed
of
explosion.
Yeah, so a lot of weight being put on these Jeskai revelations, the inevitable defeats, etc. But depending on the life total, inevitable defeat might not be enough.
No, that's only gonna deal with 1 permanent, not all those ones.
Yeah, so we're really looking for Day of Judgment here from Gavin Bennett.
Gavin also he top aided Calgary, RC Calgary, a couple RCs ago, so no stranger to the top tables.
Here we're moving back to our main feature match. Alex went first, just played a land and passed, and then Dawson's playing a Concealed Courtyard and a Cecil Dark Knight.
Right, cool
we're
card
seeing
from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing an opt from Alex on Dawson's end step. Didn't like what he saw, so put it on the bottom.
Notably, no Storm Chasers talent.
Looks like Alex has a Balmoral Balmor Battle Mage Captain in hand, but chooses to plot.
Yeah, they love doing that. All these prowess decks that have Flick Shot, that's your ideal turn 2 play, just setting up for big turn.
Yeah, plot the show off.
Here's
Wow,
Hardened
the
Academic.
Hardened Academic is coming in. Dawson's going to get in for at least 2, maybe a little more. Deciding to keep the Hardened Academic back to block the Slick Shot show off.
I like that. Yeah.
Cecil, when you deal damage, deals damage to you as well. So the life total swing is going to be relatively even at this stage.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting you kept Cecil in this matchup because your life total matters a lot. And
yeah, it's possible Dawson values the 1 mana threat, the blocker potentially. Looks like we're getting Slick Shot into Ancestral Anger here for Alex.
It's got Trample now.
Yeah, and the Trample being really relevant here against the Hardened Academic. Going to get to deal a lot of damage if it ends up blocking.
Might have to block just to force the trade because with that, what's it called? Burn Together with that. It's sorcery, so if you can block and trade off with a Slick Shot, you don't have the option to do that second main.
Yeah, and it looks like Alex has Secret Identity in hand and did play third land, which was a starting town. So getting in, and we'll see if Secret Identity is coming out. And it looks like it is. So Alex is going to give the Slick Shot show off
3/4.
3/4 in stats. So it's going to trample over the Hardened Academic for 7, it looks like. Yeah.
Secret Identity putting in a lot of work. Alex,
yeah, I've been really impressed with Secret Identity in a lot of these decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like the Slick Shot would have been attacking for 5, but Secret Identity is going to make it a 3/4. So, yeah, it gets 2/2/0 triggers. So that's going to be 6 damage going towards Dawson.
And adding creature type hero.
Was that 9 damage?
Yeah, looks like it. Wow, maybe we missed one other.
Yeah, we might have missed some extra damage here.
If Alex has the burn,
we missed the Sacred Foundry. Dawson played Sacred Foundry and took 2 last turn. Yeah, so it was 7 damage, but Dawson took 2 from Sacred Foundry, so is that 9?
I don't see Burn Together. Otherwise, that would just be a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, Burn Together would be lethal here. It looks like we're just going to see Elusive Water.
Yeah, another threat that can present lethal next turn potentially.
Yeah, now this Cecil is looking a little tough here for Dawson, right? Like,
yeah,
what,
you
what
can
do you
attack
think
and
of it?
flip it, but then you're going to 7 life, and that's very dicey against a Slick Shot and an Otter.
Yeah, Cecil does have lifelink on its backside, but at this stage, what do you really do?
Yeah, it's not going to get much of a chance to use that lifelink.
So Dawson here, considering how is he going to turn the corner against what Alex McIsaac is bringing to the table here? I do see a practiced offense in hand for Dawson, but I just don't know if that's enough right now.
Especially with Cecil, even if you give a lifelink, it just negates itself. Yeah, removal spell would be a great start, but I'm not sure if Dawson has one.
We've got a Cool But Rude, an Iron Shield Elf in Dawson's hand, practice offense. Marauding Mako, I believe. Doesn't look like removal spell to me, Noel.
Nope.
So we're going to see the Iron Shield Elf here. It's going to be interesting to see if Dawson attacks with the Cecil or not. So we're just developing our board state here from Dawson's perspective.
That's all on the ground. So
yeah, just passing.
Clean.
Yeah, so we'll see if Alex McIsaac can take out Dawson with the Slick Shot show off here. Drew a 4th land.
Also, if that Otter can get above 3 power, it's unblockable on this board too.
Yeah, elusive otter. It is very elusive.
Yeah.
Creatures with power less than its power can't block.
That otter loves the wild ride. I've been on the receiving end of it.
You've been on the receiving end of the
Yeah.
otter's wild ride.
Yeah. Did not go well for me. Oh, looking like another.
Wow, Alex is really considering this slick shot show off
another slick
here.
shot.
Yeah, it's going to
And
tap
then-
starting town. Makes sense. And we're going to see secret identity from elusive otter, giving it flying and vigilance. And that's going to be lethal for Alex McIsaac. So Dawson's going to scoop it up.
Boom.
And
The
Alex
otter to a hero.
Alex evening the match here.
They've both broken serve, which is very interesting.
But Dawson going to be on the play for game 3 here.
Oh no, they haven't broken.
No, they haven't broken.
Dawson
serve,
did
yeah.
first game.
Yeah, Dawson broke serve first game, which is serving him well here. Gets to be on the play, which in this matchup seems particularly critical.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that Cecil. I maybe would board that out if I was on Dawson's side, but maybe he just doesn't have anything better to bring in his spot.
I'm unsure if this is the same game. It looks like Gavin did have the Day of Judgment.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I believe this is the same game. We've got a Halia warped, I believe. Daydream in Michael's hand.
Day of Judgment still putting in work. Been around for a while. So how can Blue White Flyers rebuild? Looks like got a pretty full hand of cards though.
Yeah, looks like we're playing the Halia from Exile. Dude, that's warp.
I actually tried Halia and Boros Energy in Modern for a little bit. It was cool when it went off, but it was a little dicey. It's kind of fun with Ocelot Pride.
I mean, Soul Sisters are just cool. Exactly. Looks like Michael passed the turn, which is I don't know if that's where you want to be if you're Michael. Like now, Gavin's going to get to untap with 6 mana plus. I believe that is a Great Hall of the Biblioplex.
I wonder if Michael's got Sky Coach Conductor because there is a
there is a
drum.
A Springleaf drum here. So yeah, could have Sky Coach Conductor to follow up on Gavin's end step here.
Yeah. That's a pretty good way to rebuild.
Yeah, it looks like Gavin has an animated Great Hall of the Biblioplex. Or that might be a tablet. Oh, it is a tablet of Discovery.
It's very hard to see.
Very hard to see here.
Yeah. Kids got the tablet out.
Kids always have the tablet out.
Yeah.
It's like
we try to limit the tablet time in my household.
Yeah, it looks like
this is
the Jeskai Revelation, and that's exactly where you want to be if you're Gavin Bennett. So it looks like we're dealing Florida Halia bouncing a Hollowed Fountain. And yeah, wow, good call, Noel. Looks like we're gonna see a Sky Coach Conductor.
I think that's the only card with flash in Michael's list.
Yeah, it looks like there is no
Aang. There was Aang.
Or there's an Aang, yeah.
Yeah, Aang would have slowed down that revelation.
Yeah, so we're drawing a card off of the revelation from Gavin here. Michael's gonna use the mana, cast the Sky Coach, get your 2/3 going.
Yeah, Flying Vigilance too. It's not too bad.
Now it's a big draw here from Michael, though.
Yeah, like something like a Riddler would be pretty huge because you
can flicker. Wow. I think Michael drew another Daydream, which does not look like it's exactly where you want to be here.
Oh, you don't really need that when you've already got the Sky Coach to play. We're not sure about life totals here. How close is Michael to closing out, or is Gavin stabilized, just gaining 4 life off that revelation?
Well, that's a good start here for Michael. I guess a Seam Rip, kill one of the prowess threats, slow down Gavin's potential aggression. But yeah,
there's just one prowess monk in play, which is not threatening at all.
Yeah, and it looks like we're daydreaming.
Daydreaming.
Yeah.
Just for 1/1 counter.
Just getting a counter.
Yeah.
And passing the turn here. So Gavin really is in the driver's seat here. I do agree with you. I think one of Michael's best outs here is to draw Quantum Riddler, and that may be why we saw the Daydream from Michael here.
Yeah, just get cards out of hand.
Yeah, start emptying the hand. Assume you're going to draw a Quantum Riddler and that Gavin doesn't have an answer to it, and then start to draw a bunch of extra cards.
Yeah, and 1/1 counter does put it out of Lightning Helix range, which is something. Not out of Seer range, though.
Unfortunately for Michael here, it looks like Gavin has a second Jeskai Revelation, and that's just going to be...
Once you start chaining those, the game ends pretty quickly.
Those of us who were playing Standard over 10 years ago remember Sphinx's Revelation, and it feels very similar.
Yeah, it's not far off.
Yeah, so Gavin's doing all the things that you do when you Jeskai Revelation, drawing a couple cards, making a couple monks, killing Playing Michael's Sky Coach.
The stock up just to
Yeah.
really stack the hand.
So Gavin has now ascertained control of the game, and Michael is hoping desperately to draw something to get to wrestle control back in his favor.
Yeah.
This is a big drop set for Michael. Michael draws a multiversal passage, not what you want to see here. A couple of a daydream in hand, a daydream in the graveyard, and it looks like Michael's going to scoop him up here.
Funny side note, my cousin Brady is lending Gavin that entire deck, and he said his cards are lucky this weekend. So
Wow.
seems to be doing well for Gavin.
After the future match, Austin playing a land on turn 1, just passing. Alex is going to be casting Sleight of Hand off of a Steam Vents. Picked up a Starting Town.
Yeah, this is big game 3 here.
Yeah, Dawson on the play. Let's see what he has for turn 2.
Maybe a hardened academic.
Dawson deciding between Sacred Foundry and Starting Town. Looks like it's going to start with Marauding Mako, just passing. Interesting.
Just a 1/1 shark right now, but potential to get bigger next turn.
And Alex plays a Starting Town of his own and is going to cast an Elusive Otter here.
The sneakiest otter.
And it looks like we're going to see a Storm Chaser's talent as well.
2 otters. There you go. So 2 prowess threats for next turn.
Yeah, and looks like Dawson left up a
yeah, there's a removal spell.
Yeah, removal spell, Burst Lightning, I believe.
Very nice. Yeah, whenever you have an open window to deal with those threats, you got to take it.
Yeah, you got to kill the otter when you can. They're cute.
They're cute. Yeah,
but...
especially when they might have a secret identity.
Yeah, so Dawson's going to take 2 off a Sacred Foundry here, and let's see what he decides to play. It's a Steam Rip, kill the otter.
Removal spell. So both threats have been dealt with.
Wow, and the Hardened Academic to follow up with as well. Let's see if Dawson decides to discard any cards to grow the Mako, or if we're just happy dealing 3 here. It looks like we are.
Likes the cards in his hand.
Now, Alex is definitely in the back seat here, looking to figure out how to turn the corner.
Yeah.
Drew a Storm Chaser's talent.
He deployed 2 threats and they got dealt with. And there's I don't see a Slick Shot anywhere, which is the biggest threat in this
Yeah, and I
matchup.
think we've been seeing all weekend that just dealing with paralysis threats the turn after they come down is a tried and true victory strategy. And
yeah,
Alex, really important here, misses 3rd land drop.
Yeah.
Does get a Draycatcher in play, but Dawson firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do to this turn. This is a big one.
Yeah, gets to on top with a Hardened Academic and a Mako. We know he has a Practice Offense in hand. Looks like a 4th land potentially.
Practice Offense can do a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, Practice Offense could be very, very big here. Looks like Dawson's discarding Practice Offense to the Hardened Academic, getting a counter on the Mako.
And lifelink on the Academic.
Yeah, so the Academic already has lifelink. We're going to cast Practice Offense from the graveyard here from Dawson. Looks like we're going to choose Double Strike on the Hardened Academic.
And then a 1/1 counter off the trigger. So,
yeah,
so they each get a 1/1 counter and then another 1/1 counter. So it looks like both went on then. Maybe Mako gets 1 more counter. Not sure. So offense put it on each creature you control? I think so.
Yeah, you get a 1/1 counter on each creature you control.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if you get a 1/1 counter onto your Hardened or if you get 2 onto your Hardened Academic here. The Mako definitely should have 2 counters on it.
I think so, yeah.
You do get 2 counters on the Hardened Academic because the card left the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Hardened Academic gets 2 counters, but the Mako should have an additional counter here from Dawson.
Yeah, and they're just having a judge question right now. Maybe they're asking that exact thing.
Yeah, so right now the Mako should be attacking for 3, and the Hardened Academic will be attacking for 8. So that's 4 double strike. Looks like the players are just deliberating what happened with the game state, making sure that they accurately represent what's going on.
Dawson might have went to combat and then caught that missed the 1 counter.
So if you're Alex here, while they're going through this judge call, it's like, where do you begin getting back into the game? You know, from that perspective, right? Like,
yeah, with no Slick Shot, plotted. I'm not sure. I guess it would involve a Wild Ride and a Elusive Otter, like a start like that, or maybe a bounce spell to kind of reset things.
Yeah, you think it's I think it might be an Into the Floodmaw game. Like
Yeah.
I think Alex really needs that Into the Floodmaw probably in hand currently so he can draw third land and
Yeah.
start to get some more mana going. Looks like we fixed the game state here. Murata Miko does get the
Also,
counter from the
if you
practice
pump the
offense.
Drake Catcher enough, you can make some Drakes, which can kind of buy you some time.
Yeah, start to block the Hardened Academic as a
Yeah.
flyer.
I don't think there's any good blocks this turn.
Yeah, you think you just can't block with the Drake Catcher here,
No,
right?
I
I
think
agree.
it's too important.
You know? I guess you could make the Drake Catcher big enough. You could make like multiple 2/2 flyers.
Yeah, if you hit for 6, you can make 2.
Maybe it's like a Wild Ride into an Ancestral Anger into a
Yeah.
bouncier Hardened Academic angle potentially.
And I did see a Secret Identity in Alex's hand, which can make the Drake Hatcher 3/4 power just by itself.
It's really fascinating to me that Alex is in such a difficult position here, but we can still think of ways that Alex could come back from the game.
Yeah,
Even with a deck that isn't really that good at blocking.
exactly. Yeah,
That speaks to the power of the
it's very
cards
good
that
at
Alex is
attacking.
playing. Yeah, and also the power of Drake Hatcher too.
Yeah. And also having just a ton of reps with this style of deck. Like I said before, Alex has. Oh, is that another?
Wow,
Oh, no,
Dawson discarding another practice offense
Another
just to do some
offense.
extra damage to
just
Alex
for another
here.
1/1 counter. Pretty much threatening lethal next turn, that's for sure.
Yeah, I guess the tough thing here from Alex's perspective too is Dawson's gaining 8 here, right?
Yeah.
24 life, like that definitely puts Dawson out of range of a one-turn combo kill here. So yeah, I think this turn definitely has to start with something along the lines of Wild Ride, get a couple counters on your Drake Catcher, and hopefully into the Floodmaw, the
Yeah.
Hardened Academic.
Both creatures out of Burst Lightning range now too.
We saw that Alex drew the Callous Sellsword, so it does have a way to sacrifice the Drake Hatcher. But wow, 24 is so much, and I don't think Alex has a third land here.
No. Yeah, I think you got to start with a pump spell on Drake Hatcher. Then at least you have a blocker because nothing tramples on Dawson's side.
Yeah, so
if you can, formulate some chumps at least.
it looks like Alex is planning out the turn here, putting the 2 cards he's considering playing this turn down in front of him. Do you think there's consideration to like wild riding your Drake Hatcher, making a 2/2, and then like if you have a turn inside out, maybe then you can chump block both of them and then turn inside out and make a 2/2?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't feel like you're really winning that game though, from Alex's perspective, right? Like you're just kind of prolonging the inevitable.
Might just be pushed into a corner and have to because both of Dawson's threats are lethal threats at the moment. And there's another practice offense waiting to be.
Yeah, so we see a Wild Ride, a Secret Identity. I think I saw a Storm Chaser's Talent previously. We know there's this Callous Sellsword in hand for Alex. Alex could Wild Ride and Callous Sellsword this turn, but then it's just going to lose to whatever threats left over on the table here.
Yeah.
I guess
they have a Drake left behind.
Yeah, I guess Alex could do that. Leave a Drake.
Step one is you got to get rid of this Hardened Academic. That's really public enemy number 1. Yeah, there is a Wild Ride.
Yeah, the Drake could block the creature that's left over. I mean, Dawson only has 1 card in hand. You could just assume that he has nothing.
Yeah, I do like the line where you potentially just Wild Ride and then keep up Secret Identity for blocking. But it might not be enough if practice offense is going to spread around 3 more 1/1 counters next turn.
Yeah, and I guess
and then a discarded card could be up to 4 1/1 counters. You might just be too far behind there.
Yeah, and Alex has got a long road ahead of him too, because like even if Alex survives this turn, he's gonna have to fade the top of the deck from Dawson for a lot of turns here. I mean, Cool but Rude would be absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, Alex's deck has no life gain. Dawson's does.
Alex's version of life gain is beating them.
Yeah, your opponent's at 0. It doesn't matter what your life total is.
Makes a lot of sense that Alex has taken some time on this turn. It's definitely the most important turn of the game from his perspective.
Yeah, these rounds are on time, but you are to play at a reasonable place still at the judge's discretion and your opponent's discretion.
Yeah, but this turn is definitely very complicated from Alex's perspective. I mean, where do you begin? It looks like Alex has a sleight of hand in hand, maybe? I don't think so. Yeah,
sleight of hand to find a land, maybe that.
Looks like he's deliberating between Wild Ride and Secret Identity here.
Right. Yeah, there's the wild ride.
Yeah, so Alex is committing to wild ride on the Drake Hatcher here. So Drake Hatcher is going to be attacking for 5.
Yeah. One more would be nice, but I don't think that's an option here.
Yeah, the dream is that Alex could get another prowess trigger here, but without the third land here, Alex's options are limited.
Yeah, you could secret identity for what, 3 more damage?
Okay, it looks like Alex is going to play a Storm Chaser's
so
talent now hit for 6 with the Drake Hatcher.
Okay, so that's 2 drakes in the holster.
Yeah, so Alex is committed here to making a couple drakes and just chump blocking the next turn here.
Yep. Yeah, so looks like he may have bought himself another turn.
Yeah, and you really don't want to see Cool But Rude here from Dawson.
No, that would be pretty close to the game.
Well, I guess Dawson wants to see it. Draws a land.
Yeah.
I love the showmanship there, just like picking it up.
Cool But Rude, slinging pizzas.
Yeah, so it looks like we have a land, and I am unsure what this other card is, but Dawson's definitely in the driver's seat here. Looks like another hardened academic.
Even if Dawson's hand is... is it another hardened academic?
I don't know.
If it is, that'd be huge. But even if his hand is nothing, just flashing back that practiced offense and jamming for a bunch, you're putting Alex so far behind under the gun.
Yeah, and it's even though Dawson is in a commanding position here, it's worth spending a little bit of time just to verify and make sure that you're making the right play. It looks like a Sacred Foundry in Dawson's hand, so it's going to take 2 here.
Yeah.
I believe Dawson does have a hardened academic.
Oh,
yep.
wow, yeah.
And wow, the hardened academic with the practice offense, both of the academics are going to get 2 counters here. The Mako's going to get 1.
Yeah, we're swinging for the fences.
Sorry, one of the academics will get 2 counters.
Yeah, the academic, when your card leaves the graveyard, you can put a counter on any creature. It doesn't have to be on itself.
Oh,
you can spread them around a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Dawson's going to figure out what the best way to spread the counters around is.
But regardless, each creature is getting 1 counter just from the offense. We're spreading around 5 1/1 counters here.
Yeah, and Alex is being put into a position here where he has to block, and none of his blocks are going to be really that impactful.
And Dawson's going to gain a bunch more life.
It looks like Dawson might have missed at least the graveyard triggers from the hardened academics. I'm not entirely sure.
Asking the judge again where to go from here.
Yeah, we'll just move to our second match here while we wait for the judge call.
Looks like they just finished sideboarding. Is this game 2 now for Gavin and Michael?
Let's see.
Where's the game 3?
Michael's mulliganing.
Okay, this is game 3.
Yeah, okay,
just sorting out mulligan decisions.
Yeah, so it looks like Michael, I guess, must have taken the first one, and Gavin took the second one, it looks like. I don't imagine Gavin was losing the game where he cast the double Jeskai Revelation.
Generally, you don't lose those games.
Yeah, so Michael mulliganing here. If you're in Michael's seat, what are you looking for, especially when you mulligan on a hand? I mean, we know that Momo likes to have a lot of cards because of Springleaf Drum, Momos, etc.
Yeah,
so
Momo's your best turn 1 play. If not, Drum is a very good turn 1 play because then you have access to a turn 2 warp into a Daydream, and that's a pretty good way to undo your mulligan.
Yeah, so and get a 4/6 Quantum Riddler to play.
Yeah. Or a Shepherd at the very least.
Looks like Michael liked what he saw on Kept. Alex is looks like the players have figured out what they were deliberating with the judge over, and Alex is making 2/2 flying drakes. That is the yellow cards that are being represented on the board. And we're going to get some chump blocks here from Alex.
And a bunch of life for Dawson.
So Alex is going to get another turn here and gets to get rid of one of the hardened academics.
Yeah. Did Dawson choose lifelink mode? I'm not sure. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, double strike lifelink mode. They're all the same to Dawson at this point.
Can you do 22 damage? Or make some more chumpy drakes?
Yeah, let's see what Alex starts with here. I don't know if he drew third land. I don't believe so. Looks like we're going to start with a wild or a turn inside out.
Inside out, yeah. Get in for 5.
Yeah, Alex getting in for 5 here, critically not
but 2
not
flyers
fixed.
in play. Oh, and you're able to burn together. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Take
so
out the
Alex is going to be
academics.
able to kill the hardened academic and is planning on chump blocking the marauding Mako here. Dawson has no cards in hand, so Alex is going to get a chump block here and presumably get another turn if Dawson doesn't draw anything. And also, Alex gets a 2/2 from the turn inside out here, so actually
okay.
gets to chump block with that if it's not a creature that he wants to keep.
Yeah. Also, Dawson only on one black source, so Bloodghast off the top is not an out.
Yeah,
Which would be really nice here.
Not doable.
Yeah. What do we got?
Looks like we have a cycle for the marauding Mako. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Dawson's just going to get in here. Alex is compelled to block here. It'll be interesting to see if Alex blocks his manifest or the flyer.
Yeah, well, maybe the manifest is something relevant underneath.
I think the manifest has to be something relevant underneath if you're blocking with the flyer there. Alex missing land drop again, draws an Ancestral Anger.
How many lands is Alex playing? I know his deck's very low to the ground, but off being stuck on 2 lands, you ideally want to hit 3 with this deck.
Yeah, is Alex going to start this turn with an Ancestral Anger? Looks like he is. Draws another Ancestral Anger and just passes the turn.
Yeah, keep up Secret Identity just to insulate himself from a removal spell, but just gonna have to chump again. Yeah, it was a slick shot, but just didn't have the time or mana to do it.
Alex is just in the abyss here, unfortunately for him. Alex needs to draw a creature here to be able to block next turn.
Boomerang basics.
And takes the damage from his own starting town, and Dawson wins.
What a hand by Dawson.
His quarterfinals, going to the semis.
Drawing both of the practiced offense was huge there.
Yeah, practice offense seems really critical in this match. Also, being on the play, really, really important in that game.
Yeah, I think that's just standard in general. The cards are so powerful right now. We're playing like extended late, I think, at this point. Yeah,
and congratulations to Alex for another top 8. Unfortunately, your exit was a little too soon, but we're excited to see Dawson in the in the semifinals. Looks like we've got a judge call for Michael and Gavin here. Michael played Momo and now has a Sky Coach as well.
Yeah.
Gavin does not have any red mana, just has Esper mana here.
Yeah, I think with Alex's top 8 last weekend, I may be mistaken, but he may have 2 Pro Tours stacked now, so maybe able to defer one and chain the next 2 Pro Tours. So it's got to feel pretty good regardless.
Yeah, definitely. It feels bad to exit top 8s in the quarterfinals, but I mean, you also top 8'd, so
yeah, I think most players' goal is to get that PT invite coming to regionals. That's kind of goal number 1.
Yeah, definitely.
So whenever you can secure that, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, so it looks like our players have figured out what's going on, and we're gonna resume play here.
So we got Momo and the Sky Coach Conductor, and
yeah, looks like we have a Sage of the Skies in hand for Michael. Unsure if we have a second spell to play this turn.
Yeah, against decks that have sweepers, you always got to figure out how many threats you want to deploy without overextending, but you also want to apply pressure. It's always a bit of a dance.
Yeah, we see a Starfield Shepherd as well, so Michael's going to get to play that from one mana because of the Momo. Gavin has the No Moralize, though. Really timely.
Michael also has 2 No Moralize, 2 Disdainful Stroke, and a Spell Pierce on the board, which will be very good in this matchup to be able to counter what Gavin's doing.
Yeah, and Michael has an Aang Swift Savior in hand, but it is not cost reduced because Momo is only once a turn. So
can you do it on your opponent's turn though?
Yes. So Michael will be able to cast it on Gavin's turn, but the reason that Michael didn't cast the Aang on the No Moralize is because he was not able to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're just getting in for 3 here from Michael.
Yeah, Momo does not have vigilance.
It's not all that and a bag of chips.
Remember Suntail Hawk? we used to play Suntail Hawk and we were happy.
We can rebuild Suntail Hawk.
Right. Flying Men.
Yeah, so it looks like Gavin's going to take 2 off of, I believe, a Stomping Ground.
Yeah. Maybe a Fire Magic.
Maybe a Fire. Tablet. Yeah, and we're seeing a tablet here.
We're already playing land for the turn, so we're kind of just setting up for next turn, looks like.
Yeah, it's the best tablet we've ever seen, but it's definitely reasonable.
Maybe Gavin has Seer. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for an upkeep Seer. Yeah.
Yeah,
to take out the Sky Coach.
Upkeep Seer on the Sky Coach.
So that's good. When you can use the mana right away on tablet, it feels pretty good.
Well, and Gavin playing it on the upkeep so that he gets to neutralize some of Michael's mana if Michael does decide to Ang the Seer, which he does.
Pretty good for Michael, though. Now you get to attack for 4.
Yeah, attack for
Possibly
4.
more.
You've got a couple of creatures in play.
And Seer, if they cast it out of Airbend Zone, it's the same amount of mana, so it's not that.
Yeah, notably, Gavin not going to be able to cast Jeskai Revelation next turn, only going to be on 6 mana. Doesn't have double white for Day of Judgment, so possible that doesn't have a sweeper here to deal with the creatures. Could have some inevitable defeats, maybe. I guess we'll have to see.
1 blue mana up. You have to kind of sweat if they have the 1 of Spell Pierce or not. From Michael's side.
Yeah, the 1 of Spell Pierce. Very spicy. Let's go. Let's see what Gavin has.
Spell Piercing Jeskai Revelation. There's no better feeling, honestly.
It's just good, honest magic.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gavin's tapping the tablet here. Gonna recast the Seer on the Sky Coach.
But the Sky Coach can flicker Ang, which is a pretty cool interaction, and re-airbend that.
Yeah, and we're gonna see that here. And because it's been airbent, it's gonna cost Gavin so much more mana. Like Michael's trading 1 mana for 2 mana here, which I think is a trade you're almost always happy to make against control.
Yeah, exactly. And can that spell be cast again this turn, or do you have to wait a turn? You can cast it right away.
Let's take a look here.
I think that's plot. You gotta wait a turn.
Yeah. So you can continue to cast it, but now Gavin has to decide between recasting Seer or developing his board state, potentially playing a stock up or playing a land and playing an inevitable defeat. I really like this all aboard cast from the Sky Coach Conductor.
Yeah, it's like a Resto Angel that's on board and you know about it.
Yeah, and looks like Gavin is going to commit to searing the Sky Coach and passing the turn.
Yeah.
No.
Still thinking. Gavin's got 1 mana left.
Yeah, it looks like Gavin's still considering.
Not sure what else you can do for 1. Gavin also might be missing land drop. Hasn't played land for the turn. That's pretty rough for control.
Okay, so I think Gavin did pass the turn and Michael just drew without untapping. Like, didn't untap and then draw.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to skip your untap.
Yeah, so I think Gavin did miss land drop, which is a really, really big deal. Very important here. Yeah, if you're Michael, you really want your control opponent to be missing these land drops here.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we'll have to see if Michael decides to continue to develop here. I think
Gavin's still only on 1 white source.
Yeah, it looks like it. Do you think if Gavin misses a land drop, you're just supposed to go all in and start developing as fast as possible and try to close the game out before he draws like more lands? Or
like he's just attacking and just happy to pass. Maybe not overextend. I might have ran out another threat there, but
we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like Michael's passing. Wow.
Yeah. Maybe sitting on some more counter magic.
So let's see if Gavin can draw a land here.
Yeah,
it did not look like a land.
If not, it's going to try and cast stock up. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have a Great Hall of the Biblioplex.
Fixes all colors, so we're online now.
Yeah, and Gavin looks like 5 cards in hand.
It does. Looks like a Day of Judgment being one of them.
Yeah, we definitely see a Day of Judgment here, so Gavin's going to have to consider whether or not he wants to cast the Day of Judgment now, taking a damage from the Great Hall.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you need to. You might just go for a stock up here. Nope.
Oh, looks like Gavin is going for a Day of Judgment, taking a pain from the Great Hall of the Biblioplex.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a Day of
clean
Judgment
up that
here for
board,
Gavin.
buy some time.
So we know that Michael has Sage of the Skies. I'm not sure what else he has that he could play here. I guess he can't play Sage right now, but yeah, Day of Judgment's just going to resolve.
Good 2-for-1. Okay.
Okay, Michael just has an Ang on the end step here.
Airbending when you already have an Ang in play doesn't really do much. Then Gavin had 2 mana up anyways.
Yeah, so Gavin just passed the turn. Michael draws a Momo.
Michael's also been missing land drops.
The Momo draw is pretty reasonable though. Here, Michael can play Momo and then play Sage of the Skies and get a copy this turn.
Yeah, Gavin countering Starfield Shepherd earlier in the game made it so Michael couldn't tutor for a Plains, which is also sometimes you just want to hit those land drops.
The Starfield Shepherds and the Quantum Riddlers feel particularly relevant in this matchup.
Oh yeah.
Lots of card
They're-
advantage.
They're kind of the big build of the deck. Big
Yeah,
draw
okay,
of the
so
deck.
we're seeing Momo
Wow,
into
yeah.
a Springleaf Drum, and then we're going to cast a Sage of the Skies here.
Now that the Wrath has been deployed, Michael's immediately rebuilt and has even more power in play.
Yeah, so Michael really hoping Gavin doesn't draw the 5th land here to start getting Jeskai Revelations online. Gavin going to be casting a Consult the Star Charts. You have to imagine he hits a land here, and he does. I think it's a Steam Vents.
It's on impulse mode. Look at your top 4.
And we'll see if Gavin does have a Jeskai Revelation in hand. If he does, I have to assume he would have taken the Steam Vents, but let's see.
Yeah. Jeskai Rev could be big here. Or another sweeper.
I think there might be another Tablet of Discovery in Gavin's hand.
Hard to see what he's working with right now.
Yeah, Gavin's starting off with a Tablet activation here. Are we just going to see another Seer potentially?
No.
Oh, looks like we're seeing a Pyroclasm here.
And then maybe flashback.
Wow, a second
double
Pyroclasm. The double Pyroclasm from Gavin. That's a build your own Dave judgment.
Yeah, deal for it all.
Okay, so looks like Gavin might have taken a Pyroclasm over the land to be able to clear the board. So does not have 5th land drop here. Passes the turn. Michael, only a couple cards in hand. Does hit the 4th land drop, but not really when he wanted to hit it here.
I know. Gavin still has stock up in hand though for next turn. I think that might be his last card, potentially.
Wow, the Starfield Shepherd for Michael is so important though here.
That's really
what
nice.
A fantastic card to have here.
Especially when you have the drum in play, it essentially only costs 1 mana.
Yeah, so if you Starfield here, what are you grabbing? Are you grabbing your Nurturing Pixie, Figure of Fable?
Pixie's good if you're trying to grind. Figure is a good threat. That would probably be my 2 top selection. I don't think you need Mono.
If Michael boarded in Curious Farm Animals, he could play Curious Farm Animals and then Springleaf Drum to sacrifice and kill the tablet, but it looked like he's going for
an option.
Nurturing Pixie here.
Yeah, I don't think you bring in the farm animals in this matchup. I don't know. It's only killing tablet, but
yeah, here it would be good, but in a lot of circumstances, it definitely wouldn't be exactly where you want to be.
Now Pixie can blink the Shepherd and you can replay the Shepherd. Like Gavin's gonna look to break it up.
Gavin has the Seer to cover Michael bouncing the Shepherd to his hand.
Does Pixie get a counter or not? Like, no, because I think
no, Pixie doesn't get a counter. Gavin has 2 cards in hand, draws a 3rd.
So after all that, left with a 1/1 in play. So now it looks like stock up's coming.
Yeah, stock up's coming for sure.
The best divination you've ever seen.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bunch of different red removal here. Maybe a flashback. Yep.
Yeah, flashback on stock up's pretty nice sometimes too. Gavin's got that 5th land now.
Yeah, so we see a Great Hall of the Biblioplex here. Gavin taps his lands in 2 different directions to cast an inevitable defeat.
Just get rid of that 1/1 flyer.
Yeah,
the actual Squadron Hawk.
Gavin is not interested in Nurturing Pixie existing on the board state here.
Just keep the board clean, pad your life.
So Michael draws a card. Looks like it's going to be a land. I think he's deliberating whether or not to play it.
Yeah, is that completely out of gas?
I like playing the land here from Michael, though, because I think you basically have to hope that you're going to draw Riddler, yeah. Looks like we might be stocking up again here from Gavin.
Oh, yeah. Gavin has stabilized, but is at 4 life. But the blue-white deck doesn't have a way to, burn you out from anywhere. They have to establish threats and attack.
So if you're Michael here, you're what? Your best draws are like Riddler into Daydream, probably?
Yeah, that's your best. Starfield Shepherd's probably not bad either.
Gavin finally hitting 5th land drop here.
Did Michael draw action?
Yeah, this is a really important draw step for Michael.
Gavin's activating.
And looks like Michael's just passing, and so Gavin's getting to fully kick a Consult the Star Charts on end step here.
Top 5, pick your best 2. Basically, instant speed stock up.
Yeah, and Gavin is now fully in the driver's seat, is churning through his library, has a ton of cards in hand. He's starting to hit land drops again.
Gavin's taking control of this game.
Yeah, Michael's window is closing. Although if Michael hasn't drawn the right types of cards, and if Gavin hasn't drawn the right types of cards, and Michael does draw the Riddler. We could see a comeback here. Looks like we have Momo in hand for Michael.
Yeah, Momo on its own though is not very threatening.
Planes into Momo for Michael passing the turn here.
No,
And
there's
yeah,
Death Guy
the first
Revelation.
Death Guy revelation for Gavin.
Yeah.
And
I think they're gonna snowball from here.
when you
if they
see
have
the first
already.
revelation, there are probably more coming.
Yeah, didn't Gavin still have flashback in hand? So he already has the second one.
I think he
locked
was
and loaded?
looking at a flashback with its stock up. Unsure if he has it in hand, might have it in hand. Definitely has a lot of cards.
Yeah. You firmly swap from defense to offense.
Yeah, so Gavin tapping the tablet here. Tapping multiple lands different ways again. Incredible.
Tablet.
Just playing a Tablet of Discovery. Looks like Stoic Sphinx off the top. Gavin
Stoic Sphinx.
deciding whether or not to cast it. I mean, you might as well.
It's free.
It's free. The Frost monks are attacking for 4 here. This is Michael's turn. Michael needs to draw something
How
relevant.
much
on
power is the
last turn here.
Sphinx? 5 on that
Yeah,
one?
the Sphinx has 5 power. So
Gavin.
Gavin will have
once
lethal
away.
next turn
Yeah.
with a spell cast.
It's got to be Riddler here.
This is it. This is the top. This is the last card Michael's drawing if he does not draw Riddler.
Momo pass.
Momo pass, but if Gavin has a single removal spell, and Michael has nothing, Gavin is going to be advancing.
Gavin's got a lot of cards in hand. I wouldn't put it past him to have something here.
It could be all lands, Noel. I'm still rooting for Mike.
It could be.
I'm still rooting for Michael.
You can just, yeah, you could animate the land too, even just to apply more pressure, even if you have nothing.
Oh wow, we're tapping double tablets here. What's happening? Oh yeah, we're lighting helixing, and that's the game.
Right.
Gavin Bennett takes it, advancing to the semifinals. Congratulations. Well played from both players. Really interesting matchup. Do you advance your board state? Do you not against the Day of Judgments?
Yeah, I think Michael just kind of gassed out a bit there and didn't have the counter spells when he needed them.
Yeah, you
Didn't
really
keep
want to be
disdainful
drawing
str-
your Riddlers in that matchup too. More Riddlers, more
Yeah.
Starfield Shepherds. Gavin did have a timely draw of the Great Hall of the Biblioplex to cast that Day of Judgment early in the game. That was a very critical key turn for him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was
Yeah, fantastic quarterfinals.
Good, yeah.
Really, really fun.
now we're down to 4 players.
Yeah, now we're waiting for the top 4. So
Not sure who won the other 2 matches.
Yeah, we know that Gavin won this match, and we know that Dawson won our last match. We'll get some info on the other matches here for you. They might still be going though, so stay tuned for that. Otherwise, I've been Trenton, and this has been Noel, and we will see everyone in the top 4.
Yeah, we're gonna go hydrate, and we'll be back with you.
Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be off your beam. Yeah, I told you once before. I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy say, hey flex, you know that we lit it cream. Might say yeah, you know, but they can't get your beam. Blasting off 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. No, you don't wanna make me lose it. We up. Let's go. We now, not next. Oh no. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We up. Let's go. We came to win and let 'em know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
What the no like is, no one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates and you'll see its face.
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. 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 Our systems go, now we're locked and loaded. Gonna let them know this is our moment. We got the fire burning from the inside. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. No time for talking. Best get to walking. No time for talking. Best get to walking. Let's get started. 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 Oh, let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. I'm never missing, 'cause I got something I gotta prove. Taking my power.
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa, presented by Face to Face on the Face to Face Tour. I'm one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and joined with me today for our semifinals is Noel Robin, and he loves some 4-color control. He's a control fanatic.
I did not agree to this endorsement. I do not like control, but I do like top fours. This is very exciting.
And yet, Noel, we're going to be watching some 4-color control in the hands of Gavin Bennett versus Noah Michaud on Azorius Flyers.
Yeah, Gavin just beat an Azorius Flyers deck. This one's got a few different cards in the 75, but should be somewhat similar. So going to be very interesting to see the the touch and go of how many threats you deploy.
Yeah, the sideboard from the Azorius Flyers deck is definitely a lot different here.
Yeah.
In this matchup, I assume we're going to see pretty similar things to what we saw last match from the Azorius Flyers deck. They're going to try and develop while also, playing around some Wrath effects, maybe some inevitable defeats. We see a turn 1 Hollow Fountain into a Springleaf Drum for Noah.
Yeah.
And Gavin's just going to play a good old-fashioned Surveil land.
Hey, that's best turn 1 probably for a control deck. Your turn to play it.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you doing?
Exactly.
Looks like we're getting rid of Swallowed by Leviathan here for Gavin.
Yeah, Springleaf Drum, pretty cool turn 1 with the warp creatures.
Yeah, it looks like
Or-
Noah has Momo here, and we'll see if there's a Stage of the Skies. Doesn't look like it. We've got a Starfield Shepherd. We're going to play the Shepherd and Daydream it.
Oh, wow,
Wow,
that's
Noah's
awesome
going to
start.
get a couple of Starfield Shepherd triggers here.
We're going to Value Village right now.
Yeah. So Noah already has the Grand in hand, so it looks like Noah's options for Starfield Shepherd are Nurturing Pixie, Seam Rip, it looks like.
No, you can
or no, a
creature
creature.
planes,
So
yeah.
Nurturing Pixie,
Another Momo.
another Momo,
Nothing
some
but
planes potentially, depending on if Noah wants to hit land drops. Looks like we're just getting double Pixie
double
here.
pick, yeah. All the value.
So much value here for Noah. That's only turn 2.
And that Shepherd's a 4/3.
Yeah.
Turn 2 4/3 flyer.
4/3,
Momo?
4/3 being pretty relevant. Insulates Noah against turn 2 Pyroclasm here. So Gavin untaps, draws a card, and is now considering what land he's going to play. Looks like a Shocked Hollowed Fountain.
Yeah, maybe just keeping up a No More Lies.
Yeah, if
That
I
seems
was
to be
Noah,
okay.
I'd be sniffing a No More Lies from a mile away here.
But even then, like what's No More Lies going to counter? A pixie? Like that's not very exciting.
Yeah, Noah's definitely in the driver's seat here. We'll see what he decides to lead off with. We know he has a third land drop in hand.
There's old Grand.
Gonna slam a Grand here. We'll see if Gavin tries to counter this with No More Lies. It looks like that is
Grand's
not
very
happening.
threatening.
It's also possible Gavin has a consult the star charts and feels like he needs to play the Hollowed Fountain to find more lands or more action with the consult.
Yeah, that's true.
Noah playing his own Hollowed Fountain, taking 2.
Now going for maybe Sage of the Skies.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna Springleaf Drum Grand, which is gonna give Noah a Grand trigger.
Mm-hmm. So your Grand, it's like what is it? Okay.
Yeah, Noah's committing to Sage of the Skies, and Gavin is just allowing the Grand trigger to happen. We'll see if Gavin has a No More Lies for the Sage of the Skies, or if it's going to resolve. It looks like it does resolve.
Wow, that is about as good as you can draw it up for turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, and now Noah's going to be attacking
pressure.
for looks like 7, I believe. The Momo's getting in for 3 because of the 2 flyers that entered. Yeah, so Noah's getting in for 7 here. Gavin's going to go down to 11 if he has no responses. That seems to be the case, and I have to imagine we're going to be seeing a consult the star charts here from Gavin. And Noah's committing all in, playing the Nurturing Pixie, deciding what to return with it. Looks like he's going to return Grand. I like returning Grand here as sort of insulation against wrath effects.
Yeah.
And yeah, here we see this consult the star charts for Gavin.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin could have Fire Magic here, but that doesn't deal with the 3 toughness flyers, and there's 3 of them, so really... that's slowing down your opponent, but not really solving the issue.
Yeah, what does Gavin do to get out from this spot? I mean, a lot of Gavin's critical key cards cost 4 mana, and Gavin is going to concede here. Yeah. Noah Micho taking nuts there. Noah Micho taking a very quick game 1 here from Gavin Bennett.
If Gavin's on the play that game, he's maybe a little more in it, but on the draw, it's really difficult to beat.
Yeah, and it looks like we have scored Gavin Bennett, but we should actually be scoring Noah Michaud here for a win.
Yep. I'm just getting our screen unstuck here.
Yeah, I think the stream is paused for us, but not for the viewer, it looks like. So when it comes to the sideboard here, after getting dispatched in such a way, what do you do if you're Gavin? Like, what are you bringing in?
Yeah, so Gavin's going to be on the play this game, which is pretty big. Pyroclasm, very good in this matchup. And High Noon, also pretty good. Stopping the Sage of the Skies turns and those really explosive turns. So those are 2 potential options. And yeah, no more Sweeper. Well, I guess Pyroclasm. There's only 1 Day of Judgment in the whole 75, which is a little surprising.
Do you think we're bringing in any creatures like Stoic Sphinx or the Emeritus of Ideation?
I did like Gavin did have a Stoic Sphinx last match against Blue White, so maybe that is one that comes in. Yeah, it's kind of like a flash blocker that can deal with flyers.
Yeah, it
sounds interesting.
It could be pretty big.
Emeritus might just be too slow for this matchup.
5 mana is a lot.
Yeah.
So I definitely expect to see the Pyroclasms coming in. What do you cut if you're Gavin?
What are we cutting? That is a good question. All these cards look fine, honestly.
Do you think you cut some number of Consult the Star Charts, maybe, or some stock ups? Maybe Swallowed by Leviathan, probably 3 mana counterspell, a little too slow.
Yeah, so that and maybe shave a stock up or 2. They're just a bit too slow in this matchup.
Yeah, do you think the No More Lies are impactful? Maybe on the play they are, but on the draw you wouldn't want them?
Yeah, I think you still kept in the No More Lies because you can break up. You know, if they're trying to blink a Riddler or something, you can just counter the Riddler and stop it from ever happening. So I think you like the No More Lies.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, your spot removal is a little medium because they're going so wide, but I think you got to keep in Lightning Helix still.
Okay, so let's move on to Azorius Flyers then from Noah Michaud here. Yeah. What are you bringing in and what are you taking out?
Yeah, so you got your
I gotta imagine you're bringing the counter magic.
Your No More Lies, your Spell Pierce. Very similar to the last one we saw. Yeah, counter magic. What does Hide on the Ceiling do?
Okay, Hide on the Ceiling. I'll let you in, Noel. It's a blue and an X, and you can exile any number of creatures or artifacts, and they come back at the end step. So you can use it against wrath effects to essentially save your creatures.
So that one might be coming in.
Yeah, so I could totally see that being the tech that Noah has brought for wrath effects.
Okay.
You can also exile the things that you exile. They come in back in on the end step. So if Noah exiles, say, a couple of tablets on Gavin's end step, they wouldn't come back until the end of Noah's turn.
Okay.
Or vice versa. If Noah exiles his creatures on his end step, they won't come back until his turn. So lots of trickiness you can do with the hide on the ceiling. I mean, I expect that we'll probably see hide on the ceilings as well. Do you think we'll see? We probably aren't going to see things like rest in peace to stop flashback on Revelation, right?
Like just counter the Revelation, right? And just use your counter magic. I could see the practice offenses maybe coming out, just because Gavin's usually going to be able to interact with that.
I have to imagine we might see Clarion Conqueror as well to stop the tablets potentially and just have another threat. Looks like Gavin and Noah are ready to play though. Gavin played a land passed. Noah's playing a Tap Hollowed Fountain and passing.
Yeah, no Momo or drum, so that's
definitely what you want to see if you're Gavin. Yeah, and looks like we're just passing the turn here. Noah's going to play a Plains and play a
it's a fancy Springleaf.
That might be a fancy Springleaf from unsure.
An art unknown. Gavin's got turn 3 stock up with no pressure against him, so that feels pretty good.
Yeah, this is exactly how you draw it up if you're Gavin from the control side of the spectrum. And that is an RCQ Springleaf drum, it looks like. So Gavin here deliberating what he's going to take with stock up. Took a damage from the Great Hall, the Biblioplex to do so. Noah untaps draws, and now we're going to see Quantum Riddler from Noah.
Oh, very nice.
Do we have the Daydream? It looks like we do.
Got it.
So Noah's going to have a 5/7 flyer here. Gets to draw an extra card off the Daydream, and we'll see what third land he decides to play. Looks like a Tap Hollowed Fountain.
This is looking like a modern start.
I did notice that Noah has a lot of lands in hand, so it might be land flooded. Unsure here.
Yeah, if he gets a chance to find that Grand, might be able to use the drum and Grand to kind of sift through those lands. But Grand's only a one-of.
And Gavin's kind of in a tough position here if he doesn't have exactly Inevitable Defeat, which it looks like he might. Or Day of Judgment.
Use the one Day of Judgment.
Yeah, like the 5/7 Quantum Riddler, really hard to deal with from Gavin's perspective if he didn't have a Day of Judgment or an Inevitable Defeat. Wow, we're seeing another Riddler from Noah.
And then land Daydream.
Yeah. We know that Daydream's in the graveyard, but I think Noah might actually have one in his hand as well.
Yeah, he's got lots of lands, and then that drum allows there to be the third mana.
Yeah, so tons of options for Noah here, and I mean, if Noah isn't going to start with the Springleaf Drum Momo, he's definitely happy to be casting Daydreams.
Didn't flashback Daydream, just had another one.
Yeah, had another one in hand. Looks like he drew a Momo as well.
Okay.
So we're seeing
maybe up or something. Just haymakers back and forth here.
Yeah, now Gavin, Noah's asking Gavin the question again, like, do you have a way to deal with this Quantum Riddler? Stock up, not going to do it, and I don't, unless Gavin has exactly Erode, I do not believe that he is going to be able to kill this Quantum Riddler this next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, Inevitable Defeat is probably what Gavin's looking at. That's the best, cleanest answer to that Riddler.
Yeah, so Gavin's going to take 2 off the stock up here. I agree, is definitely looking for an inevitable defeat here. Has already used his 1 Day of Judgment. Could be looking for a flashback on the Day of Judgment as well.
Noah just drew practiced offense, but not going to use it. Just swinging for 5.
Yeah, interesting. I guess Noah could have cast practice offense and went for double strike and got some extra damage in, but looks like just wanted to play the Momo, play a tap land and pass. It does kind of look to me like Noah might be flooding out here.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's got 2 more lands in hand.
And a practiced offense.
Yeah, a practice offense.
I'm kind of surprised. I don't know if practice offense is that good in this matchup. I guess you can get your creatures out of Pyroclasm range, which is a consideration.
I think Noah might have Disdainful Stroke in hand. That might be the counter spell that we're seeing, the blue card.
But Inevitable Defeat, uncounterable.
Yeah, so Gavin really looking for that Inevitable Defeat again here.
Not that one.
So we know Gavin has a Seer in hand. Looks like we're playing Tablet of Discovery here.
Fire Magic.
Flipping Fire Magic. Probably not going to be casting that one. Gavin playing a 6th land here.
Interesting though, Aang airbending the defeat is not countering it, so it can delay it.
And it looks like we're going for an inevitable defeat here from Gavin, so he did find it. I think Noah drew hide on the ceiling, so he's actually going to hide on the ceiling the Riddler.
Flicker it.
Yeah, this is another thing that hide on the ceiling can do.
And
Just
Gavin
protect
doesn't
one of
give
your spells or one of your creatures.
Yeah. Spider-Man cards sneaking in there.
Oh, and Noah drew Sage of the Sky. So the blue card we saw was hide on the ceiling. It was not Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got Sage of the Skies. Looks like Noah's going to take 2 off of a Hollow Fountain here.
And then Riddler's going to come
and
back.
then Riddler's coming back. And the reason Noah's taking 2 off this Hollow Fountain is because he could draw something off of the Riddler.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're at 18 or 20.
Yeah, you might as well take the 2. It's not like your life total against control is going to matter.
Looks like he drew another land.
Yeah, Noah really flooding out here. This practice offense, if Gavin has another way to wipe the board here, not going to be looking too good. Jeskai Revelation is definitely one of the best cards to have for Gavin here. Would definitely start turning the tides in his favor. It looks like we're tapping Tablet here to here. Oh, flashback. We're flashing back Day of Judgment.
Oh, that's a nice play.
Yep.
That if that resolves, which we're pretty sure it's going to, that's going to clean up the board for
the flashback Day of Judgment, and there's nothing Noah can do about this. So looks like Gavin has started to has been able to stem the bleeding from Noah's card advantage engine. Noah drawing a lot of lands here. This next draw is going to be really, really important for Noah. He needs to start getting something going again.
I can't remember if I saw if Noah has a second Riddler that he's holding on to, and that would rebuild, but I'm not sure.
Oh, wow. Noah drew a Starfield Shepherd. That's pretty important.
That's equally as good.
Although Noah, I believe, has to assume that Gavin probably has some piece of removal in hand.
Well, he kind of oops the seer earlier, so I think he knows about the seer.
Yeah. So what do you get if you're Noah here and you suspect or know about a seer?
Yeah, that's tricky. Like I was saying, with Grand, maybe you can just kind of start rummaging. That might be your best option here.
Yeah, I do.
Because Momo and Pixie don't seem very impressive on this board.
This is why I was saying I like the Grand tech here. I mean, you get into these types of games and
actually, well, it wouldn't be that good against Seer, but that what was it? Figure of Fable that we saw in the last blue-white deck would have been nice too in a spot like this. Not in Noah's list.
Yeah, definitely. I like this Grand a lot.
Yeah.
Especially since Noah has a couple lands in hand.
Yeah, lots of lands. Oh, and that's a Cosmic Grand Zenith.
Yeah, Cosmic Grand Zenith from Noah here.
You won't be able to trigger this turn, but you may just get it down for more threats.
Looks like we're going to try to daydream the Starfield Shepherd, and Gavin's going to spend the Seer on the Starfield Shepherd. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I thought Gavin might spend the Seer on the Grand, but it looks like he's valuing that Starfield Shepherd a little more.
I don't think you want it blinking again.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But Noah baiting out the Seer, so now the Cosmic Grand is relatively safe.
Well, and if Gavin doesn't have another removal spell here, which he does, the Grand would have just started to get a lot of value for Noah here. So Noah really looking to draw a spell here to be able to fire off that Cosmic Grand Zenith, I guess.
I think Gavin only has 1 card left.
I guess Noah had practice offense before, but I think he just drew...
another Starfield Shepherd.
Is that a Starfield? I think that's a Halia. It looks like he drew a Halia. So we're playing Cosmic Grand Zenith here. Yes, so it's Halia practiced offense. Okay. So here's the question. Does Noah warp the Halia so that he has another spell to cast next turn? Right?
Yeah,
that's actually what he's considering right now.
The trigger stack, the tokens come into play before Halia, so you don't really get the card draw available.
No, I mean if he warps the Halia, then the next turn he gets to cast a Halia again. To try and trigger the Cosmic Grand Zenith. Yeah. So or do you just play the Halia out so you can start attacking for 3?
That's interesting.
Gavin has 1 card in hand, and I think it's pretty clear that if Gavin had a Jeskai Revelation, he would have cast it by now. So
it's just gonna flicker the Cosmic Grand and get 2 1/1s.
Yeah, interesting. So now he's going for a flashback Daydream on the Cosmic Grand Zenith here. We'll have to see what he chooses to do with the Cosmic Grand Zenith.
Gavin, is his last card Jeskai Rev? Oh boy.
Wow. Gavin's last card is Jeskai Revelation.
Nasty. Exact amount of mana to cast it with that tablet.
It looks like Gavin's actually deliberating whether or not he wants cast Jeskai Revelation right now. And it looks like he is.
Yeah. Destroys Zenith, bounce.
Yeah,
Still
so you
getting
get to
two
kill the
1/1s.
Cosmic Grand Zenith. Noah still gets 2/1/1s.
Gavin draws,
Gavin
two
draws a
cards.
couple cards. Yeah, Noah doesn't have any other plays here. Only has 2 mana available with 3 mana spells in hand. But Gavin now has a full grip. And let's see where he starts.
He can just stabilize.
Yeah, like Gavin's going on the offensive here. Animated Grey Hall at the Biblioplex, attacking for what looks to be 4 right now and does remain to be 4.
Gavin's at 18 against the deck that doesn't have burn or haste, so feeling pretty safe, I'd say.
Yeah, I really like this attack for Gavin. A lot of the times with the control, people will want to keep, a lot of things close to their chest, but you have to recognize when you need to turn the corner, and I think Gavin's identified that perfectly here.
Yeah. Gavin tries to play another land, but has already played land for the turn. Yeah. Great Hall is the librarian's in now forever. Let's see what Noah can do.
Yeah, let's see what
Noah
Noah can do.
what's going on.
We know about Julia and practice offense. Right, Noah's deliberating here.
Shouldn't Noah have 2
Oh,
Noah
Noah drew a Starfield Shepherd.
Okay. You could do some things with that in Halia. Definitely start getting some cards going.
Yeah, Noah should have 2/1/1 tokens. I don't know what would have happened to the other one.
Oh no, Gavin bounced one. Yeah, with the Revelation.
I see. He waited for the Cosmic Grand Zenith to resolve and then
Yeah.
bounced it with the Revelation. That makes sense. We just got a little bit of shortcutting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see if Noah starts with the Starfield Shepherd or the Halia.
Yeah, I think I like going Halia here. Anything that to draw cards to kind of get back ahead in this game.
Yeah, can you gain the 3 life to trigger the Halia here? I guess is the question. I guess you can do it with practice offense, right?
Yeah, or you can just warp Halia, warp Shepherd, get a Pixie, play Pixie, rebuy Shepherd. You can kind of start going that way.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. I think you got to just start drawing extra cards and try to outrun whatever.
I don't think you
has
can play
in
around
hand.
sweepers anymore at this point of the game. I think you just got to push the chips all in.
Yeah, definitely. I like this play from Noah. Just cast the Halia, play the Starfield Shepherd for 2. Looks like maybe get a Pixie and then you can warp the Starfield Shepherd.
Halia
again.
also gains you a life when she enters. Well, some cards like that don't, but she's
Oh, that's right. Halia does see herself. Wow. So, yeah, Noah gonna pick up the Starfield Shepherd for sure. The Pixie.
Yeah.
Gavin might have a response here, but does not. So I think if you're Noah, you can assume that Gavin doesn't have at least a 2-mana removal spell in hand. Noah's gonna get in there for 1 with the human token. And now we have to see if Noah's gonna warp the Starfield Shepherd again. Noah will be drawing at the end of this turn off of the Halia.
Yeah, I wonder what Gavin's last card is. Did he just draw land? Oh yeah, he tried playing a land and then wasn't able to.
Yeah, so we know one of them's a land.
Yeah.
And yeah, Noah's just gonna warp the Starfield Shepherd. We'll have to see what he gets here. He might be running out of options.
It could be another Pixie.
Yeah,
Momo.
I think it's a Momo now. I think the two Pixies that you could have are probably gone.
Right. There's only 2 in this list. Some lists have 3.
Yeah, so now the Starfield Shepherd is going to be picking up some Momos because the Grand and the 2 Pixies are gone. So Noah passing to Gavin here. Gavin, I think I might have seen Gavin draw Jeskai Revelation. I'm not sure. I don't know what these full art cards stole.
All blacked out.
Gavin's passing here.
Let's see.
Now the practice offense looking okay from Noah, depending on
yeah, you got 3 bodies in play, 3 1/1 counters. You could really go ham and play it and flash it back.
Noah drew an Aang Swift Savior, I believe.
Ooh, that's a good way to protect yourself.
Yeah, that seems very relevant here.
Although Gavin has enough mana to just cast it off of being airbent, but airbent can you only recast off sorcery speed? Is that not entirely sure off that one?
No,
you
you
can
can
just
cast it
for two.
anytime.
So yeah,
Yeah.
with the tablet, Gavin's got the ability to cast it even if it got anged and recast it.
Yeah, cast the Jeskai Revelation and then.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like Noah's just going in for two with the
just little-
Pixie.
Little two.
So we're not seeing a practice offense this turn, I would imagine. Looks like we're going to play a Momo here from Noah.
We're setting up for next turn, maybe.
And now I think we're going to be playing the Starfield Shepherd, it looks like, potentially. Noah did gain a life off of this Momo.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you want to trigger Halia again, right?
Yeah, Noah definitely wants to trigger Halia, so it's going to for sure
Chooses
try to
to
get
take.
at least 3 life this turn.
Gavin does nothing. So.
Huh, interesting. Noah just passing. And yeah, Gavin did nothing on Noah's end step either.
Yeah.
I think I see a Seer in
Noah
Gavin's
kind of
hands.
clawing his way back into this game.
Yeah, like even if Gavin had a
Oh, Gavin must have
way
drawn
to
a sweeper.
life.
He's jamming. I wonder if he drew. No, he's already flashed back the Day of Judgment.
And Noah just taking the damage here.
And I think Fire Magic's already gone.
Yeah, Fire Magic's gone. We might see an ill-timed explosion.
Oh, just Pyroclasm.
Yeah, it looks like a Pyroclasm here. So just going to clear up the Momo and the 1/1 and the Pixie. But the Halia will stick around.
Yeah. Still pretty good from Gavin's side. Clear 3 creatures.
Maybe one reason to cast on the practiced offense is it does get some of your creatures out of Pyroclasm range.
Yeah, that is a consideration. I think I might have jammed it last turn, but it is scary to jam into that much open mana.
And Gavin just plays the Mistrise Village. We're going to see the Aang end step for Noah, and it's going to airbend the land.
Yeah. Now it's just gone forever.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool interaction.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you cannot cast it.
Nope.
Noah untaps draws. Draws a Abandoned Air Temple. If you're going to draw a land, that's the one you want to draw.
He needed that last turn. That would have been huge.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's see if if Noah decides to play Flip Aang or cast the Starfield Shepherd. So many options for Noah here.
Yeah, you can just attack and Air Temple, and that's 7 damage. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see what Noah decides to do here. Still has practice offense as well.
Yeah, he's going for 1/1 counters.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just going to get some 1/1 counters on these attackers with the Abandoned Air Temple and just hit Gavin for 7.
You don't have to commit to the board.
Listen, the turn here, Gavin only has 1 card in hand, drawing a second.
Because next turn you're threatening lethal if Gavin has nothing.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand for Gavin here. Lethal on board for Noah. Still 2 cards in hand and a Starfield Shepherd for Noah. I'm really impressed with this Azorius Flyers deck's ability to grind against the 4-color control deck. I mean,
yeah, this has gone really long, and sometimes decks like this can gas out, and it just seems like Noah's had almost something to do every turn in this game.
Well, remember, Noah had 8 lands at one point in the first 7 turns of the game.
Yeah, and only got to rummage 1 away with Grand.
Yeah,
so practice offense. He's going for the kill. Yeah,
Noah's going for the practice offense kill here.
Doing a double strike and counter.
Is still holding up Abandoned Air Temple activation.
You can flash it back and just make both your creatures lethal threats. With the
give them both double strikes. So now Gavin has to have 2 answers with the 2 cards left in his hand. Clearly not a Jeskai Revelation. And wow, Gavin Bennett is going to compete. And Noah showed 2-0 in the semifinals against Gavin Bennett. Congratulations to Noah. Really well played.
Yeah, finish that game like LeBron James on the fast break doing a slam dunk. Holy.
Incredible. Dunking. Fantastic showing for the Azorius Flyers deck, though. I was super impressed with the staying power of the cards that Noah was playing. I mean
that deck just won the spotlight last weekend, so definitely on the rise and one of the top standard decks right now. Yeah,
the Quantum Riddlers, the Starfield Shepherds, so much value there. So we're in game 3 of the second semifinal. So we're going to find out who is going to be playing against Noah Michaud in the finals between Ryan and Dawson Corson.
2 Worlds invite. So Noah just clinched himself a World.
Oh yeah, huge congrats to Noah for the Worlds invite.
Yeah,
wow,
so that's really cool. Pro Tour invite, Worlds invite, gets to represent Canada. Love that.
What an RC weekend.
Yeah,
and I mean Noah's not done yet either.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing about these tournaments. Once you make top 2, the sweat's kind of over.
Yeah.
You're kind of just playing for money, right? You're just playing for fun in the trophy.
Yeah,
but
once you've hit the top
that-
two, you've got
that-
the world's in
the difference between top 2 and top 4 is huge.
Definitely, and these players, they know it. They're
Exactly,
feeling
yeah.
it.
I know Dawson, a player who has been on and off the Pro Tour in the last few years, taking a break from competitive Magic and now back at it in the top 8, would be really big for them. They can win this match, but also Ryan. We saw Ryan earlier yesterday, and Ryan was playing very tight with the prowess list.
You might take a break, but you can't keep him down.
Yeah.
Players are shuffling up for game 3 here. Unsure who's going to be on the play and who's going to be on the draw. I believe Ryan is going to be on the play. I think Dawson just asked Ryan whether or not he was going to be on the play. Taking a look at the sideboard here, the Marty looting game plan against Is It Prowess? I mean, this is a matchup we've seen a couple of times this weekend.
Yeah.
We have to assume that the Sheltered by Ghosts and the Seam Rips are coming in. I mean, I think anything that this weekend's taught me is that the Prowess deck, you really want to remove their threats basically right after they resolve them.
I think the Voice of Victory comes in this matchup too, just to stop instant speed interaction. Because when you have Voice of Victory in play or Sheltered by Ghosts, you can kind of play, and feel safe.
And depending on the Prowess deck, they play some more or less instant speed interaction. I mean, from Ryan's side, we're seeing 2 Into the Flood Moths, 2 Vibrant Outbursts. We've got 3 Secret Identities, 4 Burst Lightnings. So I definitely expect the voices to come in. I totally agree with your analysis here. Do you think he's bringing in things like Strategic Betrayal or maybe Piece of the Crimson Pulse to kind of like go a little bit longer?
I don't think so. I think Marty wants to kind of be the beatdown. So I think Red can go long and kind of play a little more controlling role, especially with the I believe Ryan has flow state, which can really help when you're grinding.
Flow states for Ryan.
2 main, 2 side. Also, one thing too, the Sheltered by Ghosts is a little scary against Boomerang basics, I think. It's very vulnerable. Like, you still got to spend 3 mana to do it.
Still really important.
But still, and then especially you can't really, I don't know. That's just one thing I'd be a little wary of, but.
Well, and if you're Ryan here, are you bringing in more removal, like the double Vibrant Outbursts? Are you bringing in a couple Into the Flood Moths?
I think so, yeah. I think you're kind of the control in this matchup, and you're trying to, keep the board reasonable, deal with those hardened academics before they get out of control.
Do you think you bring in flow states if that's the case? Like some Drake Hatchers, some flow states, like be really controlling, or?
It could be play draw dependent, yeah, how many flow states you want. It is an interesting card to have, main and side, because there's definitely some matchups you want more, some you want less, because you just don't have time to cast them.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see whether or not
same with like the Secret Identity, you might shave down on those because Dawson doesn't have a ton of removal. But yeah,
we'll see who's first here, and ultimately we'll get to see what decisions players have made. Looks like both of them are going to 6 here.
Ryan
is on the play, yeah.
No famed Storm Chasers.
No 21 Storm Chasers talent.
We'll settle for an opt.
He likes what he sees, so he's keeping it. It's a sleight of hand.
Yield opt for sleight of hand. Yeah, just wants to spin the wheels.
Yeah, Ryan has a couple lands in hand.
Drake Hatcher.
Yeah,
that's probably the best. Ryan can go up to 4 Drake Hatcher post board, which is huge in this matchup. But
Dawson did board in the Strategic Betrayal, killing the Drake Hatcher, exiling a card from the graveyard.
Yeah, deals with the horse really well too if they play the horse.
So we're seeing sleight of hand from Ryan here, looking at Burst Lightning and Into the Flood Maw.
I mean, Burst Lightning seems pretty appealing against this type of deck.
It's just like such a clean answer to the bird, right?
Yeah.
Hardened academic.
Good old shock, tried and true.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryan did take the Burst Lightning here and is now deciding whether or not to play Steam Vents or Island.
Yes, might be a window to just play tap Steam Vents so you don't take any damage.
There's a River Pyre Verge as well, so I think Ryan has 3 lands in hand.
Okay, yeah, just passing. Yeah, and this is kind of going, you're just answering each other's early plays.
Yeah, so let's see what Dawson has to commit to the board here. We know Ryan has 2 lands and a Burst Lightning. Unsure about the 4th card. Dawson playing the cards close to the chest. I think I saw Bloodgast. Looks like an inspired Vantage here. Voice
There's
of
Voice
Victory for
Victory.
Dawson, and that's going to be really good against
It
that
is.
Burst Lightning in
It is.
Ryan's hand.
Yeah. A, can't kill it. B, you can't do anything else this turn. It almost kind of time walks your opponent that just passed the mana.
Yeah, so the Voice of Victory lands, and Dawson just gets to pass the turn. Ryan draws a Drake Hatcher.
Yeah, can deploy another Drake Hatcher.
I believe
Probably
the
the best
last
card
card,
in this match.
the last card we don't know about in Ryan's hand is a Vibrant Outburst.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw that art. It's kind of colorful art on that card.
Yeah,
Which
so
is
we're
gonna do
Vibrant
it.
Outbursting the Voice of Victory. That makes a lot of sense. I expect we'll probably see a land into a Drake Hatcher here from Ryan. And
Yeah.
Ryan has kicked Burst Lightning next turn, but nothing else so far. He's going to have to weigh heavily on the draw step here. Dawson did board in the Curse of the Crimson Throne.
Crimson Pulse.
Or Case of the Crimson
Okay,
Pulse.
so maybe
Curse of the
this game's
Crimson
gonna go
Throne. That's a
long.
D&D thing. Yeah, so Dawson strategic
Another
again.
strategic
Wow,
control.
that brought in both of the strategics.
Yeah.
And Ryan draws a land, and that's a big deal for Ryan here. No threats, only kicked Burst Lightning.
Might be time to get that case
Dawson
down.
has 4 cards in hand. A Cool But Rude for sure. Looks like another Voice of Victory.
That's the blacked out art.
Yeah, it's the Voice of Victory and play a Cool But Rude. I might have mistaken the Case of the Crimson Pulse for a Cool But Rude.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But still a good spot to be in.
Quite
if you're
excellent.
Dawson.
Yeah. Looks like Boomerang Basics the draw for
Ryan has to use his whole turn pretty much just to kick Burst Lightning.
Yeah, I
on that
mean,
Voice
I
of
think you
Victory.
kind of have to kick the Burst Lightning here on the Voice of Victory, right?
Yeah.
Like, what else do you do? Kick Burst Lightning, maybe play Steam Vents tapped?
Yeah.
Is there any reason not to play the Steam Vents? It doesn't look like it.
No, there's no looting in the deck. I think you're fine with just hitting land drops.
I guess Ryan's deciding whether or not he cares about this Voice of Victory or if he wants to wait to potentially try and kill something else. The problem is that the Voice of Victory isn't going to let Ryan cast that Burst Lightning until his next turn. So if he passes the turn here, he's just not going to be able to.
Just gonna bounce it to.
Yeah,
to
wow. Boomerang Basics really interesting here, bouncing the Voice of Victory.
Yeah, I think I would have just dealt with it. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, Brian, I guess preferring the
he's
Burst
gonna
Lightning
replay
here.
it now and level up Cool But Rude and kind of just be exactly where they were last turn.
Yeah, so we know that Dawson drew a Cecil as well. So playing the Voice of Victory and then gonna
Maybe that Bloodgast you were mentioning earlier. Get that Bloodgast down. That one's really annoying to deal with for blue-red.
let's see. It looks like it might be a Cool But Rude. Dawson's deliberating though. Yeah, it looks
Second
like a Cool But
Cool Rude,
Rude
wow.
here.
So yeah,
Just
now
passing the
you're almost
turn.
assuredly gonna have to Burst Lightning that Voice.
Oh, looks like Ryan drew a Vibrant Outburst, so that's actually a better
okay.
answer.
It
And
is, yeah.
now he has a Burst Lightning to be able to deal with anything that Dawson plays. I don't think Dawson plays any creatures that don't die to kicked Burst Lightning. So I guess Ironfield Elf gets around the kicked Burst Lightning.
Yeah. But now Dawson has Moon Shadow, looks like.
I think that might be the Bloodgast. Unsure. Let's see what he.
That new Bloodgast art's kind of fun. I'm not used to that art. I like the OG art.
So we know that we're seeing, it looks like a Bloodgast here, and then we've got a Cecil that's coming into play as well. And Dawson has an Inspiring Vantage in hand, is just leaving it in hand.
As soon as Dawson gets to attack with either of those creatures, those Cool But Rudes are going to be popping off.
Yeah, next turn, at minimum, Dawson can just level up both Cool But Rudes and attack with both creatures for looks to be 12 damage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Quite a bit.
So Ryan here has a Burst Lightning, though. Just has to decide where it's going to go. Going to cast a Drake Hatcher first. So.
Okay, so you can block and then Burst Lightning, but you're still going to get... There's going to be some pizza slinging going on pretty quick here.
Cowabunga.
Unga bunga.
So let's see if Dawson decides to level up the Cool But Rudes. We've got one leveled up, and we're just going for the second.
Yeah.
And wow, Dawson drew a practice offense here as well. So can decide whether or not he wants to discard it off of one of these triggers.
Yeah.
Let's see what he decides to send in. Dawson's just sending in the Bloodgast. Interesting. Ryan decided not to Burst Lightning in the Bloodgast pre-combat.
Yeah, I might just be saving it for that Cecil.
Yeah, Dawson discarding the practice offense before discarding this land potentially.
So that's 8 damage just off the 2 Cool But
Looks
Rudes.
like we're discarding a Rotting Mako and a practice offense. Yeah, Ryan's taking 8.
Then, yeah, you get to block Bloodgast. The damage has been done.
Yeah, and Dawson keeping that land in hand so that after the Bloodgast block, you get to play a land and get the Bloodgast back
Very
again.
good sequencing, yeah. And remember, Bloodghast has that other hidden text. Once your opponent's below 10 life, it has haste.
Yeah, and Ryan's gonna be below 10 life next turn unless he does something pretty special here. We know he has a Burst Lightning in hand, but what else did he draw? I think a Flow State here is probably Ryan's best draw. Gets him a couple
Yeah.
cards, gets him back in the game potentially. We know that the Burst Lightning can kill at least the Cecil here.
Yeah, or a Storm Chaser's talent would be not bad.
Ryan really considering his options here.
Yeah, because that Great Catcher just can't attack into a 2/3 Death Touch.
Yeah, so if you're in Ryan's seat, you think you kick the Burst Lightning, kill the Cecil, and then attack for what, 2, I guess?
Yeah, that might be the only line. The other card is a land.
Oh yeah, Ryan drew a multiversal
yeah.
passive. That's definitely not where you want to be if you're Ryan, and it's just passing the
Seeing
turn
Ryan's
here.
body language, I think, can sense that things have not gone his way this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not over for Ryan though. I think he's like one flow state away from potentially turning the corner here. Dawson though is getting the first crack here, trying to
Dawson-
close out the game.
Dawson he's got Seam Rip.
Wow,
Yeah,
Seam Rip from Dawson here is going to be huge. The Drake Catcher is so critical to Ryan coming back in this
I
game.
think there's just lethal on board. Obviously, there's going to be a Burst Lightning. You can for another discard trigger, you can just do the
Yeah, I actually
gamble.
think if this plays out the way that it probably should here, Ryan's gonna kick Burst Lightning, kill one of these creatures, and then Dawson's gonna get to activate both Coolbit Roots for the third ability, which is
Yeah.
Gamble, which means he's gonna search for a card in his library and then discard a card at random, but he'll
Yeah.
get 2 more discard triggers.
Burst Lightning, yeah, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, so Dawson has lethal on board as long as he sees it, and I mean he's been playing this deck all weekend.
Opponent's a 2.
And notably, Dawson is the 8th
Yeah.
seed.
Oh, there you go. Dawson has
Wow, Dawson Carson wins and is going to meet Noah Michaud in the finals. We have a Mardu versus Azorius Flyer finals. Is it prowess? Get out of here.
And that World Championship spot claimed by Dawson. Coveted thing.
And shout out to our production team, the one man himself, Samsung.
Oh, that's our man in the chair. Yeah, he's running the show down on the ground level. We're just sitting here comfy at home, but
He let us know that.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go. Hey. He let us know that for the last few RCs, they have been won by the player in the 8th seed.
Okay, that's the 8th seed.
So we have Noah trying to dismantle that tradition that is happening currently, and Dawson trying to keep it alive. Going to be a really exciting finals. I'm really excited for it.
Congrats to both players, playing for the trophy, playing for some money, but they both had successful weekends.
And hey, both securing that Worlds invite. I mean, that's really exciting too.
Worlds, they give you like $1,000 just for showing up. Basically.
What a time to be alive!
You're just playing with house money. They give you some sweet promos. Yeah, that's all great.
Yeah, incredible. Stick around.
We're going to take a little break.
Take a small break before the finals, but we'll be back with all of the action here at RC Ottawa. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is January, and I came second at RC Vancouver playing Mono Green Landfall. Landfall's a versatile deck with ramp, mid-range, and combo elements. Your 1 and 2 drops put significant pressure on your opponent, both by accelerating your mana, and in the case of Saz's Chocobo, by getting in early damage. Then your mid-range threats, like Earthbender Ascension and Icetail Explorer, let you extend your mana advantage while scaling your creatures into scary threats. You can finish the game with grindy value engines like Sapling Nursery, or with the combo kill of Mightform Harmonizer with your many landfall triggers. It's important for me to play a deck I'm comfortable with, and going into the Vancouver event, Landfall was at the top of the list for me. I like the deck's pressure and sticky threats into lessons in the controlling decks, as well as the ability to threaten combo kills out of nowhere into the uninteractive decks in the format. The deck also plays a surprising number of elementals, like Mossborn Hydra and Esper Origins, to give you game against Spelementals and the other Sunderflock decks. In Strixhaven, my college of choice would have to be Quandrix. I'm a math major by training, and one of my favorite things about games like Magic is how a detailed rules system gives structure and purpose to your duels, just like how math gives structure to the world. Getting to be a wizard who beats people up with fractals and geometric constructs given form sounds pretty sweet.
doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. Searching through an empty world, hurt myself with all I've learned. Drops of red beneath the snow, thorns so sharp and blood so cold. In the garden where silence grows, lies my world, my bleeding rose. Every path I walk is frozen with memories that left me broken. Drops of red beneath the snow, thorns so sharp and blood so cold. In the garden where silence grows, lies my world, my bleeding rose. Broken roots and withered soul, waiting for a miracle. This is not the life I chose, but she's still my bleeding rose. Drops of red beneath the snow, thorns so sharp and blood so cold. In the garden where silence grows, lies my world, my bleeding rose. Broken roots and withered soul, waiting for a miracle. This is not the life I chose, but she's still my bleeding rose. Forever I will hold my bleeding rose.
Hello and welcome back for the last time here at RC Ottawa, presented by Face to Face on the Face to Face Tour. I'm one of your hosts, Trent, and I've got Noel here, and we're getting right into the action here.
Wow, yeah,
in the
here we are.
finals. Wow,
No time to wait.
Azorius
Planes to catch, places to be.
Azorius Flyers versus Mardu Discard. Noah's on the play. Looks like we've got a Godless Shrine and a Cecil from Dawson here. Noah turn 2 playing a Flood Farm Verge and just getting a Starfield Shepherd out there. What do you think you're going to get if you're Noah here?
Probably a Pixie or maybe a Momo to set up next turn. Oh, just planes. Yeah, once the land drop.
Getting the planes with the Starfield Shepherd, super relevant.
Yeah.
Dawson,
That's added bonus mode. I did a lot in limited, that's for sure, because I didn't have any good 1-drops.
it works. It works.
Card's a card.
So Dawson's taking 2 from a Sacred Foundry here. Let's see what he's going to cast.
Yeah, is that a one of Cecil that just keeps showing up in all these
The one of Cecil,
duets?
it's like Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah.
We've got a cool bet route from Dawson, discarding a Blood Gas, drawing a card, hitting Noah for 2. Dawson down to 14, of course, because Cecil does damage to you based on the damage it deals.
Yep.
Noah's going to play a Plains here.
Yeah, Yeah, no, that's the plane to search for. And then what do we got here? We got a
String
drum. We
drum.
might have the Riddler, Daydream.
Oh, the Riddler. Do we have the Daydream? Wow,
Oh,
we do
yeah.
have the Daydream. That's a big swing for Noah here. 5/7 Dawson has to deal with. And this Mardu discard deck does not have a lot of removal, especially removal that deals with a 5/7 flyer. I mean, we've got one Erode, I believe, in the main deck. Yeah.
I mean, Sissel can attack past it with the Death Touch, but then again, you're going to 12 against the 5/7.
Yeah, Dawson's going to have to figure out how to advance his board state to a point where he's able to turn the corner here with something like a practice offense maybe, or an alpha strike. Let's see what he decides to go with here first, though. Looks like a hardened academic.
Okay, that's a good start. But the Riddler can block that quite easily.
So the hardened academic discarding a card.
Discard Bloodghast. That's pretty cool. You get the trigger 2 Bloodghasts.
Yeah, 2 Bloodghasts coming back. Really good for Dawson
4/5.
here. The hardened academic has lifelink. I think the hardened academic should have gotten triggers from the Bloodghasts as well here.
It did. They put the counters on the Sissel.
Oh, yes, they put the count. Yep, yep.
So we got a 4/5 Death Touch rumbling in. But it's also going to make Dawson lose 4 life on the hit.
Yeah, so Dawson's going to be going to 10 here, it
Noah,
looks like.
yeah, I guess Noah could block? No, it can't. No. It's a...
Yeah, Cecil is a 4/5.
4/5. So yeah, can trade.
The Riddler could block here. Looks like Noah's just going to take the damage.
That's big too, because Cecil's going to flip.
Yeah, Cecil flipping into a lifelinker here.
A 6/6 lifelink. That's some business right
We'll
there.
see what Noah has to respond to this lifelinker here. I think Noah just drew a seam rip, which
well, if Noah
feels
has,
pretty good.
Noah has practice offense, that's double strike for lethal right now. But
Noah definitely could have a lot of stuff here. Dawson, though, one starting town up could be representing the Singleton or Road here. Noah has to consider a lot of potential options here.
That's the thing about open deck list. You have those one-ofs, and you can kind of bluff your opponent and represent them sometimes.
Looks like Noah has a Cosmic Grand Zenith in hand, a Momo. We've got a Starfield Shepherd that's warped currently. Getting in with the Quantum Riddler just for 5 here, yeah. Yeah, I believe I saw Seam Rip in Noah's hand as well.
Dawson's just going to chump. Yep.
Yeah, I think I like blocking with the Hardened Academic there. You don't really want to go to one swing lethal.
No. But now Cosmic Grand Zenith is going to be able to flood this board with a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, and Cosmic Grand Zenith into the Seam Rip on the Cecil here.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Getting to make a couple of 1/1s.
Yeah, that neutralizes the Bloodghasts pretty well. Big swings back and forth.
Yeah, Noah definitely in the driver's seat now. Is going to play out a Momo as well with one of these 1/1s in the Springleaf Drum. Dawson has 2 Bloodghasts and a couple of cards in hand. Is going to hit the 4th land drop. Has a Cool But Rude in hand. I believe another Hardened Academic.
But really doesn't have good attacks into a 2/4 and a 1/1 with 2 Bloodghasts.
Yeah, and this Quantum Riddler is picking away at Dawson's life total pretty fast.
Yeah, I guess at the very least you can level up Cool But Rude attack, and if you have a land drop, those Bloodghasts will just come back anyways. Because they can't block, so...
Looks like an Iron Shield Elf in Dawson's hand as well. So Dawson here really deciding whether or not he wants to commit more creatures to the board, or a Cool But Rude from the hand, or level up Cool But Rude. Tons of different decision points here for Dawson.
Yeah, but needs to also make sure he doesn't die on the crackback from the Zenith, just putting 1/1 counters on the board.
Yeah, Dawson also really has to consider the draw that he's going to get from Cool But Rude here, right? Like, do you play your second Cool But Rude because you get an extra draw to look for a road to kill the Quantum Riddler? Lots of decision points here for Dawson.
Start by leveling up, I like that.
Yeah, gonna level up Cool But Rude here. Also has Hardened Academic, so could play Hardened Academic and try to fireball Noah out at some point.
Yeah, the Momo does prevent that a little bit, being able to block the Hardened Academic. But yeah, just 2 Bloodghasts coming in. 2 Rum. Is it? They each get it's just 1 Rummage trigger.
Yeah,
right?
so it looks like we're getting one single Rummage trigger from the Cool But Rude. Gonna discard the Iron Shield Elf draw card, take deal 2 to Noah, so Noah's down to 12.
You just get to block. Certainly blocking 1, just deciding whether they want to trade the 1/1 for a Bloodghast. Especially
and
with the threat of the 1/1 counters.
unsure what
turn.
Dawson drew here. Yeah, so Noah's just trying to decide. Probably going to block with Cosmic Grand Zenith. Very likely to do that. Does Noah want to block with one of the 1/1s? Does he want to block it all? Just takes it all.
Yeah, I think Noah might just be able to crack back for lethal.
There are a couple Burst Lightnings in Dawson's deck, so that's probably what Noah's considering with the Cosmic Grand Zenith here.
Yeah, you can play Iron Shield Elf, but there's not enough cards in hand to fireball out your or that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a hardened academic here for Dawson, and that's going to be a blocker for the Quantum Riddler. Looks like Noah has Grand, Starfield Shepherd, and I believe drew a Momo. So let's see. Does Noah have lethal here? If
That'd be close.
So the hardened academic can gain lifelink, go to 10 for Dawson, and block the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start off with a Starfield Shepherd here,
and grow the Momo.
Yeah, the Cosmic Grand Zenith can give everything +1/+1, which I think might be enough. Let's see, 3.
Yeah, because that academic
7.
has to block Riddler.
Yeah, I think Noah has onboard lethal here if he can find it. So he's gonna play the Nurturing Pixie, get a Cosmic Grand Zenith trigger, give everything +1/+1, bounce a creature. Yeah, and that's lethal for Noah Michaud. Noah Michaud up a game in the finals of RC Ottawa.
From the big blue raindrop trophy.
Now, if you ask me, I kind of want to see Dawson take it down with Mardu discard because I love the idea that the 8th seed keeps winning all of the RC.
Yeah, is this not? Is this the 8 versus 7 seed?
I think this is 8 versus 3rd. Yeah, Noah was the 3rd seed. But Noah is putting up a really good fight here. What do you sideboard in if you're Dawson, especially after losing game 1?
Yeah, so you've got your Voice of Victories, which are good in this matchup because they do have some flash creatures. Dual Tactics might actually be pretty nice at picking off Momo and just getting in some damage. And then, like we saw, the Riddler is so hard to answer. If it's the only thing in play, you might want that Strategic Betrayal.
You think you're bringing your Sheltered by Ghosts and your Seam Rips?
I don't know about the Sheltered by Ghosts in this matchup. They might just have too many ways to bounce it. But yeah, Seam Rip seems pretty good. And yeah, I think Dawson's gonna be on the play. So once again, you want to go faster than them, right?
What do you think you're getting rid of from your main deck? To me, the moon shadows feel maybe a little mopey. Like, I don't know. It's just a 1-mana. It's just a 1-mana 1/1 with menace. I guess it gets bigger, but like.
That is the difficult part about this deck is that the main deck's so tight that it's hard to shave cards. Like maybe you're shaving a practiced offense, or maybe some Tursas are a bit too slow.
Do you
maybe Inti might not be that great, but also Trample.
Yeah, Trample seems like it could be particularly relevant in some matchups. Like maybe you bring the Inti in.
Yeah, but go up to another Inti.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe like Mako shave one. Like maybe that's not at its best in this matchup.
Maybe you cut like a couple Iron Shield elves just because they're like 3/1s that aren't really amazing at attacking, depending on like if you need the cards in hand or not.
You do like having those free discard outlets. Those are kind of like the nucleus of the deck. But yeah, you could probably shave one. But yeah.
Okay, well, so from Azorius Flyers perspective, then, you've won game 1.
Yeah.
You're 1 game away from winning an RC. You've already made a Worlds invite. You've already got a Pro Tour invite. You're already cashing. What do you board in?
So pretty interestingly, Clarion Conqueror shuts off those free discard outlets. So that's a pretty neat angle. So I could see those making an appearance, as well as Rest in Peace being really good against this deck, because the Rakdos deck does use its graveyard with Bloodghast, practiced offense, and effects like that.
What do you think of the I believe this is Pyrrhic Strike? It's 1 and 2 colorless, and you can choose to destroy a creature with mana value 3 or greater, or an artifact or enchantment. Doesn't seem like you'd be bringing that in against the Momo deck.
No.
Only kills, or sorry, against the discard deck. They just don't have creatures that are bigger than 2.
It kills Cool But Rude, but that's not it. You can just Seam Rip Cool But Rude. So you're definitely boarding in up to your 4 Seam Rips. Is there some main? Yeah.
What do you think about Hide on the Ceiling here? You can clear all of their blockers, or you can save all of save your creatures. I don't know.
I don't think it's necessary in this matchup. I think you're just trying to go lean. I think the goal number 1 is to try and get like a fast Sage of the Skies hand and just get lifelink pressure going, and the black red deck's gonna have a hard time beating flying lifelinkers.
I really like the Clearing Conquerors here. I think
Yeah.
shutting off those free discard outlets is going to be really important here.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, and this Dawson is hoping that this is not the last game of RC Ottawa.
But Dawson at X3 has been running hot, to win out into the top 8, sneak in that 8th seed. So definitely playing with house money at this point.
Yeah, with one of the coolest decks in Standard from my perspective, and we're going to see Inspired Vantage into the Marauding Mako and turn 1 Springleaf Drum from Noah.
So now it's here where you have one of those 2 drops. Maybe Hardened Academic can really put some pressure on.
Yeah, let's see what Dawson follows up this Marauding Mako with. Plays a Concealed Courtyard, has a Cool But Rude.
That's great too, yeah.
Yeah, definitely where you want to be if you're Dawson. Getting a little bit of extra damage in, getting some draw triggers off of this Cool But Rude.
That card really is the engine of this deck. I know older lists played Monument of Endurance, which was cool, but also 3 mana was a bit awkward. Having a 2 mana, almost kind of pseudo version of that is huge.
Really impressed by Cool But Rude this weekend. Really, really good. We're going to see Momo here from Noah. And is this the fast Sage of the Skies hand? No, it is just an Aang.
But Aang on Mako, pretty good. You don't want to pay 2 mana for a 1/1.
Yeah, I don't want to say that I just said just an Aang. You know what I mean? It was still very good for Noah here. That's exactly what you want to see if it isn't Sage of the Skies to get that pressure off of you.
It's like the best mana war you've ever seen there.
And Dustin has another Mako in hand, so we'll see if he wants to just recast the Mako that's already in exile, if he wants to play something else. Looks like we're going to cast the Mako from exile here.
And maybe play another one.
Yeah, looks like we're committing to 2 Makos from Dawson.
Yeah,
setting up pass the turn.
Setting up a big attack next turn.
So Noah Misha gets to untap with Momo, Aang, and access to 4 mana now here after playing 3rd land. Has a Quantum Riddler in hand. Gonna Seam Rip the Cool But Rude. That's a big deal for Noah here.
Yeah, Seam Rip's so good. Such a clean answer, especially, Standard's so streamlined right now that it just hits a lot of the key cards. Hits
Seam Rip
Badger's Cub, hits,
It's so good, and it's so fascinating because I don't think Portable Hull, which is a very similar card, pretty analogous, did the same type of thing in Standard.
Yeah.
I see Noah attack for 3 here.
Maybe that Standard format, there's more 3 and 4s that were key.
Oh, and Tursa Light Shatter from Dawson here. Wow, what a combo. Getting 4 counters, 2 on each of the Marauding Makos here. Noah just passing the turn. Curious to see what he has open here. I believe it's an Erode.
So that's 9 damage.
So coming in for 9 here. And Dawson's really turning the corner here. Noah is definitely ahead. We're going to see an Erode here from Noah, getting rid of one of the Makos.
Yeah,
still taking 6 though.
Gives a land, and 4 mana seems to be kind of like the linchpin amount for Dawson's deck to really function.
Noah does have a Quantum Riddler in hand and can cast it next turn with the discount from the Momo. So we'll see if Noah can stabilize after that big swing from Dawson.
Yeah, Riddler's got a lot of butt. Really good at blocking.
Yeah,
really good at everything.
So, it looks like we're warping Riddler because we have a Daydream in hand from Noah. Noah's getting to draw 2 cards, draws a Plains and an Erode.
1 mana draw 2. Love that.
Now Noah's deciding whether or not he wants to cast Erode now and then cast Daydream on his Riddler, because then he'll draw an extra card.
Yeah, if you get down to 1 card again, you can draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, so we're going to see an Erode here from Noah, getting rid of the Mako, which makes a lot of sense. The Tursa only a 3/3, not as threatening as the Mako that can grow.
Yeah. Tursa's kind of already done her damage.
Yeah, and wow, the Erode is just a clean Swords to Plowshares because Dawson already has both mountains in hand, and Noah's going to get the Daydream and draw 2 cards here. I think drew 2 more lands, though, it looks like. Oh, no, we've got a Springleaf Drum and 2 lands. Still has a 5/7 Riddler in play. Noah's going to get in for
I think it's 5.
For 5 here, it looks like. Yep.
Yeah. Card I'm surprised these blue-white decks don't play as any copies of Wan Chi Tong. Even like a 1-of would be kind of cool with these Erodes and just a big flash flyer. So
yeah, definitely.
Interesting omission, but so many good cards. You only have so many slots.
So Noah plays the Springleaf Drum. And Dawson untaps and draws. Now the question is, can Dawson get rid of this Quantum Riddler? It's really hard for the Mardu discard deck to get rid of these big flyers that Noah Mishod's deck can play.
Yeah. And with other creatures in play, you don't have the Strategic Betrayal even as an option.
Yeah, so it looks like Dawson's going to lead off with an Inti here. And then we're gonna see is he's casting
practice
practiced offense.
So we're gonna give Tersa double strike, I presume.
Yeah,
And
so
it's gonna
look,
be able to trample from Inti as well.
so Tersa's gonna be able to attack for looks like 10 here.
That's a lot.
The
That's
mate-
one way.
So Dawson might be compelling Noah to block here because Noah doesn't have doesn't have lethal against Dawson on the next turn.
Mhm.
So yeah, discarded a card. Dawson discarded a blood gas to the Inti trigger, gave Tersa a +1 counter. So now Tersa's attacking for 5, assumedly with double strikes. So is Noah going down to 2 here, or is he gonna block with the blocking
First trade with Riddler? That feels pretty safe. I don't know if I want to go to 2 against the deck with Cool Baruds and
burst lightnings. Yeah. And you have 2 lands in hand, so it's not like you're gonna have amazing follow-up either way.
Yeah.
The tough thing is your Riddler is the best thing you have going on the battlefield. I guess you can flip your Ang with waterbending next turn if you want. I think I agree with you. I think if I was in Noah's position, I'd probably block here, but I mean, obviously Noah's played this deck so much more than either of us have, so I would trust his judgment, being in the finals and all.
Yeah, we're just window viewers here.
Yeah, so it looks like I think Noah did take the damage, so Noah's down to 2 here. Dawson's deciding whether or not to play that Sacred Foundry or to play the Blazemire Verge from hand. Looks like he plays the Blazemire Verge, getting a Bloodghast back.
Okay.
And that Bloodghast going to 2, really relevant here for Noah. Yeah. That Bloodghast is now lethal as well. Yeah. And Noah draws another land.
Lands? Wow.
Yeah, so Noah has 3 lands in hand.
So that's why I don't like the no block if you have no action, because you don't have lethal on the crackback. Like maybe if you draw exactly Shepherd, then you can maybe have lethal. Maybe he was just saying I'd rather play for the win than play to not lose. But now,
yeah, looks like Noah's trying to figure out if he's gonna waterbend flip Ang here, but
you can tap those drums just for waterbend, right?
Yeah, but the problem with the waterbend here is it costs 8, and Noah only has 7, so you'd have to tap his Momo, and that leaves 3 lethal attackers for Dawson.
Yeah, and waterbend Ang's only, what is it, 5/5?
Yeah, it's a 5/5 with reach and a couple other abilities. I think when it attacks, it gives +1/+1 counters. I think what we're gonna see from Noah after he does some deliberating is we're gonna see land pass.
Is that not lethal? 6 + 5 is 11, 12. Like, does Ang put counters on itself once it's flipped, or each other creature?
Yeah, once it's flipped, it's not a flyer though.
Oh, it loses flying.
Yeah, so Dawson will just be able to block with the Inti.
Interesting.
We did have the Daydream in the graveyard, so Noah actually gets to reset the Riddler after attacking. That's a big deal, and he draws a Momo here, which is another big deal because he just needs to draw relevant spells here.
Yeah, Momo not a relevant spell.
Oh, that's right, Momo legendary. Yeah, wow,
I made that mistake.
Wow.
You can use it in a pinch to pump your existing Momo, but it's not great.
Yeah.
Is he just waterbending right now? You can do it instant speed, right? You can just wait.
I think the waterbend is too expensive here to do.
You can do it. You can block and then do it after blockers. That's probably the best way to go about it. But
the waterbend costs 8 though, and Noah only has 7 permanents to tap. So
not even available.
Yeah.
Dawson has something in step.
Yeah, Dawson has Requiting Hex in hand, so considering whether or not to cast it now, or I think Dawson's waiting because Noah could theoretically have no more lies in hand, so Dawson wants to cast the Requiting Hex on a turn where he can pay 3 mana for it. I think he drew an Iron Shield Elf.
Okay, I can do some things with Inti.
So we know Dawson doesn't, but we know that if Dawson Requiting Hexes the Momo, that he has lethal.
He's just gonna tag with everything, and Inti maybe on Bloodghast to give it trample.
Yeah, maybe you start with your Inti trigger here, give the Bloodghast counter and trample.
Finds a land, so that's not gonna hurt anything.
Now the question is Dawson going to cast the Requiting Hex before blocks or not?
Yeah, it looks like it.
And yeah, it looks like Dawson's going for it. So Dawson is going for lethal, and Noah does not have anything in hand. So we are going to a game 3 here. Wow. Noah's going to be on the play.
Yeah. Holy.
Really big swing there for Dawson. Remember the turn where Dawson had just 2 Marauding Makos in play and nothing else going on? Eroded. Yeah, the Tersa, though.
The double strike trample was huge on Tersa.
Yeah, definitely. The Tersa being able to get the Makos in for an additional 2 points of damage each, forcing Noah to erode a Mako, hitting him for 6. Really big swing there.
This Mardu deck just wins from nowhere.
Is there
It's
anything
really cool?
Is there anything different you do on the play here if you're Noah? Like now that you are playing for this is the last game we're gonna see. Noah's on the play. Do you put in your No More Lies? Do you?
I don't think no. I think you pretty much keep to your sideboarding plan. I think maybe just the range of hands you're looking to keep or mulligan are different on the play or the draw. I think Noah wants to be the aggressor this time and go for one of those fast starts. But Dawson's deck can be so fast that it can almost take the play back from you.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again from this Mardu discard deck that it can just turn the corner at the drop of a hat, you know?
Yeah. It goes from nothing to you're dead.
Nothing to attacking for 9. Okay, so yeah, I agree. I think you're probably keeping the same sideboarding plan. I'd love to see like maybe the misers hide on the ceiling from Noah. I don't know. It's got a lot of I think that card is a little close to my heart. I really love it. You know, it's a great blink card if you play blink in other formats. Let's look at Mardu looting though.
Another cool note, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was the finals matchup last weekend at the Spotlight as well.
Oh,
so both these decks, you know, doing well. I'm not sure how the other, you know, their Spotlight in the US right now going on. I'm not sure how theirs is going. I saw a lot of Izzet decks doing well, but here the Izzet decks have been beaten by these two guys.
And with this Mardu looting deck being on the draw here, are you changing your sideboard plan up at all? Are you just keeping in the seam rips? Are you playing Sheltered by Ghosts?
I guess we're gonna have to.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to find out. Yeah. Let's see if our players are keeping on their 7s. Looks like Noah's thinking about it. But Noah being on the play.
Noah's gotta feel good being on the play game 3. That's for sure. Because being on the draw against this Mardu deck is terrifying.
Oh, definitely. Well, it looks like, unfortunately for Noah, he's got a thinker here.
Yeah.
I see Daydream. I see Sage of the Skies. Looks like we have a Hollowed Fountain, a Seam Rip. Might be a one-lander. Not sure.
Yeah, one-lander without a Momo or a drum can be very sketchy.
Noah really considering this hand here.
Yeah, the pressure of the finals definitely.
Starfield Shepherd, everything. I see Halia. I think it is a one-lander.
Yeah, I think you might ship that. I don't know. One land. Your deck has enough ways to get back up on cards with Riddlers and whatnot. Dawson's mulligan.
Did I see Pyrrhic Strike from Noah? It looks like Noah's keeping the hand.
Wow.
So I think it is a one-lander keep from Noah here. Hollowed Fountain.
No gamble, no future.
And Dawson mulliganing, you've got to be really happy to see that from Noah's perspective.
Yeah, every time this Mardu deck mulligans, they just lose a little bit of juice, right?
Yeah, you really want that extra material, even if it's just a land, just to be able to discard it, get those cool but rude triggers.
Yeah. I know there was old discard lists that actually splashed for Riddler, just because when you got down low enough, you could Riddler.
Oh yeah, that's hype. I like that a little bit.
Yeah, but that's a thing of the past now. But
so Dawson's looking at his hand, trying to figure out, is he keeping? He definitely is. Just deciding what to get rid of here. I see an Iron Shield Elf from him, probably a couple of lands, it looks like. And we're seeing a tap Hollowed Fountain here from Noah. And let's see if he draws land too.
Dawson accidentally grabs 2 cards.
Looks
like he didn't see the
second card. Yeah, so the judge is just gonna let him draw the top card.
Fill up the deck.
Dawson knows the position of the bottom card of the deck, so the judge is probably gonna keep the bottom card of the deck there and then shuffle the rest.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Pretty easy fix here.
Yeah, it might just be a warning for Dawson. Don't rack up too many of those or else it can be bad, but I think there'll be no harm, no foul here.
Yeah, I would imagine that it is not going to matter in the end for this finals game here.
I once saw someone shuffle his opponent's deck and spill it onto his lap. That was awkward.
Incredible.
And it was closed deck list.
We've got a Marauding Mako here from Dawson off of the starting town. Okay. And Noah did not draw a second land.
So that's why I don't
like
that
is hand. So important here.
Yeah.
Is Dawson going to win the RC based off of Noah not drawing a second land? Dawson
another draw one, play one.
The Iron Shield Elf that Dawson played. But Dawson's hitting third land drop here too, playing a Bloodghast.
Maybe like a tap Blood Crypt. Yeah.
Bloodghast, tap Blood Crypt. I think Dawson has Cool But Rude and looks to be practice offense. Wow, Noah just cannot draw a second
You
land.
hate to see this game 3 of the finals. This is
Sometimes you got to keep one-landers, but this is what happens to you when you do sometimes.
gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them.
Cool But Rude here for Dawson.
Yeah,
Getting in with a Bloodghast. Gets to discard a practice offense. I mean, if you're Noah, you're feeling so bad here.
Yeah.
Can Noah come back from this? Noah needs to draw a land on this next draw step. I mean, every draw step has been really critical for Noah to draw a land, but really this next draw step is going to be important for him coming back here.
Yeah, 4 lands to 1 is no, he's not even.
We've seen it happen before. Can Noah draw a land? Can he come back?
Nothing. Okay.
Looks like we're deliberating over the seam rips with the judge here.
Which one's what?
I don't think these seam rips are ultimately going to matter. I think this, whether or not Noah is drawing a land on this turn, is going to be the most impactful critical point of this game. Can he draw a land?
You need the miracle land.
Wow, Noah is keeping us on suspense here. The card has already been drawn. Is it a land? It is not. It's a daydream, I believe.
Wow, that's not going to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Noah's going to be going to discard here.
Interestingly enough, I think Dawson didn't play 4th land, then decided to play 4th land. Okay,
yeah, we're just warping
for life.
Warping a Halia, get a life. Don't have to discard. And Dawson's going to 5th turn.
It's time to level up Cool But Rude, and
this does seem to me like a Cool But Rude level up here. So now when you're in this position against someone who kept a one-lander and isn't drawing lands, you just got to make sure that you are playing tight and correctly, because
don't ease up. Keep your foot on the pedal.
I think it would be disingenuous for us to say that Dawson is anything but unfavored to win this game, but you really want to make sure that you are taking the steps that seal their fate. And Noah, can he draw a land on the 5th turn of the game? Yeah, he does draw a land. It's the 6th turn of the game.
What can you do from here now? Without even a Springleaf Drum in play, it's so tight on resources.
Yeah, like
with no Momo, no Springleaf Drum, keeping a one-lander, that's tough sledding.
But Noah is at 15. Dawson only has X1s in play. Like, if Noah can play a land here, maybe play a couple, like 1 or 2 creatures to potentially block. I don't know. I'd love to see Noah maybe fight a little bit harder here.
Yeah, 2 Seam Rips have already been played. I'm sure the full 4 are in. But you can only Seam Rip so many things. Dawson's got 3 things in play.
A lot to consider here for Noah. How does he go into these next turns? He's got another Halia in hand, it looks like. We've got a Daydream as well. So he's going to Halia and Daydream the Halia. Okay, gain a couple of life. This is a great start for Noah. I mean,
it's not nothing.
He now gets to block the Bloodghast profitably. Dawson down to 3 cards in hand. Can Noah come back from this deficit?
Question is, does Dawson ever practiced offense?
I also
think he does.
Yeah,
that's going to be it.
Well, Dawson has a practice offense in the graveyard already.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go.
So that's going to be big damage for sure. I think I saw an Erode from Noah.
Okay. But no mana up, so the Erode is not relevant right now.
Yeah, it looks like 2 Sage of the Skies, a Starfield Shepherd, and a Erode.
Oh yeah, that Halia is a 1/1 counter as well, so it's a 4/4. Just not bad, but Dawson has a Seam Rip, which isn't doing anything here.
Well, Dawson could Seam Rip a Seam Rip here.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'll see what Dawson decides to do. Dawson also has the option of leveling up the Cool But Rude and searching his library and trying to find something.
Yeah, I think he's got enough action. He doesn't need to do that at the moment, but
yeah, it looks like we're just gonna cast practice offense here, get some counters on our creatures.
On Shield Elf, most likely.
Yeah, you have to imagine it's double strike on the Iron Shield Elf. Could be on the Bloodghast though. Makes both of them trade with the Halia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like we're attacking with both of our creatures. Going to get a Cool But Rude trigger. Noah's going to go down to 15.
Now what does Noah do here?
Yeah, if Dawson double strikes the Bloodghast, Noah Halia is blocking the Bloodghast.
So you must have double strike the Elf.
Yeah, must have double strike the Elf. The Bloodghast gets to profitably be blocked by the
Halia.
But yeah, the Cool But Rude RC champion Dawson Kirsten, the 8th seed yet again. Congratulations to Dawson here, winning RC Ottawa.
The luck of the 8th seed. Wow, what a run by Dawson.
And condolences to Noah. You know, sometimes you don't draw the second land.
Yeah,
it happens, but
I know. Game 3 finals, you don't want to see that.
But Noah
awesome
did
run.
have a great weekend. Awesome run.
Yeah.
Got a Worlds invite. Got some Pro Tour invites.
Lots of money.
Yeah, I got some cash on the way out. But obviously, the man of the day, Dawson Corson.
Yeah, really
Congratulations on your win. With
I saw
Purdue
Dawson
Western.
tweet before this event, Bloodgast and Blood Crypt illegal. I'm in. He's back at home.
And Dawson is as in as you could be with
Yeah.
a big win
Yeah.
for himself at RC Ottawa. Again, huge congratulations to Dawson Person.
Yeah.
Very well played. Fantastic run of the weekend.
Yeah.
Really cool deck, Marty discard. Fantastic standard format.
Yeah.
We love
pulled wins out of left, right, and center.
We love to see Is It Pross not taking the event down, you know, got to
Yeah.
keep Is It in line.
Yeah, they're I don't know what to say about that, but anyways.
We do have a couple of people
shout-outs
we
for
want to
us.
shout out. Yeah, I want to shout out the judges of the event. Thank you so much for judging. We couldn't play competitive Magic without you. Fantastic all around. Thank you so much. We also want to shout out the event staff for running and organizing the event.
Yep.
Huge shout out to you. Couldn't be done or possible without you.
Face-to-face games keeping competitive Magic alive in Canada. That's all we've got.
And then we also want to shout out our other casters, Niall and Carolyn.
Yeah, they did awesome.
Fantastic casting job all weekend. Thanks for taking the morning shifts so we could take the evening shifts or the midday shifts. You know, we got
call that the dad shift.
the dad shift, as it were,
or the West Coast shift, West Coast dads.
But yeah, thanks for joining us this weekend in the casting booth. We really appreciate it. Super awesome.
Yeah.
Shout out to Samson there, the one-man show running the event.
Our man in the chair.
Look at him go. And then finally, we want to shout out you, the viewer. Thanks for joining us for RC Ottawa. It was Noel and I's first time in the booth at the RC. We hope we did it. We hope we did you well. We hope we did it justice. And we'd love to see you again at some point. We'll see you all the next time that the RC is in Ottawa. But for now, this has been Trent. I'm with Noel.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun casting. Maybe you'll see me back in the RC again one day, but I had a lot of fun and this was a cool experience.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
Cheers.
Oh, and really quick, we'll see you at Ottawa in October 2nd to 4th. So if you want to come to an RC in Ottawa, that is your time to do so.
That's right.
All right, now we're saying goodbye for real.
See ya.